Memories of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. 3 Views Incongruence, the center of the world. After buying Christmas gifts 3 months in advance with Kate, they wandered around as it was still early. After a while, the two of them went into a cinema to watch a movie. It was the off-season, so there were not many blockbusters in the cinema. After discussing for a while, they chose a love movie, The Sky of Bull Love. Yes, it was The Sky of Bull Love. The name was correct. But the bull was not a rich woman's happy bull, but a golf ball. Hiss. No. This golf ball seems to have an ambiguous meaning. It doesn't matter. Ambiguity aside, it's okay to watch it. The Sky of Bull Love starts with a story about a super awesome golfer who can play all kinds of fancy moves. Because he lost a key game, he fell into a state of self-blame and depression, and had psychological barriers, and could not return to the golf course. So, he returned to his hometown in despair, and opened a golf driving range there, continuing to make a living with his beloved career. Suddenly one day, a doctor of psychology came here to study. During the study, they found that they could exchange jobs. The male taught the female to play golf, and the female gave psychological counseling to the male. In this kind of interaction, the male fell in love with the female. Unfortunately, the female already had a boyfriend, and her boyfriend was the male's competitor. In order to snatch the woman from his enemy, the male decided to return to the court at the instigation of his friends. Inspired by love, the male played the most difficult ball in the history of golf, and entered the final decisive game with a triumphant song. However, he, who had an adventurous spirit and wanted to show off every move, still lost. Although he tasted defeat again, the male won the heart of the beauty. However, love and career are not the focus of this film. The real center is the conversation between the male and female protagonists on the sofa at the end of the film. The adventurous male protagonist tells the female protagonist that, if she only relies on her bravery, she is just a reckless man. He likes the wisdom of the female protagonist, and will learn from her in the future. The female protagonist also tells the male protagonist that the dullness brought by being cautious will only make repetitions disperse the beauty. Life can be dull, but love cannot be boring. She is willing to try to understand the male protagonist's fearlessness. To be honest, it was okay at the beginning. The two would be amused by the comedy plot, but when they saw this, Roland and Kate were embarrassed. Roland had never seen this movie in his previous life, and Kate actually went there for Kevin Costner and Renee Russell on the list of leading actors. They thought that this was a standard movie combining sports and love, but no one expected that the real core of the whole movie was to tell every couple that there is no winner in the game of feelings. If you want to keep this game going for a long time, both parties need to learn to compromise at the same time. Oh my god. If there were no disagreements, they might have watched the movie with great interest and discussed the importance of understanding. But now, they almost ran out of the cinema. Not only that, the two people who were strong-willed in their bones also complained about the movie very tacitly during dinner. Kate poked the salad with a fork and said without any ladylike image, the guy played by Kevin Costner can win if he plays steadily, but he has to play every ball as if it were the last ball of his life like a madman. It's really irrational. He shouldn't choose the heroine whose personality is so different from his. He wants a guy who can take risks with him. Roland also agreed deeply. I don't understand why the heroine chose the hero. The heroine is a calm and intellectual psychology doctor. She is more suitable for the second male lead because she can never keep up with the hero's adventurous pace. Both sides understand that feelings are not like what is said in the movie, and you can compromise actively. Because this thing is not a multiple choice question of £9.15. As long as you get it right once, you can get the same score every year. There is never a correct answer to the game of love. On the contrary, the more you endure, the angrier you get. The more you take a step back, the more you lose. Whoever gives up first will be finished. As for understanding, consideration, and tolerance, these things are of course important, but compared with the issue of persistence, principles come first. Of course, they think they are sticking to principles, but in the eyes of a series of outsiders such as bodyguards and assistants, the two of them simply have the same values. Okay, if you really stick to your principles, then you should quarrel. You can't even quarrel, but you still consider the other person's emotions while sticking to your position? Is this what you call a conflict? This is obviously a show of affection, right? Everyone wants to suppress the other person and then take it for themselves, but at the same time, no one can accept the consequences of taking the initiative to start a war, so verbally arguing with each other, but in fact extremely disgusting. Can you two stop making trouble? Please get married on the spot. Unfortunately, Roland and Kate could not understand their thoughts for the time being, because neither of them realized that what they were struggling with was not whether they could tolerate their girlfriend filming with the opposite sex, or would regret for life if they did not win the Oscar, but if I express my persistence directly, I might lose him, her. This is the root of their tacit cooperation, while they think they have something to stick to, and it is also the root of their ability to mobilize emotions without obstacles. If it were not because both parties cared, they would have been in harmony for a long time. And just when the two thought they were in a state of everyone is drunk, but I'm sober, but in fact they were in a state of the authorities are confused, but the bystanders are clear, George Lucas was chattering in the Skywalker Ranch in San Francisco. Looking at the technological spaceship in front of him, the bearded man put his hands on his hips and frowned. The spaceship you designed. Why do I think it looks more and more like the Blackbird strategic reconnaissance aircraft produced by Lockheed Martin? What? It's really the SR-71. Shit. You can't do this. I can see that you are plagiarizing Lockheed Martin's ideas. When the movie is released, they will find that the appearance has been plagiarized, and they will definitely sue us. Change it. I don't want to be the defendant. With a wave of his hand, he exhausted all three armies. He walked away from the prop warehouse. Not long after, his voice was heard again in the costume design studio. Is this the dress you designed? Oh my god. What I want is the dress that Queen Amidala wears in the throne room. Not the daily dress. She is the queen elected by the people. It should reflect her dignity. Okay. I'm not satisfied. Redo it. How can colorful black be so easy to achieve? After rejecting the design, George Lucas left again. The next place he visited was a CGI modeling studio. We still can't make Yoda with CGI. How long will it take to make CGI characters as flexible as normal people? Okay, I understand. Let's continue to use Puppet Yoda this time. It seems that there is still a lot of room for improvement in current computer special effects. I look forward to the day in the future when you can let me give up using puppets. That's right, the only project that can make George Lucas, who has been retired for many years, nag is the Star Wars prequel series that was hyped when Jurassic Park was released in 1993. After more than 3 years of meticulous preparation, Lucasfilm is now finally ready to officially start. Well, in fact, in the past 3 years, George Lucas has only been doing one thing, that is, how to expand his original one-page worldview into a prequel plot of more than 400 pages, and then write a script based on the plot. Unlike Steven Spielberg, George Lucas's life is not equal to movies. It will not have much impact on him if he shoots a day earlier or later. But once the project really entered the formal preparation stage, he would not treat this series with the attitude of playing games, although he did not regard Star Wars as his son. After going around various departments, George Lucas returned to the office and scratched his head to think, and the secretary had already knocked on the door of the office. George, Fox called again. The secretary said with embarrassment, "They want to know how the preparations for our project are going." Hearing this, George Lucas, who had just finished a round and found that the preparation progress of each department was not up to standard, was immediately furious. "Aren't they eyeing the Lord of the Rings that Roland just won? Why do they have the mind to care about me?" The secretary was no longer surprised by the harsh words, or in other words, after using the Star Wars prequel series to help his younger brother Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park in 1993, George Lucas has been bothered by the 6 big companies countless times in the past few years, and the reason is simple. It's because they all want to get the distribution rights of the Star Wars Prequel series. Everyone knows that this is a project that can make money with their eyes closed, and the copyright is only owned by Lucasfilm, so isn't it the one who pays the highest price that wins? If it were other producers, they might enjoy the flattery brought by the big six, but for a guy like George Lucas, such polite words are really boring. They have become accustomed to this kind of flattery, and the physical and mental comfort has faded. What's left is the competition for interests. Unfortunately, the big six have their own bottom line. Even if they really want it, the best conditions they offer are just the same as the Star Wars series of the year. So, George Lucas, who couldn't feel the sincerity, was very annoyed, who doesn't want more. But he also understood that it was useless to just worry, so after complaining, he asked back, is Fox still unwilling to make concessions on the box office share? Yes. The secretary nodded. Then tell them that it can't be filmed for the time being. Lucas' words were extremely tough. But, upon hearing this, the secretary instinctively wanted to dissuade us. In the continuous bidding process, Paramount, Sony, Universal, and Disney have all withdrawn because of the rising asking prices. If we continue to shout like this, I'm afraid Warner will also give up, and by then, Fox will have a high probability of announcing the project's suspension, forcing us to make concessions. After all, compared with investment and distribution, the profit from distribution alone is not enough. Although the secretary did not say it explicitly, how could Lucas not know that he was talking about Roland? Generally speaking, projects that are sure to make money are self-invested, self-filmed, and self-distributed by the copyright owner. Even if there is no distribution channel, they will still look for distribution instead of giving up the investment rights. But what about Roland? He has money, distribution channels, copyrights, and filming capital, but he does nothing except taking a cut. This large-scale concession made the six majors extremely satisfied, and also made those who wanted to invest, self-film, and find distribution extremely depressed. Roland Allen, who is at the top of the food chain, made such concessions, so why do you want this and that? Those who didn't get the privilege before, naturally, didn't care, but for someone like Lucas, he wasn't afraid either. If Fox withdraws, then withdraw. If they withdraw, will I not be able to find a distributor? I won't let Steven do it, but I can let Roland do it. That's right, Lucas now has food in his hands, so he's not panicking. He really doesn't want Spielberg to get involved in his Star Wars series, but he can still accept it psychologically if Roland, who has the channels, does it. The reason why he's asking for a crazy price now may be that he wants to drive Fox to death. If no one backs him up, Lucas might have restrained himself, until now. Haha. Am I afraid of you? After Lucas took the initiative to talk about Roland, the secretary stopped talking. If we look at it by closeness, Roland is definitely on Lucas' side. Since his goal is to seek more benefits from Fox, and he has Roland Allen backing him up, then Lucas leaving Fox alone is actually not a big problem. As for Roland offending Fox because of this, don't be kidding. This is not a project that Roland took the initiative to do. Besides, in Hollywood, only Fox of News Corporation will not break up with Roland. After expressing a nonchalant attitude towards the secretary's concerns, Lucas, who mentioned Roland, suddenly said, by the way, how is Steven doing? Have they reached a cooperation agreement with the British Ministry of Defence? I still want to film with him. Faced with such inquiries, the secretary, who has also been following up on Jurassic Park 2, said, the British Ministry of Defence does not want to lend a few thousand soldiers to Steven to film Saving Private Ryan, so he plans to find Roland. Find Roland? Hearing this, Lucas was stunned at first, and then he laughed. Yes, find Roland. The words of emotion came out in an instant. I didn't expect that the little guy who fawned over us in the early 1990s has now grown up to the point where he can help me. This is really fast. Yes, Peter Jackson may be the first big shot to ask Roland for help, but he will never be the last. As Roland continues to grow, those guys who generously gave him money back then will now unconsciously seek help from him. Although Spielberg just wants Roland to help solve the British Ministry of Defence, and Lucas just wants to crush Fox under the banner of Roland. But, isn't this a good start? Roland has always been not afraid of others asking for help, but only afraid of no one asking for help, because the more people ask him for help, the more it proves that his value is constantly expanding. And when the size of this group of people expands to a certain number, even if Roland doesn't want to seek anything, he has become the center of the world. Note, The Sky of Golf Love was indeed released in the summer of 1996, and the famous scene of the film is indeed the final compromise dialogue. Not only that, it is also the second best golf film in history. As for who is the first, I don't know. Lucas was indeed unwilling to share Star Wars with Spielberg. When Star Wars 2 started filming, Lucas didn't have time, so Spielberg volunteered to help with the filming, but was rejected by Lucas. Their revelation was that, if Star Wars was given to Spielberg, even if it was a sequel, there would definitely be the argument that Spielberg made Star Wars even greater, so Lucas would rather share all other resources with Spielberg than give Star Wars to him. However, when filming the prequel, many scenes were actually filmed with the help of Spielberg. When Spielberg was filming Saving Private Ryan in Ireland, he would go to the Star Wars crew in the UK when he had nothing to do. Before the Star Wars prequel was established, Lucas did spend a lot of time with Fox, just to get Fox to give up the right to sell toys. P.S. My anus hurts so much. Chapter 202 They Will Come. Although there is a factor of revenge consumption after a disaster, the box office market in 1996 was not evenly distributed, and the polarization phenomenon was very obvious. After 6 months of screening in North America and 5 months of overseas releases, Spider-Man's global total box office has reached $880 million, followed by Independence Day with $750 million. The third and fourth are Twister with nearly $500 million and Mission Impossible with $450 million. If you only look at these, the box office market is definitely booming. You should know that in 1995, there was no one with a global box office of over $400 million. Even in 1994, even with Forrest Gump and The Lion King, the box office could not compete with this year's Spider-Man and Independence Day, which both broke $800 million. However, in addition to Spider-Man, Independence Day, Twister, and Mission Impossible, there are movies on the top 10 box office list this year whose total box office did not break $200 million. Even in 1995, when the box office market was lagging, this was unimaginable. If we count by month, this year's curve is even more miserable. In January, there were no blockbusters. In February, there was only Broken Arrow. In March, there was The Princess Diaries. In April, Primal Fear. Several blockbusters in May, June, and July contributed more than 60% of this year's box office share, but in August, September, October, November, and December, only Ransom, 101 Dalmatians, Jerry Maguire, and Scream performed well. But compared with the previous summer season, this year's Christmas season is actually very poor. Christmas season can't beat the summer season? This is simply big news. However, considering that there are 2 blockbusters in this summer season that can hit the box office record, but the 2 of them dragged each other down, so that neither side broke the record, everyone was relieved. The so-called revenge consumption was mostly consumed in this wave. In the absence of word-of-mouth blockbusters, the weak Christmas season is normal. With the erosion of time, Spider-Man and Independence Day, which were destined to not break records, gradually disappeared from people's sight and remained in everyone's memory. Correspondingly, Romeo and Juliet caused a small-scale hot discussion. Yes, this obscure movie in Roland's previous life is now suddenly popular, but the factor that makes it popular is not a brilliant story, but Leonardo DiCaprio. There is no way. Who made him so handsome? Although Leo only played a supporting role with few scenes in Spider-Man, Harry Osborn's handsome appearance made Leo's fame suddenly soar with a high box office. To put it bluntly, the sudden increase in the box office of Romeo and Juliet is actually related to the fact that many young ladies who like Leo have watched it several times. But no matter what the reason is, the result that the box office exceeded expectations will satisfy the producers. The producers are satisfied, and Leo's potential projects will increase accordingly, although his value will not skyrocket like after participating in Titanic. He is very satisfied now. When communicating with Roland, he said directly, "Oh, Roland. Do you know? Now there are many producers who come to me to make movies. Now I can choose the scripts I like as much as I want. Commercial films and feature films are all available. I don't have to worry about not getting projects that can show my acting skills. Although you are more handsome than me, I will definitely get the Oscar before you. Just wait and envy. Maybe before Harry Osborn was defeated by Peter Parker, I was already the best actor. Roland, who received the call to maintain his relationship, was actually very happy about this pleasant argument. After all, this means that Leo is very satisfied with his current status. If he wants to rush for awards, let him rush. Roland is not Kate and doesn't care about this thing at all. What's more, after Titanic is gone, Leo can get what he wants. This is really naive. Take Tom Cruise, who is still competing for an Oscar this year, but has little hope. No handsome guy can win an Oscar when he is young, because no matter what he plays, the judges will think that this guy is an idol. Although Jackie Chan sold well, few people believe that Tom Cruise can win the top this year. Of course, in addition to these most easily accessible things in the circle, the second most important thing that happened in the past 6 months is the successful re-election of Lars Burton. Although Roland has never said a word to him, and has never even met him, he still donated $1 million to his public campaign account. Since it is difficult for both parties to meet, let's not meet. What's more, Roland is not interested in him at all. The so-called donation is just a statement to the interest group behind him to maintain the relationship. As for what is really the same as saying, don't be ridiculous. It's better to stick to Arnold Schwarzenegger than to have a good relationship with Lars Burton. California is Roland's foundation. Building a good relationship with the future governor is much more reliable than eating hamburgers every day with the white-eyed president, right? What's more, Burton himself is not reliable. While everything in the outside world was going on in an orderly manner, the first and most important thing for Roland also happened. Kate caught a cold and did not receive timely treatment, which led to pneumonia. The cause of the incident was actually filming. On the morning of December 3rd, Kate had just finished filming the dance scene in the lower class cabin with Roland. She was so hot that she changed her clothes and then started filming the scene where the lower class cabin was flooded. The water used in the crew was all seawater from the Pacific Ocean. Because of the temperature, the water was already cold, so Kate caught a cold under the alternation of hot and cold. In addition, she was stubborn and continued filming, so her condition worsened. On the night of December 5th, Roland found that Kate couldn't stop coughing, so he touched her forehead. After finding that her body was incredibly hot, even though Kate wanted to rely on taking medicine to get through it, Roland stopped her and dragged her to the hospital. After a series of examinations, Kate, who had a high fever of 39 degrees, was thrown into the ward by Roland, and the truck driver also started filming other people's scenes. There was no way who made the heroine fall ill and the hero also went on strike. If it were anyone else, the truck driver would have complained long ago, but Roland, if he didn't come, no one could do anything. During the 5 days Kate was in the hospital, Roland stayed by her side. Since she felt like vomiting when she touched meat or greasy food, she had no chance to eat the most common chicken noodle soup in America and Canada, and the most common ginger whiskey in the UK was directly passed by Roland. As for the ice cream that everyone recommended to reduce fever, Roland simply couldn't accept such a folk remedy. Because of this, Kate also saw what the food gene of the country of food is engraved in their bones. Although Roland can't cook big meals, he can still make small things like tomato and egg noodles, lean meat porridge, honey and red date soup, lotus seed soup, and pork ribs stewed with radish, which he hasn't made for many years. Kate was also fascinated by the different foods and directly said, "Can you cook Chinese food?" The round eyes and the bloodless Macupe make her look cute. Although she is not as beautiful as she is with Macupe, Roland didn't hide it and admitted openly, yes, it is actually normal for Americans to eat Chinese food. Brad Pitt has eaten it in the Ocean's 8 series, and Anne Hathaway also has a scene of eating Chinese food with chopsticks in Ocean's 8. Not only that, for Jews, eating Chinese food is even more reasonable, because every Christmas, many restaurants are closed, and only Chinese restaurants that don't celebrate Christmas are open. Jews who don't celebrate Christmas will go to Chinese restaurants for dinner during the Christmas holiday. Over time, they got used to it, so it was not new for Roland, who had a good relationship with the Jewish gang, to know this. But for Kate, this was actually an unexpected surprise. In the past 20 years, my parents haven't cooked much for me. This. Looking at the excited and incoherent figure in front of the bed, Roland, who was lying on the guardrail, asked with a smile, "So, how do you think I cooked?" Today Roland made red dates and honey soup for Kate. Because the skin and core were removed, the scattered fruit pulp was spread in the bowl like flowers scattered by a fairy. The golden honey was matched with the dark fruit pulp, and the red beans used for decoration and the apples for filling the stomach made the food itself have a layered sense. Since it cannot be too sweet, the honey is diluted with water. With a spoon, while scooping up large pieces of apple flesh, red dates soup and red beans, the honey flowing down the spoon will not drip instantly like water, nor will it be extremely viscous like honey. Instead, it will be like a wire drawing, leaving several clear lines in the air. After a few seconds, it will split and fall into the bowl. Facing this bowl of sweets that Roland has been busy for more than 2 hours and Kate has almost finished drinking, the guy leaning there pouted and said, "It's not delicious." He also added, "Not sweet enough. Not sweet enough." Seeing Kate's serious words, Roland picked up the spoon and tasted the remaining sweet soup in confusion. "No, isn't this taste just right?" While he was tasting it in confusion, Kate, who saw this action, also showed a playful smile. After catching the other party's expression, Roland reacted and immediately stepped forward and gently touched the bloodless lips. "Now, it tastes good. I like it." The satisfied Kate narrowed her eyes like a cat. According to the European and American medical system that adheres to the law of nature, Kate could actually be discharged from the hospital on the 3rd day, and then she could rest in the hotel, but Roland insisted that she stay for 2 more days. In the 5 days, Roland made all her 3 meals by himself. He returned to the hotel at 6 o'clock, delivered porridge at 8 o'clock, returned at 10 o'clock, had lunch at 12 o'clock, checked the time at 5 o'clock, had dinner on time at 7 o'clock, and stayed by her bed at night. Kate was still reading a book at the bedside, to relieve her boredom at first, but in the last 2 days, she didn't move the pages of her book. She stood at the window, watching the familiar car leave in a hurry, looking into the distance, waiting for the other party to come again. After seeing the familiar figure get off the car, Kate in front of the window, ran to the bed, pulled up the quilt, put on the eye mask, and tried to pretend to be asleep. Although people have always said that everyone will only remember the good things they have done to others, and will selectively forget the efforts of others for themselves. But that's just because you are ugly and have no money. When the external conditions and material foundation are fully filled, people will actually look forward to your efforts, especially the efforts made by your own hands. After being discharged from the hospital, when Kate returned to the crew, she would wrap herself in a men's coat to keep warm. At dinner time, she no longer dragged Roland to find a restaurant, but picked and chose in the supermarket near the hotel. Although her cooking skills were not very good, she had no problem washing and cutting, and in the process of cooking with Roland, she also understood that the moderate amount that was difficult to understand in Chinese cooking books actually meant that the person you like should add as much as he wants to eat to the pot. As for the taste, as long as the person you like likes it, it's fine. After eating, those who had assistants did not wash the tabla and cooking utensils, took a short rest, and then went out to digest the food, holding hands, walking on the familiar streets. The region and language could no longer be the fundamental obstacles for them. Even if they had talked about the topic before, they could still talk happily. Of course, even in this state, Kate was still very nervous on Christmas Eve. She had been asking questions since the crew left. Her palms holding Roland's were sweating. Roland was so nervous that he couldn't help laughing. "Is it unnecessary? Why are you so nervous? If I asked you to meet my parents on Christmas Eve, would you be able to stay calm?" Kate asked back. "Of course, because I definitely can't get back to England today." Anyway, it wasn't Roland's turn to meet Kate's parents, so he didn't mind talking while standing. Hearing what he said, Kate immediately pinched Roland's waist with her hand. When Roland cried out in pain, she snorted angrily and said, "You have always told me that you have a very good relationship with them. They will give you whatever you want." Although you are foster parents, they always treat you as their own son. How can I meet them? If it was an adoption relationship with a close relationship, it would be fine. After all, Europe and the United States do not pay attention to the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words, but Roland is different now. The relationship between the two parties is even closer than that of biological children. In this case, Kate cannot help but care about their opinions. Roland naturally understood that it is better to block than to dredge, so he said very agreeably, "Yes, they have always treated me as their own son. I helped the Olson sisters get those film projects. When James and I had a conflict, David and Gannetti always stood on my side. It would have been better if Roland didn't say it." Kate became more nervous when he said it. In order to calm her down, Roland encouraged the other party to hold him and take a nap. So, seeking peace, Kate lay in Roland's arms. Then, Roland gently stroked her back and sang a lullaby to help her fall asleep. Perhaps she really felt peaceful, or perhaps listening to Roland's heartbeat helped her sleep. After a while, Kate fell asleep. When the car stopped, she opened her eyes only after Roland called her. It was dark at night. The unique brilliance of Christmas costumes made the twin villas of Allen and Olson's family look very warm. Kate was dragged out of the car by Roland in a daze. Before she could react, Roland pointed to the two figures in front of the door and asked Kate to recognize them. "Dad, Mom." Hearing this, David and Gannetti, who received the news and went out to greet him, were stunned. They were thinking, Roland didn't change his words when he lost his parents. Why did he suddenly have a brain twitch? But Kate, who was still in the process of restarting her brain, called out instinctively, "Dad, Mom." In an instant, these two simple words were like a huge hammer, which shocked Kate and made the Olsons, who had reacted, smile. "Oh, good kids. Everyone is waiting for you. Don't stand at the door. Let's go in and talk." David was the first to accept this title. After hugging Roland, he stepped aside. Gannetti was also very helpful. He smiled and held Kate's hand. "We have always told Roland not to call us Mom and Dad, but he refused to change his words, so we let him do it. Now, it seems that he has also led you astray. If you don't like it, just call me Gannetti. It's okay. It's just a title." David and I don't care. I don't think Roland will care either. What a damn title. Roland didn't care. Kate, who had regained consciousness, first glanced at the unusually friendly Olsons, then at Roland, who had succeeded in his evil plan and had no intention of hiding anything. She was so angry that she laughed. Okay, Roland, you dare to trick me, right? You're done. No problem. How about I just change my words according to your wishes?" Just when everyone thought that Kate would not embarrass Roland in front of everyone, Kate also smiled, took Gannetti's hand and said, "Roland has always told me that you treat him like a father and a mother. Without you, he would not be where he is now. He is very grateful to you. So, his last criterion for choosing a spouse is to bring the beloved girl back for you to meet, and then change his mind and move in. He hopes that his love will be like your experience, long and long. Is it, dear?" When Kate hugged Roland's arm with a smile, Roland, who was still showing a smile of success, knew that Kate was unilaterally declaring that he had lost in the opposition and disagreement. The last criterion for choosing a spouse is to bring her home and change her mind. Then what is the insistence on whether to act or not? If Roland agreed, then he would be the first to admit his weakness. If he didn't agree, wouldn't that be a disguised denial of the relationship between the Olsons? It's New Year's Day. It's not good to do this. So, Roland, who had tasted the taste of shooting himself in the foot, said helplessly, "Be good, let's go in." Although Roland did not answer, his sincere attitude made Kate quite satisfied, and that be good was the best promise for the Olsons. Looking at the two people entering the house, they couldn't help but look at the villa next to them. They haven't moved for 8 years, just for this moment. "Alan, your son is living better than you now." When David whispered this sentence, Gannetti also took her husband's hand. "Let's go, the children are all in." While entering the house, she added, "Don't close the door, they will come." Wow, my surgery was fine. I had the surgery the day before yesterday, and I was still able to code on the same day. As a result, when I changed the dressing at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, something big happened. Indomethacin suppositories had side effects on me. Half an hour after using them, I was sweating all over and felt dizzy. When I woke up again, it was 7 hours later. Then the doctor looked at me with pity and said that painkillers were useless, so I had to just bear with it. Question mark 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 question mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Christmas Eve, Christmas. Since Roland came to America, he has never visited the graves of the original owner of the body to pay respect to the parents. The reason is simple, it is purely because of the wrong emotions, and he does not know how to express the sadness that should belong to him. But he has always known that the Olsons would take time out every year to visit the graves on the anniversary of their parents' death. Every time he came back, he could smell the strong smell of cigarettes from David, which shows that the other party should have lit a lot of cigarettes for his cheap father. Perhaps it is this kind of memorial service for nearly 10 years that makes the Olsons extremely caring about Roland's behavior. As long as Roland is happy and can finally be happy, the couple will be very satisfied. As for what business he does, it all depends on Roland's preference. Roland is not Zhao Ziruo who can stab Zhang Wuji with a sword on Guangmingding. The couple's concern for him has left a deep impression on him, and the reason why he brought Kate back is also to make them feel at ease. He, Roland, is not playing around. As for the names of dad and mom, to be honest, Roland felt that the couple who had been managing the company for him for many years without charging a penny, and even paid for security and assistance, were worthy of him. And to trick Kate, if a sudden impulse could be considered a trick, as long as the other party was happy, Roland would accept it. Although Roland didn't know why the Olsons were a few beats behind in entering the house, he also laughed when he saw the door that was open but not closed. Roland, you're finally back. After entering the house, Roland was welcomed by the little ones. First, Elizabeth ran over in her slippers and bumped into Roland's arms, and then Roland stood up and hugged her to play the game of lifting her up and spinning in circles. Roland put Elizabeth down amid her giggles, followed by Ashley and Mary. The two little girls kissed Roland on both cheeks and then whispered something into Roland's ears. Following their words, Roland also turned his eyes to James, who came over last. As he stood up, he opened his arms and hugged him. Long time no see, James. You look very slim now. But I don't think many girls like you, right? After all, you have a lot of homework. Hearing what he said, James, who was smiling, looked embarrassed, and he was no different from Yao Ming. This was really a case of talking about something irrelevant. He was worried about not being able to have a girlfriend, even if he was thin, but he didn't expect Roland to point out his thoughts as soon as he came back. In order to prevent Roland from rubbing salt into his wounds, James directly changed the subject. Looking at Kate, who was standing aside with a smile, he asked knowingly, "Hey, Roland, she is. You are not very good at changing the subject." Roland chuckled. Just when he wanted to introduce Kate to everyone, Elizabeth, who had already crawled beside Kate, raised her head and asked, "Are you Kate, Roland's girlfriend that Mom mentioned?" It was not surprising that Elizabeth asked such a question, because David had previously served as Roland's spokesperson and disclosed the relationship between the two to the public. Since David knew it well, how could Ganetti explain it to the children at home? However, she also specifically explained in the process of explaining that Roland and Kate's relationship should not be spread randomly, otherwise, the things they like would be gone. But Kate didn't know this. So when Elizabeth asked openly, she was a little confused, but what really made her speechless was actually Elizabeth's next question. "Mom told me that you would allow Roland to build a zoo for me. Is this true?" "What? Build a zoo? What the hell is this?" Kate was confused. After hearing this, Roland walked to Kate's side and patted her on the shoulder twice. Kate, who got the hint, squatted down with Roland. Elizabeth, who was looking up, also retracted her long neck and looked at the beautiful lady who was in close contact with her with curiosity. She is Elizabeth. You can call her Lizzie. When our family went on a trip before, she was interested in small animals, so I promised her that I would build a zoo for her when she was 10 years old, the kind that can keep whales. Roland said it so clearly, if Kate still didn't understand, she would be a fool. Oh, Lizzie, how could I stop him from doing such a thing? In fact, I like small animals too. I also like riding horses. Really? Hearing Kate say this, Elizabeth's eyes lit up. Of course. Kate nodded vigorously. Yeah. Elizabeth was only 7 years old after all, so after getting a positive answer, she kissed Kate's cheek excitedly. As she ran towards her parents, Roland introduced the others to Kate. Ashley, Mary, they are very easy to recognize, right? Of course, they are the little daughters of Americans. Kate stretched out her hand to touch her hair. Hello. Facing Kate's friendly greeting, the two children who were almost 11 years old were not afraid of strangers and gave a big hug very politely. As for James, before Roland could speak, Kate, after 2 rounds of friendly probing, had already answered first. This is your brother James? His biggest hobby is reading? Well, James, who finally smiled, instantly pulled a long face again and said sadly, yes, I'm James. I love reading, and reading loves me. In fact, Kate's previous worries were completely unnecessary. Roland was the little bully of the Olson family. As long as he said it was okay, no one would exclude Kate. Before she even entered the house, she called her parents. After entering the house, she was kissed, hugged, and greeted. Kate's restraint disappeared. After greeting everyone, she remembered to give gifts. When she was confused and wanted to go back to the car to get them, she turned her head and saw Roland, who had run out at some point, dragging a box into the house. Kate prepared gifts for you. Everyone has one. Everyone has one. There are too many things, so I dragged them directly under the Christmas tree. But you have to open them tomorrow. No one is allowed to sneak downstairs to look for gifts tonight. Such words made the little friends excited, and the adults also smiled. Looking at the 2 big boxes like a small mountain, a group of people expressed their gratitude to Kate. Oh, Kate, actually 1 per person is enough. There is no need to buy so many. You will spoil the children. Ganetti smiled. They already have enough toys. If you keep buying them so many, I think we'll have to move to a new house soon. David put his hands on his hips. Although he was complaining, he looked very happy. The little ones couldn't close their eyes around the gifts. Not only that, Roland's prohibition order was like a cat's paw, making them itchy, and they kept asking what Kate had bought. Looking at the group of people getting around the Christmas tree, Kate pursed her lips, her eyes naturally empty, and the corners of her eyes were a little moist. After coaxing the child, Roland saw the blurry figure standing aside. He walked over and hugged her from behind, resting his chin on Kate's shoulder, and whispered, "Are you homesick?" Kate blew her nose and said with a slightly crying voice, "If this is home, then I have no home. No one ever told me that they would build a zoo for me. No one ever told me that I would have to change the house to decorate the toys. No one ever told me that the children would be spoiled. And I have never seen the scene of a group of people waiting under the Christmas tree and looking forward to the moment of opening presents. They live like angels, and I." Rubbing Kate's neck with his nose, Roland stopped her from continuing. "You are also an angel. Your parents must love you. But many times, in order to better raise children, the time spent with them will be replaced by things that make money. Not everyone can achieve financial freedom, and not everyone can enjoy life while achieving financial freedom. David and Ganetti belong to the former and chose the latter, but my goal has always been to treat movies as a hobby in life, not my entire life." Hearing this, Kate kept a straight face and said nothing, but her body began to tremble. At this moment, Ganetti's call came from the restaurant. "You two, what are you still doing standing there? Come and have your meal. After you finish eating, if you want to go back to the next door, just go directly. If you have anything to say, why don't you go back and talk? Or, do you have any little secrets you want to share with us?" While she was talking, the three sisters who had not yet sat down at the table were lying on the aisle between the restaurant and the living room, looking at the two of them in unison. If they wore cowboy hats, they could directly cosplay as the Three Musketeers of cute cats. Kate's naked words and direct gaze made her cheeks blush, but Roland generously pulled her and walked into the restaurant. The table is served. The table is served. You three go back to your seats and sit down. Christmas Eve dinner was actually very ordinary. At least for those who like to eat whatever they want, that's the case. But isn't this meal all about the atmosphere? After sitting down at the table, everyone got familiar with each other after a few words. With Ganetta's deliberate guidance, the topics at the table were all about the children's childhood embarrassments. Roland and James were digging ant nests in the yard, but when the adults came, they had changed their game and competed in eating dirt in the yard. Roland and James made a bet that whoever tasted the dog food first would be the eldest brother, but Roland lied to his parents and raised a Samoyed at home. When Roland was helping to look after the children, Elizabeth wet her pants and exposed him. In short, Roland, who was elegant and wise in the outside world, was beaten into a mortal during this meal, so that when he dragged Kate back to the next door, Kate, who heard a lot of childhood stories, still laughed non-stop. I didn't expect you to have eaten dog food. I didn't know. Have you ever wanted to fertilize the lawn artificially? Please stop talking. I really haven't done it. What about playing hide and seek in the trash can and falling asleep? Kate, if you repeat these things, I swear, I can make sure you can't get out of bed this year. Damn it. Why should he be responsible for the stupid things that the original owner of the body did? The more Roland thought about it, the angrier he got. However, the inability to get out of bed did not happen that night. After entering Roland's house, Kate, who drank some red wine and had red cheeks, was attracted by the decoration that had never changed. The wedding photos of Allen and his wife that came into view fascinated her eyes. After pestering Roland to tell him about his childhood memories for a whole night, the family did not go anywhere on Christmas Day the next day, and all prepared for dinner. They cooked and ate by themselves. Although the appearance of each dish was not good, the meaning was in place. During the next 5 days of rest, since there was no set goal, everyone just wandered around. Although everyone was familiar with the various attractions, everyone still had a lot of fun. While celebrating the festival, there were also corresponding greetings. Jews do not celebrate Christmas, but Roland's friends are not only Jews. When the 1-week vacation was about to end, Roland and Kate were preparing to return to the crew to shoot the last 60 days of shipwreck scenes. On the night of December 30th, David suddenly came to Roland's house. At the same time, a pile of documents also fell on the desk. It's the annual summary once a year. Don't try to escape. It doesn't matter if I help you take care of the group's affairs, but you have to listen to the group's annual report, right? While speaking, he also glanced at Kate, who was helping Roland organize things in the study. After their eyes met, Kate did not lift her feet, but cast her eyes on Roland. Do you want to listen? Roland spoke bluntly. Yeah. Kate did not hesitate. Then sit down, the third chair on the left. Roland pointed to a rose gold recliner and said, if I remember correctly, when I was a child, my mother liked to lean on it and pretend to sleep, listening to David and my father talking about business. Hearing this, David, who was still looking at Kate, retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and glanced at the documents, then smiled and said, yes, your mother doesn't care about things, but she likes to listen. She feels more involved this way. And your father doesn't like to hide things. He always believes that you never know which will come first, an accident or tomorrow, so your mother knows the distribution and operation of all the property and can get out of the sadness as quickly as possible when an accident comes and continue to live with you well. Although the topic was a bit sad, Kate sat on it with a smile on her face. If for nothing else, it was because this was Roland's mother's exclusive seat. Yes, she did want to win an Oscar. But the regret of not winning an Oscar is actually just a way of expressing that the dream has not been realized. A person cannot have only one dream in his life. The so-called trade-offs are actually related to the importance of the dream. Now, she lifted the thin blanket and covered her belly and was making a choice. When she sat down, David, who had been reading the documents, also raised his head and looked at Roland, who was leaning on the desk, and Kate, who was leaning on the recliner and staring at Roland's back. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's true. While sighing in his heart, he also said, "First of all, the first project is Berkshire Hathaway. Since you hold more than 1% of the shares and are an important shareholder of the shareholders meeting, Warren Buffett has sent you an invitation to the company's annual meeting this year." Puff. Kate, who was still staring at Roland's back and enjoying the beautiful moment, heard these words, and her eyes instantly widened bigger than copper bells. "Wait, what did you just say? Warren Buffett? Berkshire Hathaway?" It turns out that what Roland said before can witness more than Buffett. Is it true? Chapter 204 $2 billion, helping a friend. Kate has always known that Roland is rich, but she never knew how much money Roland has. According to the information revealed by Anthony Hopkins, she knows about Warcraft pictures, which cannot be hidden at all. As for the others, there is only one Yahoo stock related to David Olson. When she accompanied Roland to meet those financial tycoons in New York before, she did hear the name Warren Buffett, but at that time, neither party mentioned the meaning of stocks, so Kate imagined that Roland was very interested in the old man and wanted to meet him. As for other things, you ask her to imagine, but she can't imagine it. And now, Roland actually holds more than 1% of Berkshire Hathaway shares? Even if she doesn't trade stocks, she understands what this means. Unfortunately, David and Roland didn't give her time to digest it, but talked directly. "So how much has the stock price gone up?" 34,800 per share. "You hold 20,000 shares, with a total value of 696 million. Nearly 700 million. Not bad. Keep holding and don't sell." "When does the annual meeting start?" "Tentatively scheduled for January 20th. January 20th? Then I may not have time to go. I have to film on the crew, so." "I know. You want me to go again, right? Okay, can't I go?" Kate's scalp tingled when she heard the light conversation. Roland's personal assets are nearly 700 million. This is incredible. However, before she could calm down and try to accept the fact that "I don't know why Roland has 700 million, but he has 700 million. David, who wanted to make a quick decision, threw the documents related to Berkshire Hathaway aside and moved on to the next matter. Next is Blizzard Entertainment. They released Warcraft 2, Diablo, and Spider-Man this year. Warcraft 2 sold over 1 million copies within a month of its release, and Diablo sold 1 million copies within 18 days of its release. Spider-Man, which is related to you, has sold 4 million copies so far, with total revenue exceeding 100 million. They will continue to develop the sequel and a science fiction game. Moreover, they are also preparing to hold an annual meeting and hope that you can attend. Compared with Berkshire Hathaway, the time here will be decided by you. Oh, are Mike and the others so powerful now? Hearing this, Roland, who had never cared about the company, smiled like a spring breeze. "Let's hold the annual meeting in February. Since they are working so hard, I have to fulfill my original promise. For every hit product, I will sell 3% of my shares to the founders of Blizzard and Blizzard North. I will announce this news in person at the annual meeting." "What?" Kate swallowed her saliva. She raised her eyebrows while staring at Roland's back. "Roland also has a game company, and the operating income of the game company has exceeded 100 million. Although revenue is not equal to profit, the evaluation of whether a company is high quality or not generally looks at revenue. If the valuation is calculated according to the current P/E multiples of internet game companies, then this game company should be worth 500 to 600 million. Roland's personal assets are 1.3 billion. How come no one has ever revealed this? How much is 1.3 billion? Kate knows that she may not earn even 1/10th or 1/12th of it in her lifetime of filming. But this is not over yet. After Roland waved his hand and very casually let David skip this company that has the right to self-development, David coughed and picked up the report of Overwatch Venture Capital. Overwatch Ventures currently holds 67% of IMDb shares, which means it has absolute control. This year, IMDb's revenue exceeded 20 million, and its net profit reached 4 million. A large part of this revenue came from online advertising for Spider-Man. It's your company anyway, so I asked someone to do a simple calculation and it's worth 80 million. In addition, Overwatch Ventures also holds 15% of Amazon's shares. According to the current valuation of 330 million, these shares are worth nearly 50 million, and they are currently in a dilemma between continuing to raise funds and going public directly. If they still want to raise funds, I hope to get 30% of the shares. Not only that, the 4.68 million Yahoo shares held by Overwatch Ventures are now worth 150 million. Adding the three together, Overwatch Ventures' total assets are about 280 million. 280 million? Roland had heard about Amazon's affairs from David, so he was not surprised. It's okay. If Amazon still wants to seek financing, 30% is obviously our most important goal. Of course, there's nothing we can do if we can't get it. If he wants to go public directly, let him go public directly. We can absorb the circulating shares. It's not much money anyway. Fuck. Imp turned out to be Roland's? The rumored Yahoo shares are also Roland's? He also invested in something called Amazon? Kate's mouth twitched. How could she not know what Imp is? It's the largest internet movie database and the largest communication platform for movie fans. And what about Yahoo? Even though she doesn't come into contact with the internet much during filming every day, she already knew about it when she went to Bloomberg. What's more, Yahoo itself is the most popular internet company at the moment. And all of this is actually Roland's assets? David Olson just holds it on his behalf. She felt like she was meeting Roland for the first time. 700 million Berkshire Hathaway shares, plus 500 to 600 million Blizzard Entertainment, plus Overwatch Ventures with assets of 250 million. Roland's total net worth is over 1.55 billion. This. Kate felt her mind went blank, and she didn't know what to say. Just as she was trying to digest it all, she suddenly realized that what David had just said was not Roland's main business. The last one is Warcraft Pictures. The revenue from the videotapes of The Shawshank Redemption reached 23 million this year, and the overseas share of 7 Deadly Sins has also come in. Together with the videotapes, the total revenue has reached 36 million. And the Rumble in the Bronx that you bought casually before has brought you a net profit of nearly 13 million. Of course, the most important thing is your share of the global box office of Spider-Man. 2 points for copyright and 18 points for acting, which adds up to 20 points. With a box office of 880 million, Sony's share of me is 176 million. After paying taxes and paying Marvel's share, we have 120 million in cash. Then, Disney's share of the full dividend of The Lion King this year is 6 million. And there is also a net profit of 41 million from the joint distribution company of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft. Warcraft Pictures' net profit this year is 239 million, and it's all in cash. Of course, in terms of copyright, it's all the copyrights of the Avengers, all the copyrights of the X-Men, Spider-Man, The Hobbit, and The Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's good. Roland, who had expected this, was not surprised, because Sony didn't dare to cheat him out of his money. In addition, with a bunch of bigwigs behind him, these film companies didn't dare to use various excuses to delay payment. But Kate was numb. Roland's main business, movies, net income of 239 million in cash a year? She couldn't earn that in her lifetime. She didn't know how to evaluate Roland, but David just paused and then continued. Then there is the share of the Olson sisters Double Star Group. Due to the joint factors of Spider-Man, this year's after-tax share is 74 million. I have transferred all of it to the Blizzard Capital account. And last year, we only spent a lot of money on the copyright of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, the acquisition of Amidst and the investment in Amazon. Then after deducting your consumption and the normal expenses of the group's personnel and affairs, there is still a balance of nearly 100 million. In other words, Blizzard Capital's cash now has 413 million. That's right, you have more than 400 million in cash lying in the company's account. Your current assets. It has officially surpassed me. Oh my god. Smack. Kate reached out and covered her cheek. 1.55 billion side business. 413 million in cash. Roland's total net worth reached 2 billion. Exclamation mark. This can already be on the Forbes list, okay. No. Few of those guys who can make the list are more terrifying and richer than Roland, who has 25% of their assets in cash, who can pat their chest and say that, as long as I want, I can take out my 400 million in a minute. If Berkshire Hathaway stock is like a heavy punch that makes Kate dizzy, then Blizzard Entertainment, Overwatch Ventures, and Warcraft films that follow are like rubber machine guns that make Kate confused. Roland sits with those big guys because he really has the capital. Roland has always said that money can buy happiness, and that is the greatest meaning of money. Is this true? Does he really not care about money? Not interested in money? Does he really just treat movies as a hobby? Kate originally thought that Roland's 200 or 300 million was already amazing, but now, this number has increased tenfold. She rubbed her cheeks while lying on the recliner, not daring to accept this fact. Just as she was trying to regain her lost rationality, Roland, who had already heard the summary of the news, smiled and said to David, "David, give yourself an annual salary. I'm really embarrassed to keep working for nothing. There's no rush for this. Let's talk about it next year. You'll be 18 in a year. It's my duty to take care of you before that, and I'll charge you according to the standard of a normal manager for things to come. No money before 18. This is actually David's selfishness. He helped his friend raise his son, so he had to raise him until he reached adulthood, right? He wouldn't charge a penny before he reached adulthood, and after that, he would make choices based on the situation. If Roland's assets were okay, David would let it go, but Roland's assets now exceeded his, so he wouldn't be polite to Roland. After all, he was busy every day. Since David said so, Roland didn't force it, and after looking at the other's motionless body, Roland also understood that David wanted him to spend the 400 million because it was too wasteful to leave it in the account. Roland actually had the idea of investing because the Lord of the Rings project would not start next year. Even if it did, he would not invest his own money. The slow return rate of 7 deadly sins made him desperate. With this cash, he might as well do something else. Although he was running a film and television company, he never intended to hoard heavy entertainment assets. First, he did not want to fight directly with the big six, and second, it was too slow to run an entertainment company on his own. It would be easier to acquire in a wave. As for investment, actually, there are projects. If those people in New York would get involved in the Asian financial crisis in 1997, then he would definitely follow suit. If not, Steve Jobs is a friend of Steven Spielberg. As far as I know, he is about to return to Apple. I like Toy Story very much, so I plan to become an Apple shareholder to support him. Apple's current stock price. While talking, Roland also turned on the computer next to him and opened Yahoo with IE browser. When he saw that Apple's stock price was only 50 cents, he was stunned. It's only 50 cents? So cheap. The market value is not even 2 billion. Then, let's inquire about purchasing 10%. 10% should be the largest shareholder, right? Is it okay to have a seat on the board of directors? Of course, you'll be the one. David. Kate. When Roland said lightly that he would buy 10% of Apple's shares, the two people in the study were confused. David, who wanted to record Roland's investment needs, shook his right hand, and the pen left a heavy mark on the record book, while Kate, who was covering her face, pulled her hands apart and looked at Roland with disbelief. A deal worth more than 100 million yuan, just like that? The reason is that you like Toy Story? Jobs is Spielberg's friend? Are you sure? David was a little confused. If you like Pixar, wouldn't it be better to discuss buying a stake in Pixar with Jobs directly? Why buy Apple? Kate had the same idea. If you like movies, then just buy a movie company, not a stupid technology company. Pixar's current market value is only 1 billion. Isn't it a piece of cake for you? But Roland didn't think so, because the copyright of Toy Story is in the hands of Disney. Pixar only makes sense in the hands of Disney. Even if I buy it, it won't have any effect. And if I want to get Toy Story, I can only buy Disney. So, in order for Pixar to have the heart to produce good animation works, doesn't the owner Jobs have to be physically and mentally comfortable? And if he wants to return to Apple, shouldn't he become Apple's largest shareholder to support him? This makes so much sense. Kate, who had been silent all the time, felt that Roland's logic was fine, and David. Okay, I know you like movies. 10% will spend a maximum of 200 million, so what are you going to invest in the next 200 million? What to invest in the next 200 million? Of course, I won't invest for the time being. If Amazon wants to raise funds, then this money will come in handy. If it goes public directly, then just leave it there and watch. Anyway, I don't want to buy anything for the time being. At this point, Roland suddenly felt something was wrong. He closed the Apple market value page and glanced at Microsoft. Seeing that Microsoft's stock price was only about $12, he waved his hand and said, "Since Microsoft is a friend of DreamWorks, it is also my friend, Roland Allen. If Amazon does not seek investment, then we will buy 10 million shares of Microsoft stock. It can also be regarded as public cooperation. The remaining tens of millions will be used as the company's operating funds, and daily expenses will come from that. So you invested purely to support your friends?" Regardless of or Yahoo, Roland invested in them under the banner of helping others. It's just that James Cameron took the blame for him before, and now it's Steven Spielberg. David has become accustomed to Roland's wild but profitable investment ideas, so after hearing the same reason given by Roland, he was too lazy to talk too much. Okay, that's it. Come on, in 1997. With assets increasing by 1 billion per year, I guess I'll be in the top 10 of Forbes when I'm 40 or 50 years old, right? I hope I can see it by then. Two investments took away nearly 70% of the company's cash flow. What's there to say? But as long as Roland is happy, he will help. Unfortunately, he doesn't know why Roland loves movies so deeply. In order to make Pixar better, he becomes a major shareholder of Apple. If Roland can do this time, he won't be surprised if Roland asks David to acquire Disney next time. In order to make those guys better, I'll be the boss. Doesn't this logic make sense? As David left, Roland also collected the company reports left by the other party. When he turned around and wanted to put them in the safe, he found that Kate was looking at him with complicated eyes. "What's wrong?" Roland asked with a smile. "I want to talk to you." Kate pursed her dry lips and said, "Now, okay, of course." Roland stuffed the documents into the safe, then sat next to Kate. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Faced with such an inquiry, Kate took a deep breath, and when she opened her eyes again, she asked, "Is everything just now true? Those are all your assets?" Note, at the junction of 1996 and 1997, Apple's stock price was at its lowest. At that time, General Motors raised the price to acquire Apple and offered 2 billion yuan. This is a true story. Apple felt humiliated, so it refused and bought jobs back. The copyright of Toy Story is not in Pixar's hands. It is in Disney's hands. When making animations, Disney and Pixar signed a long-term contract. They provided money and Pixar made animations. Therefore, the copyrights of Toy Story and Finding Nemo are actually in Disney's hands. Why did Disney easily acquire Pixar? It's because it's useless if others buy it. Only in Disney's hands can Pixar become eternal. Chapter 205, Enjoying Life, Crushing the Judges. To acquaintances. What can 2 billion do? Poverty limits Kate's imagination. Assuming she can live to be 100 years old, according to the salary she received from Titanic and the time she spent, Roland's wealth can buy her at least 20 lifetimes. That is 2,000 years. Yi Xiaochuan has only lived for 2,000 years. It's a pity that he and Yushu only met for a short time. If it is calculated based on her consumption, it would be more. She can accept the fly restaurants on the roadside, and she can also enter and exit the high-end places that require reservations. Only the expenses of the facade are the big head, and the rest are not worth mentioning. Although she has met many rich people and talked with many nobles, the feeling those people give her is completely different from Roland. If those guys have all kinds of superiority, satisfaction built up by money, and a condescending attitude, then Roland gives her the feeling of indifference and respect. Indifference to money and respect for family. This situation is difficult to appear in the rich, because money is the foundation of everything they have. This kind of situation is hard to find in nobles, because money is all that sustains their affluent lives. But Roland really doesn't seem to care how much money he has. His goal of making money is to make his family happy. As long as they are happy, he will be happy too. Roland's Buddhist attitude is what really attracts Kate, because she knows that the consequence of being obsessed with career is the indifference of other relationships. This kind of Buddhist attitude also makes her think that Roland is the kind of person who goes with the flow, because only those who are easily satisfied will be so Buddhist. But now, the situation seems different. Yes, those are all my properties. What's wrong? Roland twisted his body, held his chin with one hand, and lay down on his side along the empty space on the recliner left by Kate. Looking at the face that was within reach, Kate, who was hugging her arms, wanted to move back, but as soon as she moved, she found that she was lying down against the handle. "Are you afraid of me?" Seeing Kate trying to escape, Roland said, "I'm not a devil. Why are you hiding?" "I'm not hiding. I'm just wondering, how can you have so much money?" Knowing that she couldn't distance herself, Kate gave up the idea of getting up and said bluntly, "You give me the feeling that you don't look like someone who has so much money." "Why?" Roland smiled. Since the other party asked this, Kate did not hide it. "Because I have never heard that a guy with a net worth of 2 billion would go to the Berlin Film Festival to give clothes to the actress he is about to work with. Because I have never heard that a guy with a net worth of 2 billion would be stunned and speechless when he woke up the next morning and found the sheets bright red. Because I have never heard that a guy with a net worth of 2 billion would cook." The impression you gave me before was actually that of a very kind actor, born in a common family, not a wealthy man with a lot of money. Because you did things that wealthy people would not do. For them, time is money, and they would not waste the time making money on other things. But for you, time is a unit of calculation for enjoying the pleasure brought by money. What you think about every moment is not how much money you can make if you do this thing well, but how much happiness you can get from doing this thing. Kate was telling the truth. If before, Roland gave her the impression that he was a top-level showbiz person, a guy with the same status as Spielberg, even if she had a feeling of climbing up the social ladder when dating Roland, at least they were a good match, a combination within the industry. Now, the situation is not like this. Roland is not a pure filmmaker at all. He is a capitalist. Kate has never thought about this kind of thing. It's not that Roland is bad, but what Roland does is completely incompatible with his identity. Who can make a big career at a young age, who is not energetic and high-spirited during the struggle. But what about Roland? After sleeping with him for a year, Kate saw the most that Roland smiled when encountering things. How could he have the spirit of an entrepreneur who didn't point out the world and swear at the sky when he made a big career at a young age and wanted to compete with the gods? But what about Roland? "Hello, I'm fine. Everyone is fine." Even when facing the Weinstein brothers, Roland smiled and faced them. He seemed to be uninterested in all this, but he was doing these things. This is the most contradictory thing about Kate now. It is also the biggest change that Roland has experienced in his life. In his previous life, he worked hard to climb up, but when he was near the end of his life, he found that the memories in his mind were all unpleasant efforts and helplessness. And in this life, of course he has to work hard, but after seeing the answer, his ultimate goal is not to climb up, but to live comfortably, so as not to have regrets when his life reaches the end. The money was earned, but it was not spent, and the person was gone. What's the point? Let others spend your money to sleep with your woman. What a joke. Can't figure it out? Roland raised his hand and stroked Kate's cheek. "I can't figure it out." Kate did not dodge and looked at Roland quietly. "It's very simple, because I think life is more important." Roland, who was holding his chin with one hand, lay down completely. "Let me ask you, you said that you might regret it when you are old if you can't win an Oscar. Then if you win an Oscar, can you guarantee that you will not encounter other troubles in your future life? Acting is just a reflection of life for a group of people. Some people enter the industry because they like it, and some people enter the industry to make a living. But no matter what the reason is, after the performance, everyone's wish is to return to life. Glamorous on the screen, sad behind the screen. For me, this is not an interpretation of art, but a self-escape in life. And what are they avoiding? The unhappiness in life. So, when I entered the industry, I told myself that what I like is the movie itself. It can be reflected in different professions such as screenwriters, directors, and actors. If I want to like it purely, I have to have money. Making money is to better satisfy one's hobbies, and satisfying one's hobbies is to make life more colorful. So, I don't want to show off too much, because many people think that things that can be shown off are just part of satisfying one's own life. For me, since they are tools, there is no point in blowing them up. What I really want to show and make people envy is actually my comfortable life. I want to be close to you and don't want to see you cold, so I will send you clothes, because this is life. I want to cook 3 meals a day for you when you are sick, so I will cook for you, because this is also life. I want to take time out to vacation with you, then we will vacation, because this is still life. Admittedly, the things that support all this are money and power, but the beauty that I cherish is not money or power, but the good times I get in return for spending them, and this is what I should remember. Life. Kate murmured to herself. Yes, it's life. Roland emphasized again, and asked, don't you have any idea of enjoying life? Like James, he enjoys life. He makes movies, but he likes diving more. Steven is the same. He makes movies, but he plays games when he has nothing to do. George is even more so. After Star Wars ended, he enjoyed life. As for other things, what does it have to do with him? The idea of enjoying life. Kate repeated Roland's words, frowned and thought for a while, then shook her head and said, the thing I have been exposed to the most since I was a child is acting. As I grew up, acting is my life. Every day I think about how to play the role well. So, if it's according to what you said, I know life. As if guessing what Kate would say, Roland pinched the other's earlobe and continued to ask, what about other ideas? You must have other ideas. Speaking of this, Kate was stunned for a moment, then she lowered her eyes with a guilty conscience, not daring to look Roland in the face. Of course I have other ideas. It's just that I used to practice shooting every day, so I have very few other ideas. There is only one thing I can remember clearly. In 1990, I fell in love with a boy and thought he was so cute. In the summer of 1991, when I saw him crying on the screen, I wanted to touch his head. In the summer of 1993, his figure protecting his sister made me feel that he had grown up. In the summer of 1994, looking into Gan's eyes made me want to sleep with him. Then I kept holding it back. And now, not only did I give him my first time, I was also the first one to sleep with him. Most importantly, I slept with him for a whole year. And in the process, I found that this kind of life is actually quite comfortable. Maybe this is a good life you said I really want. Roland's body froze. His mouth opened slightly. He couldn't make a sound. He swore that he really just wanted to enlighten Kate and let her distinguish between life and acting. But if he knew that Kate's biggest idea besides acting was to sleep with him and fall in love with him, he would never mention these things. Absolutely not. He was a guy with a net worth of $2 billion, and it was so strange that a woman boasted that she had slept with him for a whole year. But as if she felt Roland's stiffness after saying what she had just said, Kate grabbed Roland's hand and didn't let him escape from her cheek. Roland, I understand what you mean, and I understand your thoughts. If I were you, if I had such a net worth, I couldn't accept the idea of continuing to act. But, acting is what I have done for more than 10 years. Give me some time, okay? I will try to forget Oscar. During this period, you will be the producer. I hope that one day, when I don't care, you can still accept me. Kate has made it very clear. Now she wants to admit defeat, but she can't get over it. But for Roland, this was simply a sign of surrender, because, you mean, if you win an Oscar, and I still accept you, you will quit the circle? Yes. Then this is too simple. Kate wants to win the Best Actress? Then let her win the Best Actress award with Titanic. This is too easy for Roland. Titanic is produced by Fox. Is it okay for Roland to ask Fox to help Kate win the Oscar? Sony is now counting on Roland to go back and continue to shoot the sequel to Spider-Man. Is it okay for Roland to ask them to help Kate win the Oscar? Two companies have been dealt with. The remaining Warner, Universal, Paramount, and Disney, they all want to cooperate with the sensible Roland, and Roland can now cooperate with them. Disney does want the Lord of the Rings, but what is their foundation? The theme park. Spider-Man, a project that has been developed and is sure to be successful, is licensed to you to build a theme park. Do you want it or not? If you want it, then license it at a low price. The requirements are not high, and I will do my best to help Kate win the Oscar. Doesn't Universal want his Lord of the Rings? Cooperation. The requirements are not high, and we will do our best to help Kate win an Oscar. Paramount has no projects? Don't be ridiculous. DreamWorks has already reached a cooperation agreement with Paramount for the project Saving Private Ryan. Although Roland has not contacted Spielberg so far, he wants to participate. Who would refuse from the producers, investors, and directors? Roland participated in the film with zero salary and only one request. We will do our best to help Kate win an Oscar. As for the rest, Warner has no bargaining chips, and the two sides have never communicated or cooperated. And Warner can't make Marvel movies? It doesn't matter. Harry Potter should be finished. As long as it is on the market, we can talk. And the basis of cooperation is to help Kate win an Oscar. If Warner only wants Lord of the Rings, it doesn't matter. X-Men, Harry Potter and other movies are left to Universal to choose. Anyway, he has a lot of resources. Not only that, there is also a Jewish gang. Isn't the problem solved? Anyway, Roland doesn't want to use his own funds to make movies. He holds the copyright, sells a small share of the investment, and makes up the rest by himself. This is the maximization of benefits. Just like Spielberg, and the works that compete for the Oscars every year are basically produced by the Big Six. They have different interests and different ideas. But, if the interests are different, let them be the same. And when their wills are the same, the content that the Oscar judges want to express will also be the same. Yes, the list of Oscar judges is not public, but for the Big Six, they know who to do the public relations. If one company says something, the judges may not make sense, but what if 6 companies say it at the same time? Are those judges farting? The Oscars are originally a public relations game. Roland doesn't believe that things selected by people are absolutely fair. He only believes that fists are the greatest justice. He firmly believes that the truth is only within the range of canons. It doesn't matter if the Oscar judges don't like it. Because I like it, you have to like it. I said Kate is the queen of the screen, so she must be. Don't accept it? It doesn't matter. The Big Six who want to eat up the lucrative profits can beat you into submission. Are you sure? Roland also became happy when he thought of this. Because Kate's retirement is just around the corner. Of course. Kate nodded. If I win the Oscar for Best Actress, don't tell me to retire. I'll go to the church to marry you without changing my dress. Okay, remember what you said today. Roland pinched the other's cheek. Remember it? Kate didn't care. At the same time, she stood up and thought she still had a chance to act. She asked, oh, by the way, I actually didn't know why you like me. Like me? Did you just want to sleep with me because I was beautiful at first? No. Roland shook her head and told the truth. If I said that I liked you in my last life, do you believe it? Like me in my last life. However, as a woman, Kate was like a blind monk who found a bright spot. You mean, you liked me for a while, and then you didn't like me anymore? Damn. Roland was full of black lines. Why do women focus on different things than men? Shouldn't we be moved by the love in the previous life? Seeing that Roland didn't say anything and just buried his head in organizing things, Kate, who knew everything, came over and said, Humph, do you think I don't know? Men are always the same. 20-year-old men like 20-year-old beautiful women. 30-year-old men still like 20-year-old beautiful women. 40-year-old men still like 20-year-old beautiful women. And liking youth is your nature. I heard before that you like a girl from Francis Coppola. What's her name? Scarlett. She will be a beauty when she grows up. Humph. Do you know what price you will have to pay if you let me retire according to your idea? You may still have the energy to see those young and beautiful girls in the future, but I promise that you can only think about it in your mind. I will be very free after I retire, and once I'm free, 40 times in 3 days. Do you dare to try? While speaking, she hugged Roland from behind and kept stroking his waist with her hands. Such a hint made Roland's face darken. He suddenly felt that he might be a little careless. Roland swallowed his saliva and changed the subject. Do you have any projects you want to shoot now? I can help you get them. Heh. I don't want to shoot now. Kate, who had already seen Roland's thoughts, laughed. Men. You are all the same. Unfortunately, as a serious person, Roland did not have the habit of writing a diary. Otherwise, he would definitely write on December 30th, 1996. After all, I took it all on my own. Regardless of whether it was hasty or not, when Kate went to Roland's house to spend Christmas and listen to the annual group affairs report, she returned to the crew and really regarded herself as Roland's official girlfriend. From head to toe, from inside to outside, she had to take care of everything. All the cheap clothes that Roland liked to wear before were thrown away by her, and only the ones endorsed by her own company were retained. As for the new clothes, they were all picked by Kate herself. In Kate's words, I dress up beautifully to make you proud, and you dress up handsomely to make me proud. Since Kate said so, it would be boring for Roland to refuse. Besides, this kind of life is actually quite good. While the two established a real relationship, the filming of Titanic was also coming to an end. After soaking in the water for 2 months, the truck driver finally announced the completion of the project. That night, he returned to Los Angeles with the precious film and entered the editing stage, and Roland also took Kate to Irvine to attend the upcoming Blizzard Entertainment annual meeting. However, when he stepped into the Blizzard gate and hugged the Blizzard Big 3 and the Blizzard Big 4 in the north with a big smile, the two people who appeared at the welcoming scene made Roland's smile freeze on his face. Sensing something was wrong, Mike Mohammed, who had been accompanying Roland and introducing him to the Big 4 of Blizzard, smiled and said, "Oh, Roland, they are not from the company. They are my friends. They just happened to come here today for something. The one on the left is Lawrence, and the one on the right is Sergey. They are both students at Stanford." Chapter 206, No Business is Hard to Do version 3.0. Of course Roland knew they were not from Blizzard. After 2 expansions and the acquisition of Blizzard North, Roland didn't know many people from Blizzard. But after seeing the two faces hiding in the crowd, showing curiosity and looking around, Roland's almost forgotten past life memories suddenly emerged. More than 7 years have passed, and he has almost forgotten the vague memories. The only ones who can wake him up suddenly are those who were famous in their past lives. Either they are outstanding, leaving a deep impression and unforgettable, or they are rich and powerful and often exposed by the media. For example, Jack Ma regrets founding Alibaba, Ma Huateng from an ordinary family, and Lei Jun, who will resign from Matcha East tomorrow. But no matter how shocked he was, no matter how familiar he was, the two people in front of him were obviously not the kind of guys that Roland could call out by name. Because his appearance did not have much characteristics, and after hearing what Mike Mohammed said, he was even more puzzled. Stanford? That's not right. I don't remember the names Lawrence and Sergey. Not understanding the situation, he asked, Mike, you said they are from Stanford? What are their full names? Full names? Mohammed didn't know why Roland suddenly asked this, but since he met him, he explained it. What's more, the purpose of these two guys coming is actually related to Roland's own industry. The one on the left is Lawrence Edward Page. I usually call him Lawrence, or Larry. The one on the right is Sergey Mihajlovich Brin. You can just call him Sergey. Damn. These two guys are Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Aren't they the founders of Google? After hearing the names Larry Page and Sergey Brin, the smile on his face bloomed again. Of course, compared to the state, when he heard about the project of Home Alone on January 1st, 1990, Roland is not too surprised now. After all, he has seen it many times. No matter whether it is Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, or Jeff Bezos, he can meet them whenever he wants, right? When you have 100 yuan, you will pick up 100 yuan on the ground, and you will burst into great surprise, and even use it as a topic of conversation after dinner. But when you have 2 billion, you will not pick up 100 yuan dropped on the ground. Of course, if a Google drops on the ground, he will definitely take a look. For him now, this is at least a small goal, right? Ahem. Are they your classmates? When greeting other Blizzard employees, Roland also asked indirectly, "I remember you are not from Stanford." "Oh, not classmates, purely business relationship." Mohammed did not mean to hide it. "My relationship with them is actually not as close as yours. Didn't you acquire Cole Needham's IMDb? Now IMDb's entry catalog already has hundreds of thousands of entries. If everyone were asked to browse through them one by one, it would definitely be exhausting. And as for keyword search, the plugin they wrote themselves is not easy to use. Since it has been commercialized, they can't collect codes from members as before, so they raised funds publicly. That Larry Page participated in the bidding for IMDb and rewrote the retrieval system for data detection on the website. Not only that, due to the surge in the number of users, IMDb also needs a plugin that can identify user comments and distinguish user tastes. That Sergey Brin solved this problem. The written plugin can roughly screen users and classify them according to their tastes. Since IMDb's headquarters is in the UK, Cole has no time to come over for identification and communication, so he entrusted us in Los Angeles to help him and them to conduct acceptance docking. Anyway, Blizzard Entertainment and IMDb are both your industries, so we can help each other. We are not outsiders. The reason why they came here today was also arranged by me. I originally wanted to take advantage of the free time before you came, and before the annual meeting to discuss the matter, and by the way, show these two talents the working atmosphere of our company. If it is possible in the future, we will directly absorb them, but there are still some differences at present. When Mike Mohomie finished talking to Roland about all this, Roland, who was smiling, was full of fuck in his mind. Fuck. This guy Mohomie is really smart. Fuck. How can this business be so easy to do? Fuck. I'm obviously not interested in money. But why does it have to drill into my pocket? No. Don't come in. I don't need you guys anymore. Okay. Get out of here. Don't tarnish me. Okay. Roland is just showing off. You know, after the time loop, Google was one of the major events he recorded on his computer calendar. After investing in Yahoo, he hoped that Yahoo would acquire his Google, which was actually on his must-have list. Especially during his trip to New York, after seeing Eric Schmidt next to David Shaw, Roland even felt that Google was a sure thing. If he couldn't get in when everyone knew him, then he wouldn't be able to get in. However, he never thought that Google, which would only be officially established in 1998, would meet him now. The point is, it was through him. According to Roland's idea, the best time for him to get involved in Google was naturally when the two founders of Google wanted to sell the company to Yahoo. After all, it's better to help them in times of need than to add icing on the cake. Giving them strong support when they need help will make them remember it for life. But what's the situation now? The two of them didn't even create Google, but they confronted him first. Could it be that Hong Xiaoyang was causing trouble? Feeling strange, Roland looked at them carefully. After finding that the two had been staring at him with hopeful eyes, he smiled and waved his hand, signaling them to come over. This behavior made the two people standing aside and looking over very happy. While walking closer, they also took the initiative to stretch out their hands, wanting to show Roland their eagerness. "Hello Roland, I'm Larry Page. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is really unexpected." "Hello Roland, I'm Sergey Brin. I'm your fan. I like your movie Terminator to the most." Roland was no longer surprised by such enthusiastic attitudes. After all, in the past 7 years, strangers stopped him more times than he had pooped. The initiative of the two actually saved Roland a lot of trouble. After shaking hands with them in a friendly manner, Roland also used Mike Mohammed's words as a shield to ask about their current situation. "You don't know until you ask. Once you ask, you will be shocked." It turns out that after they met in 1995, they had already started to cooperate in the research and development of search engines. This time, taking the order from him was just a trial application. In 1990, Archie was launched. It can search files in FTP and is the earliest search engine. In 1993, the first web search engine World Wide Web Wanderer was launched. With it, we can crawl other websites. In October of the same year, the second search engine AliWeb appeared. Not long after, InfoSeek was established. Although the search engine has been around for 7 years, its capabilities are still being explored. In 1993, web crawlers were launched, and then Dow Jones senior consultant Robin Lee also developed hyperlink analysis. These two technologies allow search engines to process some data more accurately, but there is still room for improvement in the algorithm. We are researching this aspect. Last year, we wrote Backrub, which is currently running on the Stanford campus network. Of course, any research requires funding, so after seeing the IMD fundraising plugin, we tried to do it. We didn't know that IMD was your company at the time, and we didn't know that Blizzard Entertainment was also your company, and we didn't know that we could meet you in the company. It's an honor. Even if you are born well, you can't become a natural boss. All industry bosses have something inevitable, either amazing technology or eloquent. Larry Page and Sergey Brin are obviously the former. Although Roland doesn't read books in the traditional sense, and has hit James many times, he still envies those who can get a doctorate through reading. No matter what, this at least reflects the other party's learning ability, which is better than his own. Of course, strong ability does not mean success without the cooperation of capital. Outstanding talent is also the fate of a worker. Roland understood what they meant. For the guys who were doing research, investors like him were simply big money bags with lots of money. You know, when Larry Page and Sergey Brin received an email from Cole Needham asking them to bring their stuff to Blizzard Entertainment to discuss the project, they were surprised by this internal linkage practice that only existed in small companies. When they came to Blizzard Entertainment and saw those engineers writing code while petting cats and thinking about ideas while stepping on dogs, they were deeply attracted by this super relaxed working atmosphere. And when they learned from Mike Mohame that the company's annual goal was to develop fun games, they cursed in their hearts. The annual goal of a company with nearly 100 employees is just to develop fun games without talking about profits. Isn't this just retirement? At that time, they wanted to know which stupid investor could do such a thing. But when they were halfway through the discussion with the three giants of Blizzard and were negotiating the final price of the two optimization plugins, the three giants of Blizzard received a call and apologized to them that the boss was here and the negotiations were temporarily put on hold. If it were in the past, they would definitely have resentment in their hearts. But when they thought that they would soon meet Shaq, their resentment in their hearts also dissipated a lot. But when they saw Roland, the clouds in their hearts suddenly disappeared because his uncle invested in Yahoo. And Yahoo is now very successful. Just like fairies don't poop, successful people fart, and they are all fragrant. Since there is such a successful experience as Yahoo, then Roland's methods of dealing with Blizzard Entertainment and IMD are alright. What's more, both of them are profitable. Not only that, while the clouds dissipated, they also wanted to meet this knowledgeable guy and have a few words. What they are researching now is the search engine, and if the research and development is successful, the easiest way to occupy the market is to be accepted by Yahoo, so it would be better to have a relationship. Of course, they also have the same idea as Roland, who knows what Google will develop into. With their own ulterior motives, the two sides are simply like a turtle and a mung bean, and they just fall in love with each other. Larry, I won't talk to you about the company's affairs. I promised them that I would let them raise these children by themselves, so I respect their every idea. However, I'm very interested in the search engine project you just told me about. I also surf the internet, and I know how troublesome it is to remember URLs. That's why my uncle invested in Yahoo. We all think this will bring convenience to people, and I think the search engine you mentioned is good. After all, even if Yahoo gathers more URLs, it is still troublesome to find them. Your research can save people a lot of time and reduce a lot of trouble. So, I decided to sponsor you 100,000 yuan in my personal name. I hope you can focus on research and development. If there are results, it is of course a good thing and will benefit mankind. If not, then come to me again. I can still help you. I believe in Cole and Mike's vision. Since they recognize the plugins you made, I firmly believe that you will succeed. If you encounter problems temporarily, you can overcome them. When Roland signaled his assistant to sign a check for 100,000 yuan to Larry Page and Sergey Brin, both of them were a little confused. In fact, they are not civilians. Larry Page's parents are computer professors at Michigan State University. When many poor children did not know what computers were, he could already repair machines. Under the influence of his parents, he certainly knew that the research and development of any technology cannot be separated from financial support. Professors and schools also apply for research funds. The same is true for Sergey Brin. His father is a mathematics professor at the University of Maryland, and his mother works at the Space Flight Center of NASA. When he was in elementary school, he could design computer printing plans. You know, at that time, the teacher who taught him had only seen the business jets in the school. It is precisely because of their parents' role models, and knowing that their parents' current status is hard-won, that they will be extremely surprised when they see the relaxed office environment of Blizzard Entertainment. This is the place where researchers like to stay the most. This feeling of arbitrary allocation of funds is what all scientific researchers yearn for the most. As for the 100,000 sponsored by Roland, this makes them extremely excited. It's not that they don't have money. If they want to start a business, they can get angel investment of millions in a minute. Ask their parents for it. But the reason why they don't talk about it is that they don't have the face to ask for money without a product. They do research because they think their technology is no worse than their parents who teach in school. Compared with the high-sounding rhetoric of benefiting mankind, they just want to prove themselves. Selling technology to him is proof. Getting a sponsorship of 100,000 just based on the idea is also proof. Almost all entrepreneurs' psychological goals at the beginning of their business are to prove their ability to their parents, relatives, and friends. As long as they achieve this, they are very happy. As for becoming bigger and stronger, that's something for the future. That's why Jack Ma said that when he got a salary of 91 yuan, he was the happiest. Because these guys can't have seen the reference answers like Roland, they don't know who to trust. In the process of development, they need to do everything themselves, and it is this kind of hands-on work that makes them physically and mentally exhausted and lose happiness. But now, they have been recognized without any achievements, which makes them very happy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The two people who received the check thanked them repeatedly. Roland, who also did not discuss any business with them, was also very happy and waved his hand and said, "It's okay. My biggest hobby is to help others realize their dreams. I was able to help Mike and Cole back then, and now I can help you. Since there are disagreements on business, let's not talk about it for the time being. It just so happens that the next week is Blizzard's annual meeting and fun time. If you are interested, then stay and participate. Although your research directions are not the same, a relaxed environment is actually helpful for everyone's thinking." Roland, who pretended to be a dream ambassador in front of the two, left with Mike Mohami and the others. At the same time, Larry Page and Sergey Brin also heard their conversation. "What is this year's event?" "Same as last year. It's still an internal battle between Warcraft and Spider-Man." "What about the prizes?" "Same as last year. Cash prizes." "Mike, you can't do that. This year's revenue is at least 4 times that of last year. How can you only make money, but not spend it?" After the annual meeting, the Warcraft, Diablo, and Spider-Man project teams will all be granted a week off to go out and play. They can decide where they want to go, and all expenses will be reimbursed by the company. Go out more often, and your horizons will be broadened. When making games, there will be more materials for story backgrounds and scene designs. Spending money is to make more money. In addition, they are allowed to bring their immediate family members. They have been busy for a year without taking a break. I feel tired for you. Such words made Larry Page and Sergey Brin look at each other. Oh my god. Is Roland so generous? He is worthy of being a superstar from Hollywood. This is really not taking money as money. If Roland knew what these two people were thinking, he would definitely laugh secretly. It was really cool to show off their office philosophy in front of them. Didn't Blizzard Entertainment learn the open office from Google in its previous life? This was the life they longed for, and it was normal for them to be amazed by it now. With the same operating philosophy, Roland was not afraid that these two people would not take the bait. I'm generous and don't care about things. Such a good for nothing behavior. You guys come and kill me. Note, Google was established in 1996, and it was running on Stanford's campus network at that time, and its name was Backrub. Sergey Brin and Larry Page did not start from scratch. The most fundamental purpose of their search engine was to prove their ability to their parents. At that time, Sergey's father hoped that his son would inherit his mantle and conduct research in mathematics. Page started out by exploring data. The so-called genius teenagers were able to program on computers at home when they were 6 years old. At that time, personal computers were not yet popular, and more than 90% of people had never even seen a computer. The so-called rejection by Yahoo was confirmed by David Fillo. It was not that they could not raise funds, but they wanted to prove to their own people that the technology they had come up with was fine. After being rejected by David Fillo, the two of them cried in the coffee room of Yahoo, and then they went back and asked their mentor for 100,000 yuan, and then their parents raised 1 million yuan for them. Just like Jeff Bezos of Amazon, it was too difficult, and he made it all by himself. At the Google I/O conference in 2013, Page publicly admitted that he wanted to attend the robotics conference that year, and he mentioned it to his father the night before. The next day, his father helped him get a ticket and took him there. The so-called financing of 25 million within half a year of establishment was just one person investing in one person. Sergey's mother did work at NASA, so Google was able to beat other search engines and get government projects in the early stages of its development. Chapter 207 Annual Meeting. Although he only had a few brief exchanges with Larry Page and Sergey Brin, Roland was actually as excited as these two young men who had just started their careers and had yet to make a name for themselves. It was not about how valuable Google was, nor how much benefit Roland could gain from investing in them. To put it bluntly, with 4.68 million Yahoo shares, 15% of Amazon shares, 10 million Microsoft shares that were about to be built, and the ambition to swallow up 1/10 of Apple, isn't money just paper? Just like the happy wind man, as long as I eat fast enough, my teammates can't catch up with me. As long as Roland donates a little slower, the guys on the Forbes list in the future will not have as much money as him alone. But to be honest, after buying 20,000 shares of Berkshire Hathaway, continuing to make money is one of Roland's goals, but it is definitely not his primary goal. The fundamental reason he strives to make himself comfortable in all aspects. Now he gives profits to those film companies in exchange for the media giants behind the film companies to show mercy. Roland doesn't want to be on the headlines every day, but those media giants can make his wish come true. But with the advent of the internet age, the interconnection of all things has officially brought people into the information age, and the rise of mobile internet has made the source of news extremely complicated. At that time, the media groups that control the cable media network can no longer block the news. Everyone will be the center of the world. People are concerned about the headlines. If you want to live a quiet life in this situation, you have to become the father of those internet giants. Remove the hot search. Remove the headlines. Ban everyone. Block the account. These methods are far less useful than curbing the release of news from the source. Compared with the terrifying market value, what Roland cares about is the control of information. If he doesn't want the public to know about the news related to him, then the public doesn't need to know. I don't want to make it public, so no one can check me. It is true that whoever controls oil controls all countries. Whoever controls food controls humanity. Whoever controls the right to issue currency controls the world. But if this set of rhetoric is put in the information age, then we have to add one more sentence. Whoever controls information controls thoughts. As you can see, when News Corporation is at risk of being sued, Comrade Chuan Jianguo, who has lost his propaganda channel, can only rage against the sky, the earth and the air. On Facebook, he was furious at CNN, which did not obey his orders, and Fox, which suddenly turned against him. And the Voice of America, which was born to serve the United Front, was criticized by the White House for publishing news that was contrary to the will of the president. It is too late to intervene in traditional media channels now. If you want to enter the market, you can only buy Disney at most. But the internet, if Roland gave up, he would be a fool. It is precisely because of his great goal of enjoying life without worries and tinkering with hobbies freely that Roland has never stopped smiling after meeting Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Because he could clearly feel that his strength was growing every second. It was a good feeling to be able to defend life with his own fists. After greeting all the employees up close, Roland, led by Mike Mohammed, came to the conference stage on the second floor of the company with everyone else. After 2 months of preparation, although they could not change the overall layout of the building, the layout of the venue was at least similar. Compared with the premiere Roland had seen, it was indeed simple, but the conference attended by his own people was warm. After asking everyone to sit down, Mike Mohammed also took the cue card and went on stage. He was not dressed in a suit and tie, but in a casual outfit of short-sleeved jeans, representing the R&D attitude of the entire company, and his speech was also very casual. Last year, Warcraft 2nd, Dark Portal was released and sold 1.2 million copies, becoming the best-selling PC game. In the same year, PC Game Magazine named it the best multiplayer online game, and C-Vertical Barnet named it the best online game. But not long after Dark Portal was released, Diablo was released. Thanks to the promotion at the E3 exhibition, this game sold 1 million copies in just 18 days, and then successfully surpassed Dark Portal to become the best-selling PC game in history. We beat ourselves when Mike Mohammed on the stage of the conference hall proudly said that he had defeated himself. The employees sitting below all laughed loudly, and as the photos of the 4 giants of Northern Blizzard appeared on the screen, the scene rang out with enthusiastic applause. The 4 giants who received this honor turned around and waved, and the heroic hymns echoing in their ears made them smile excitedly. In the previous life, Northern Blizzard and Blizzard headquarters did have conflicts. As for the root cause, they themselves also disclosed it: money. Because when developing Diablo, the research and development funds provided by Blizzard headquarters were not enough, so Blizzard North could only embezzle funds from other projects to complete the development. After the listing, Diablo defeated Warcraft, the flagship product of Blizzard headquarters, so the two sides had a grudge. Blizzard North felt that its research and development strength was higher than that of the headquarters, while the headquarters felt that this behavior of embezzling funds seriously violated the company's regulations, so the two sides quarreled. Now, Blizzard, backed by Roland, has no shortage of money and channels. Even if Diablo is a great success, it is also the wisdom of the 3 giants of Blizzard, and Blizzard North also developed a hit with the full support of Blizzard headquarters. When the bowl is very satisfied, and the 1,000 miles horse is more comfortable, it is strange that the two companies can quarrel. Of course, even if Warcraft 2, Dark Portal refreshed the sales record of PC games, and Diablo broke it a few months later, they are not the most dazzling products produced by the company. After the venue returned to silence, Mike Mohammed continued, however, our best-selling game last year was still Spider-Man, which sold 4 million copies. I believe everyone knows that a large part of the reason for the success of this game is due to the charisma of our boss. Since he is here, he can tell us what he thinks. Okay. Pa pa pa. Swish. Before he finished speaking, a variety of sounds broke out at the scene, including pleasant whistles, friendly cheers, welcoming applause, and some guys even shouted Roland's name. In the expectation of the crowd, Roland, who was still sitting still, walked onto the stage. While taking the microphone, he casually looked around the venue, taking in the current state of everyone. Looking at the excited smiling faces, Roland said, I'm just here to attend the annual meeting, to have fun. Why do you want me to speak on stage? The point is that they didn't prepare a speech for me at all, and I don't know how to praise you properly. The 3 of them didn't do their job well, so deduct their money. The year-end bonus is gone, and whoever claps the loudest will get the money. As soon as the casual words came out, the guys below laughed. Some guys played games with Roland last year, so they were no longer surprised by Roland's attitude of saying whatever he thought, while the newcomers were happy about Roland's openness. As for the 3 giants of Blizzard, the 3 of them smiled bitterly and fell on their chairs, shaking their heads. After everyone finished laughing, Roland continued, okay, now that I'm here, I'll just say a few words. The success of the game Spider-Man is largely due to the careful design of the project team. If the game isn't fun, no one will keep buying it. The reason it sold 4 million copies is also related to the loyal fans Marvel has cultivated over the years, the fans who support me, and Sony's marketing methods. But these are all factors for success that can be slowly cultivated and realized. Our goal at Blizzard Entertainment is to provide players with the best gaming experience. As a nascent game company, we may not have Marvel's history, a huge fan base, or Sony's classic marketing strategy, but as long as we aim to work hard to develop games that players enjoy, one day we will also be able to gain a bunch of loyal fans. The Warcraft series is a good start, and the development of the sequel to Diablo is also a loyal continuation. I believe that with your love for games, one day in the future, I will film our own family story. By then, it won't be that Blizzard Entertainment has developed a game adaptation of Spider-Man starring Roland Allen, so the financial statements are so impressive, but that Blizzard Entertainment has joined hands with Roland Allen to bring its games to the screen and move countless gamers. Today you are making games based on the movies I shot, and tomorrow I will make a movie based on the world you created. This is not mutual achievement, nor is it mutual benefit, but creating the world with heart. I hope that 10 years later, you can tell me that Warcraft, which has 100 million players, can be tried as a movie. By then, even if you don't let me act, I will have to act. I believe you can create a world that will amaze and fascinate players, and I look forward to that day. Thank you. Wow. When Roland smiled and waved and jumped off the stage, enthusiastic applause rang out in the venue of nearly 100 people. Blizzard Entertainment now has 3 fist products, but the sales of Warcraft and Diablo combined are not as much as Spider-Man. Everyone knows that this is a collision between an old IP and a new product. It is not shameful to lose, but the members of Blizzard Entertainment are all young people. They gather together because they love games. They can accept the fact, but they will always be unwilling in their hearts. But now that Roland said this, they feel much more comfortable. That's right. No matter how well Spider-Man sells, isn't it the product of their own boss? This game is not adapted because it has a good comic foundation, but because their own boss wants to shoot a related movie, so there is a game-based strategic arrangement. They lost not to Marvel, but to their own boss. In this case, their own boss expects the game they made to be adapted into a film and television. Isn't this a disguised recognition of their achievements? This kind of recognition is easier to inspire people than giving money and benefits. Because these guys are not old hands with families to support, since they are gathered together because of the love of games, the fundamental thing that can impress them is the recognition from both inside and outside the industry. Although Roland does not make games and cannot program, he is a major copyright collector in Hollywood. The copyrights that he can take a fancy to are the best in the industry. And he believes that Blizzard's games can be adapted into movies and TV shows, which is telling everyone, I believe you can make the best games in the world. For young people who have just entered the industry and want to prove themselves, this is the best encouragement. Their company atmosphere is really good. Larry Page, who had been sitting in the back row watching, felt the excitement coming from the Blizzard employees next to him, and a hint of envy appeared on his face. Maybe this is the company culture? Company culture? I think so. Sergey Brin nodded and said in agreement. I asked them before. The first criterion for recruiting at Blizzard Entertainment is a love of games. They are gathered together because of the same dream, so they will have a strong sense of identity. Although everyone has different preferences, the company standard is that after 5 years of employment and having participated in the development of 2 or more game projects, they can submit an application to the company and establish a research and development project with their own creative ideas. During this period, the company does not interfere with their thinking. They only need to set a price and sell it to the company after research and development. Such relaxed conditions plus generous treatment can only be offered by Hollywood stars like Roland, who are not short of money. After all, his annual income from film and television copyrights is enough to support all team expenses of the entire company, not to mention that Blizzard Entertainment has begun to make a profit. It seems that Roland is really a good investor, Larry Page said with a smile. Yes, we can tell from the communication attitude between Blizzard Entertainment and him. Sergey Brin said with emotion, it is unimaginable that the group companies promote each other's projects so casually. In the interval between talking, they instinctively touched the check in their pockets. When their hands touched each other, they all smiled knowingly while leaning on their chairs. No entrepreneur likes to listen to investors talking to them. No. Isn't angel investment investing in dreams? Entrepreneurs have dreams in their hearts, and they also hope that investors have good expectations. If Roland knew their thoughts, he would definitely be speechless. Blizzard is a game company? Bullshit. Isn't their full name Blizzard Film Studios, which means making CG with heart and making games with feet? I'm just stating a fact. How can I say that I have good expectations? Of course, the speech at the Blizzard annual meeting did not last long. Everyone wanted to relax. Who would want to listen to you talking? Roland also participated in the whole match this year, but unlike last year's LAN match, Blizzard had already developed the Battle.net, which allowed everyone to be online the whole time. Then, the whole company became an internet cafe. Unlike last year when everyone watched in front of the big screen, this year they watched the match in groups of 3 or 4 with their computers. This also made Roland have no secrets, and all the advanced tactics were stolen by them. At the beginning, he could still win a few games by taking advantage of the unexpected, but later, using tactics in front of the developers, isn't that courting death? As a result, Roland's points were still far ahead in the first 2 days, but after that, his hand speed couldn't keep up with the developers, and his body was hollowed out, so he typed GG directly. No more. No more. You guys are cheating. Roland was so angry that everyone laughed at him. But after finishing the game of Warcraft 2, Dark Portal, he couldn't reach the top of Spider-Man because he was blocked by a bunch of people. He was just saying, don't force me to deduct your salary, your annual leave is gone. Next year, I will clean toilets for a year. Roland made it into the top 10 after he gave awards to the top 3 while cursing, and personally announced the annual leave arrangements, emphasizing that family members could be brought along. Happy laughter suddenly rang out in the company headquarters, and a group of people shouted, "Thank you, boss." Roland was startled by the overwhelming wave of thanks. If it was a moving female voice, he would have even doubted whether he had sneaked into a large conference hall. After realizing that those guys were all staring at him with excited eyes, he came to his senses and waved his hand generously. Don't say these useless things. After you come back from playing, you must speed up the development of StarCraft and the sequel to Diablo. Of course, if you find a game company with a good atmosphere and technology, you can also report it. As long as they are a group of people who love games, we can propose to acquire them. You know, Mike and his team's target is 1,000 people. When Roland left Irvine with a relaxed mind and body and set off on his way home, Kate, who had been with him at Blizzard headquarters for a week, turned her head and looked at Roland with curiosity. Do you like games? I love games. Roland corrected her. Like movies? Of course. Is this what you call enjoying life? Upon hearing this, Roland shook his head repeatedly and denied it. No, no, no. Whether it is movies or games, they are all part of life. I will take time to enjoy them. They are part of my life, but they will never be all. Really? Then what else is there in your life? Kate asked with a smile, looking at Roland's chicken coop-like hair. Roland paused, then looked into the other's eyes and said, help the guy you like realize his dream. Hey. Kate pursed her lips, turned her head away, and ignored Roland. Seeing this, Roland also leaned there with a smile, took out his mobile phone, and found Spielberg's phone number. Note, in the field of PC games in those years, it was Blizzard playing with itself, breaking its own records, and all the achievements were made by playing. Battle.net was already available in 1997, but Warcraft 2 was not initially available on Battle.net. Battle.net was created to serve Diablo. The first real-time strategy game to be available on Battle.net was StarCraft. Chapter 208. Those standing on the stage are all losers. Shady dealings and awards cannot go together. Roland Allen called Steven Spielberg to discuss Kate Winslet's Oscar bid. In the past, many people have always believed that the Weinstein brothers were the biggest promoters of the Oscars. The two brothers have produced more than 100 Oscar trophies and won countless Best Actor and Actress awards, but few people know that compared with Steven Spielberg, the achievements of the two brothers are not good enough. Because the old man is the only guy in the post-studio era who has won 3 consecutive championships. Everyone knows that Shakespeare, in Love defeating Saving Private Ryan, is one of the 5 major tragedies in the history of the Oscars, but the media never mentions that in the 3 years after the tragedy, more than a dozen little golden men were swept away by the old man. At the Oscars in the millennium, DreamWorks' main film American Beauty won 5 awards, including Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Director, Best Original Screenplay and Best Cinematography. In addition, it also received 3 nominations, including Best Actress. At the Oscars in 2001, DreamWorks' main film Gladiator won 5 more awards, including Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Costume Design, Best Sound and Best Visual Effects. In addition, it received 7 nominations, including Best Director. At the Oscars in 2002, DreamWorks' main film A Beautiful Mind also won 4 major awards, including Best Picture, Best Supporting Actress, Best Director and Best Adapted Screenplay. They also received 4 nominations, including Best Actor. 3 years, 3 movies, 28 nominations, 14 wins, a 50% winning rate. If this result is not scary enough, what about the Best Picture? 2 Best Actor and 2 Best Director awards for 3 consecutive years. The Weinstein brothers have been playing the Oscar game for decades, and they dare not think about such things. But the old man did it easily. If DreamWorks had not been unable to break through the 6 blockades and chose to commit suicide, no one knows how many more Oscars they could have managed. So, you came here to talk to me about the Oscars? The point is, this is not for you, but for others. When Roland called the old man, Spielberg, who knew his idea, asked Roland to come to DreamWorks headquarters to find him. Standing in front of the French window in the office, with his hands on the railing, looking down at the factory below, the old man narrowed his eyes and raised his mouth slightly, revealing some of his obscure emotions. After staring for a while, he turned his head and looked at the young man next to him who was almost as tall as him, and smiled and said, "Are you serious? Have you confirmed it? When I was your age, I hadn't started dating girls yet. You are obviously misogynistic, okay?" Roland complained quietly in his heart. However, although he knew the old man's problem, he couldn't say that. Because he didn't want to be beaten. "She spent Christmas at my house this year. David and Bonetti have both met her, and they feel she's okay." Roland picked his ears, and the slightly nervous movement was seen by the old man. Under his gaze, the little guy continued, "She started acting at the age of 5. If I have to describe it, it is that she has developed an instinctive dependence on acting. Her long cherished wish is to win an Oscar one day, and we all know this, right?" Although Roland's words were unclear, Spielberg understood them. With his arms folded, he moved closer to Roland, nudged him with his elbow, and blinked a few times under his round-framed glasses. Even his voice became gossipy. "You want her to quit now? But before the official announcement, I want to help her realize her dream without any regrets." Hey, please don't say such harsh words. If those feminists hear it, my image will be ruined. Roland glared at the old man and said, "You just need to know this matter in your heart." At this point, he suddenly glanced downstairs again. After a second, he turned his head and asked proudly, "Can this be done, hey?" Seeing Roland's pretentious demeanor, Spielberg immediately raised his eyebrows and laughed. "Roland, is this your attitude when asking for help? I don't care, but..." At this point, Spielberg also took a look at the factory area downstairs. When he found that Roland's car was parked in the open space under the building, and a woman in a coat was leaning against the car and looking around, the old man's face also showed a smile. "Oh, so you came here without telling her? You want to help her realize her dream. Doesn't she know it herself?" Seeing that the source of his anxious questioning had been seen through by the other party, Roland no longer concealed it and responded helplessly, "Yeah, that's right. Roland really came here without telling Kate." The excuse he gave Kate was to discuss the project he had discussed with Spielberg before. In his opinion, before getting the little golden man, the other party didn't need to know any arrangements. If he failed, it would only leave trouble for the other party. Of course, to put it nicely, when the results are announced, isn't that a surprise? The surprise obtained in an instant and the one obtained after careful preparation, The former is naturally more touching. How could Spielberg not guess Roland's little thoughts? If it were someone else, he would not bother to care, but his student. Winning the Oscar is not a problem. The old man, who had already found out Roland's fundamental thoughts, did not dwell on the boring topic, but directly rubbed his temple and said, in 1986, Mary Martellin won the Oscar for Best Actress for The Daughter of a Poor God. She was born in 1965 and was only 21 years old at the time. This is the most recent example of winning the Oscar for Best Actress at the age of 20. At the same time, she is also the youngest actress in the history of the Oscars. So, Kate Sage is not a problem. You don't have to worry about it, and what I care about is the dark side, and the awards must not go together. I want to know your specific plan. Do you understand what I mean? Roland certainly understood what Spielberg meant, because things selected by people have never been fair. How to make the public feel that you deserve this award is the basis of operating the award. To outsiders, the Weinstein brothers are indeed awesome. But in fact, the bragging on the surface is all stupid. Once the identity of the behind-the-scenes promoter comes to the front, it can only prove that their ability is limited. Unable to operate some awards quietly, all things are exposed by the media, and even these public opinions cannot be controlled. Then in this game, you are destined to be a loser. Why? Because the awards that are accompanied by the dark side of public opinion are better not to take. Because taking it will also damage your own image. If the talent is not worthy of the position, even if the public relations produces a queen, it will be a bad name for thousands of years. How to make things like winning awards get positive comments. This is actually the real Oscar public relations. The behavior of the Weinstein brothers, who only care about the results and ignore public opinion, hurts others and themselves. Don't say that time can smooth everything out. The example of the Water Queen is still there after more than 20 years. Because of this, many Oscar-winning projects have actually chosen the target awards from the beginning of the project. It is true that the Hollywood Awards season is from early December to the end of the Oscars, but the public relations activities for the Oscar-winning films have been launched since early October. And the moment the film is determined to win the Oscar, all the public relations processes have been planned and written. Winning the Oscar is not just a few months for the audience every year, but a long-term battle in units of years. Don't believe it? Dances with Wolves and The Silence of the Lambs are works released by the same company with a time difference. Because they firmly believe that these two films can publicize the best film. If you compete for the Oscar in 2 years, you can get 2 awards, but if you compete for the Oscar in 1 year, isn't it just beating yourself up and making trouble for money? So luck is something that you should just listen to. What's more, God never favors those who are unprepared. Of course, this prediction of no film is only for non-technical awards such as Best Picture and Best Screenplay. As for the technical awards such as acting, directing, and editing, we still have to wait until the film is finished before considering them. Because it is impossible to judge whether something that can be seen directly by the eyes can win awards only by the quality of the script. As the most subjective visual technique, people have to watch it first before deciding the plan. However, there is one exception, that is money. Just like Eddie Redmayne, the theory of everything has not started shooting yet, and the outside world is full of news and public relations drafts of Eddie Redmayne asking Hawking for advice on how to play Hawking well. Isn't a biographical film an imitation and reshaping of the biographical character itself? When others make biographical films, they can only study the materials. But Eddie Redmayne made a biographical film and stayed directly with Hawking to discuss the role face to face. In this case, which judge dared to say that he did not act well? I stayed with Hawking for a week, and he slowly tapped the keyboard to tell me that he was the same as in the movie back then. Even the person involved recognized it. What else do you judges have to say? Money power can make the PR plan for technical awards determined before the film is released. If you look at the root of it, it is that my family's assets are over 100 billion. The living can testify for me, and the dead can speak. If not, that's definitely because you don't have enough money. Hollywood may not be called a flesh and blood factory with many shady dealings, but it is definitely not a beautiful paradise that everyone yearns for. Of course, Roland does not have assets of over 100 billion now, but this does not prevent him from exercising his money power. After he told Spielberg about the idea of joining the six majors to help him win the Oscar, the old man who had his hand on Roland's shoulder froze there, his Adam's apple trembling, and he couldn't say a word for more than half a minute. You. He was just like Sudaki Yang, who was confronted by his second son, shaking all the time. When the old man came back to his senses, there was only helplessness on his face. Aren't you serious about this? Spider-Man was licensed to Disney at a low price? Projects like Lord of the Rings and X-Men sold up to half of the investment to the six majors in exchange for their help? Plus Titanic already belongs to Fox, and Sony wants you to make a movie, so the six companies are all done? Roland. That's not how you spend money. The old man thought Roland was crazy, because in his opinion, an Oscar is not worth so much money. Although there is no precedent for fantasy movies in Hollywood, comic adapted movies are currently only Roland's works with their own fan base, but the value of the project is not calculated in this way. For the valuation of all film and television projects, the first person to be evaluated will always be the producer. If the producer is a big shot, even if it is a side door, the valuation will soar. For no other reason, it is because of the head effect. Not only that, Spielberg also remembered another thing. Is your Warcraft films not developing because you want to use these resources to help Kate get an Oscar? If that's the case, I just want to know one thing now. When are you two going to get married? HMM. It's no wonder Spielberg would think so. You know, when Roland was instigating him to take over the shares of Sony Overseas Distribution Company, he was so arrogant. Steven. We have to do it ourselves after all. The old-fashioned words made the old man accept this little ally. After getting the shares of the Overseas Distribution Company, Roland was also full of energy. Warcraft Films was established first, followed by the emergence of a series of hits. The Wedding Banquet, Eat Drink Man Woman, Seven Deadly Sins, The Shawshank Redemption, Rumble in the Bronx. When these movies were released one after another, it really meant to challenge the secular rules. But before the old man could pay the highest respect to Roland's strong charge and leading the ideological consciousness, and was ready to sound the clarion call for reform with the newly formed DreamWorks production movie, hey, Roland suddenly quit. Even if he had a lot of money in his hands, he would not invest in other film and television projects, let alone the development of film and television companies. Not only that, he also played a game of hello, I'm good, everyone is good with the six big companies. In addition, almost all the previous works of Warcraft film and television were bought, and the entire company only had two fixed positions, general manager and finance. So the shitpot that should have been carried by Roland was instantly put on the old man's DreamWorks by the six big companies. They thought that this was the old man asking his apprentice to find out the situation. As for Roland wanting to challenge the six big companies, don't be ridiculous. There are only 3 people in their company, and they are not challenging the 6 big companies. The only self-invested 7 deadly sins was still pulled by Catherine Kennedy. In the absence of people, venues, and equipment, even if Roland shouted, I want to rebel, I want to overthrow Hollywood, no one would believe his truth. On the contrary, DreamWorks, which bought land and built factories, seemed to be the ambitious guy. If we have to describe Roland's behavior, it is that, when DreamWorks was preparing, he wore the clothes of DreamWorks allies, took off his pants, stuck out his white, but to taunt the 6 big companies, and yelled, come and hit me if you dare. When the 6 big companies pointed their guns at him, he tore off his disguise, jumped back in an instant, and continued to shout, Tajan, it's me. Don't shoot. Then, DreamWorks, which had been rubbing its hands behind Roland, and wanted to give it a try, heard a voice, super aiming has been deployed. In an instant, DreamWorks, which had done nothing, became a guest of honor on the 6 big companies' attention list. The point is, that the Warcraft films, which should be hit the most, is missing. To be honest, if Spielberg did not expect Roland to challenge the order with him during the negotiation in 1992, then he also did not expect Roland, who could get a bunch of big guys to endorse him, to challenge the authority of the 6 big companies now. Not only that, he was not afraid of the observation and surveillance of the 6 big companies, because he wanted to go against the 6 big companies. However, Roland suddenly quit when Warcraft films could obviously build brand awareness. Isn't this a bit strange? At first, Spielberg had no idea what was going on in his student's mind. But now, he has understood it. Because of love, 9-digit or even 10-digit business was given up, just to bring a little golden man home for his girlfriend? TUI. Only a fool can do this kind of thing, okay? Spielberg asked himself, if he were a woman, even if he was worth more than 4 billion, he would have been married. A man who gave up hundreds of millions of profits, just to realize his dream will never be found in the next life. Unfortunately, he will never know that the reason why Roland did this is because he never expected to make a lot of money in Hollywood. No matter how well he does in Hollywood, he can't become the richest man. He couldn't do it before, and he won't do it in the future. In this case, after earning operating funds, isn't it a matter of course to use the resources in his hands to exchange for the joy in his heart? Money can't buy my willingness. I'm happy. Are you happy? But I'm suffering. You are satisfied with the status quo, but I still have to support the whole company. After hearing Roland's arrogant explanation, Spielberg immediately raised his hand and slapped Roland's head a few times. He was really fed up with having such a prodigal apprentice. So, I'm here to help you support the people in the company now. Roland really didn't know what face was. When Spielberg panted and fell on the sofa, he followed him with a smirk. Steven, I will be very idle for a long time in the future. If you develop any projects, and there is a role suitable for me, I can act in it for free. Spielberg is no stranger to Roland's shameless behavior. If he had any shame, he would not be able to get close to these big guys. However, it doesn't matter if he doesn't say it. Once he said it, the old man remembered something. There is still a bunch of things that Roland wants to help solve on the Saving Private Ryan side. He was worried about the relationship between Roland and Kate before, so he didn't mention it. But now when the two can stay where they are and don't have to move around, they can just move the Civil Affairs Bureau over to let the two get married. Isn't it natural to mention a venue? However, just when the old man pouted and wanted to leave Roland alone to wake up this prodigal son, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It's not right. Roland wanted the 6 big companies to help Kate win the Oscar, but he just mentioned 5. Sony can make money from the Spider-Man series. Fox is the investor and producer of Titanic. Disney is likely to agree to cooperate with Spider-Man in the theme park. Warner and Universal can use the types of The Lord of the Rings and X-Men to negotiate, so Paramount can't arrange it at all. But now, Saving Private Ryan is a project jointly produced by DreamWorks and Paramount. So your request for me to help Kate win an Oscar was fake, but your request to get another Paramount project from me was real? I'm your teacher. I've helped you for 7 years. Are you trying to trick me like this? When Spielberg found out about this, his face suddenly turned bad. He really wanted to beat Roland up, but when he thought that everything Roland did was not for him at all, he couldn't do it. After glaring at the grinning guy, he waved his hand and said, Saving Private Ryan, right? I can arrange a role for you, but... Spielberg said it so bluntly, how could Roland not know that this guy had guessed his thoughts? As for the tone, it doesn't matter. But what? Roland, who was sitting on the armrest of the sofa, asked with a smile. Glancing at Roland, Spielberg did not hide anything. But, you have to let Kate come to discuss the project. Note, the Weinstein brothers are just bullshit promoted by the media. I have written about Sony classics before. They have also operated more than 100 Oscars, and there are also some searchlights, and they have also won many awards, but no one has ever promoted them. The Weinstein brothers are just a target. The public knows that they are bullshit, and the guy who beats them to win the Oscar seems to be well deserved. The Oscars have been playing this kind of publicity for decades. The DreamWorks incident is also true. After Saving Private Ryan lost, DreamWorks won for 3 consecutive years, but no media doubted it because they were defeated by the Weinstein brothers. Of course, there is another saying that the reason why Weinstein was pushed to the front is because Disney could not tolerate him, so he was criticized by the public. Miramax sold to Disney before because it wanted to get protection, but unfortunately, they did not get along. Before the filming of The Theory of Everything began, Focus Features released the news that Eddie Redmayne and Hawking had met and exchanged ideas. He himself revealed that Hawking could only speak 20 to 30 sentences a day. He recommended an autobiography to Eddie Redmayne that matched his life experience. I don't mean to deny other people's efforts and acting skills. I just want to say that it is not so easy to win the Best Actor award at the age of 33. Money means you can do whatever you want. I remember that I had noted Dances with Wolves and The Silence of the Lambs before. Chapter 209. Kate wants to exchange interests, the real owner behind the Dream Factory. Let Kate come to discuss the project? Hearing this, Roland hesitated. He thought the old man wanted to put the whole thing on the table and make it clear. Stephen, this is not necessary, right? Saving Private Ryan is a collaboration between us. Although we will give up a lot of resources for the Oscar, I don't want to talk about it for the time being. I want to wait until the matter is done before making it public, so there's no need to call her over, right? In Roland's opinion, it was reasonable for Spielberg to be wary of Kate because his first marriage ended in a dismal ending. Not only that, because there were problems with the prenuptial agreement, it was ruled invalid by the court. So in that marriage, the old man paid a breakup fee of $100 million. As a person recognized by the old man, it was normal for him to warn Roland. If it was a truck driver, Roland believed that after hearing such a stupid Oscar plan, the guy who had suffered a loss would definitely raise his hand to slap himself. After all, that grumpy old man lost all his property in multiple divorce cases. Of course, losing the property is fine. The most important thing is that the Terminator series was not taken back in the end, which is the real hurt. It is precisely because I have witnessed the bloody facts with my own eyes that I know that feelings are the most expensive business in the world. So it is better to talk about money first than to talk about love with them. As long as the distribution of property is settled, everything else can be cultivated slowly. This is not snobbish, but responsible for oneself. Like Roland's current talk about the Oscar. With Spielberg and Cameron's temperament, they will definitely let the woman know how much money this trophy will cost first. I can fulfill your wish, but you have to know how much I have paid to help you realize your wish. There is no free lunch in the world, and all gains are just exchanges of interests. However, Roland's brain circuit is not on the same channel as Spielberg. He will remind Roland, but not now. It's not the time to talk about marriage yet. With David Olson around, the old man believes that no one can cheat Roland of his property. However, Roland was able to think of his own property instantly when his face changed. This vigilance made him feel at ease. Even though the two of them had a different idea, the old man still said, "You still know that you have a lot of property? I thought you were going to give it all away. Since you don't want to tell her, I won't mention the matter of the Oscar." Hearing the other party say this, Roland breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could express his gratitude, another turn came. "But we still have to meet the person. There is currently a problem with the Saving Private Ryan project." After the old man talked about the fact that the British Ministry of Defense did not give him face, Roland, who learned the whole story, relaxed a lot. After seeing Roland's relaxed look, the old man smiled and said, "Why do I feel that you think this matter is very simple? I have contacted Paramount, but they just won't give in. Didn't you give me the answer?" As long as the old man did not reveal his plan, Roland would not care about the other party's deliberate questions. "You think Kate can handle this matter, and I have the same idea as you." "Really?" Hearing what Roland said, the old man smiled even more. "Do you think she will agree readily?" "Of course. I have the confidence." "Then why don't you ask her to come up?" "Not now. It's 5 o'clock. Let's go eat first." Roland glanced at his watch and said, "I'll ask her to come with us to your house to eat. You two don't know each other yet. Don't you think it's awkward if I ask her to come up to discuss things directly?" I discussed the project behind her back without letting her know the truth. But when we talked about the problem, I found out that she could solve it, and directly asked her to come up to help. Isn't this clearly depriving people of their right to know, and only thinking about exploiting them? She is not at all to help me solve all the problems. Since I want her to help, I have to make things clear to her. I give her orders in front of you. She may give me face now, but after I go back, I will be miserable. When Roland shook his eyebrows and said bluntly that he was going to the old man's house for a meal, the old man was extremely surprised by the words. Although many people in Hollywood are supporters of feminism, but in fact, don't everyone say one thing and do another? Just the idea of letting his wife return to the family has already demonstrated their male chauvinism. Not to mention that everything in life is centered on their way of doing things. But Roland hates this practice of calling when needed and sending away when useless. Because his father in his previous life treated his mother like this. Just do it when I tell you to do something. Why ask so many questions? Are you worried that I will lie to you? I'm your husband. It is true that when he first started dating Kate, he did have the idea of using her as a tool. But now, if he really did that, wouldn't he be the father he least wanted to be? Turn Kate into a nanny? Use the feelings they have developed to exploit her? He couldn't do that. Because this kind of exploitation is as disgusting as the genius logic of you only lost a leg, but she lost her love. Okay, let's go to my house for dinner. We'll talk after we finish eating. Roland was determined, so Spielberg didn't force him. What's more, even if Roland didn't take the initiative to ask to have dinner together, he would take the initiative to ask to meet Kate. He wanted to see whether Kate had 4 arms and 8 legs to pull Roland and not let go, or whether she had a gentle personality that made Roland not want to leave. After all, his student had worked hard to earn so much money, and he would have to spend most of it on her soon. However, after the two met, Spielberg looked at her for a long time and didn't find many advantages in Kate. Isn't it just whiter skin, better figure, delicate features, and soft voice, which is slightly related? There are too many blonde girls like this in Hollywood. Hollywood has never lacked beauties. Even if Roland doesn't like those with slim figures, there are many voluptuous beauties in the golden age. The old man thought that a rich and handsome young man like Roland would have a very wild private life, but he didn't expect. Is it certain that he has been hanged on a crooked tree? This is really not like a young man. With a puzzled mentality, Spielberg finished his dinner, and when he called the two to the study and continued to talk about his project along with the topic left on the table, he just said that Saving Private Ryan might be filmed in the UK, and Kate, who was accompanying Roland to listen, suddenly lit up when he continued to say that this time might be as long as 3 months. Spielberg, who had been paying attention to Kate with the corner of his eye, found that this girl laughed directly. Is there any problem with our schedule? Does it make you happy? Spielberg asked the question with a puzzled look in his heart. Faced with this sudden question, Kate, who had been laughing foolishly, was stunned at first, and then nodded and said, "Yeah, Britain is my hometown after all. Of course I'm happy that you go there to film." What? Spielberg didn't get Kate's idea. After staring at her with a puzzled look for 2 seconds, he turned his eyes and looked at Roland, trying to find the answer to the question. As his eyes shifted, Roland, who had already guessed Kate's inner thoughts, did not answer directly, but turned his head to look at the other party and poured a basin of cold water. But the British Ministry of Defence refused to lend us people. Kate, who was still laughing foolishly, froze her smile on her face. After listening to Roland's explanation, she smiled again. How could she not understand what the old and the young meant? He said, "The British Ministry of Defence is unwilling to lend people. I can solve this problem." When Kenneth was making God of War Henry V, in order to film the British-French battle between the two armies, he directly asked Prince Philip to borrow soldiers to cooperate. Kenneth can borrow less than 2,000 people, of course. If it is used by a non-local crew, the cost will be higher. Okay. The problem is solved. Roland smiled at Spielberg. The old man was confused. Although he had guessed that with the current relationship between Kate and Roland, the other party would definitely help, but he didn't expect the girl to agree so readily that he found it difficult to accept. Because he was used to making deals. But before he could express his feelings for the young people's view of making friends, Kate suddenly changed the subject. But there is one thing I have to make clear in advance. Hey, the sex scene is coming. That's right. All the games are just exchanges of interests. Okay, you say. Spielberg, who never believed in women, nodded. I want the crew's shooting schedule. Kate made her request. shooting schedule. Upon hearing this, Spielberg was confused again. This kind of thing is not confidential. Kate can just ask Roland for it. There is no need to raise it carefully. After seeing the old man frowning again, Roland, who knew the answer well, was too lazy to watch the two of them playing dumb here, and directly laid out the whole topic. Steven, she wants to know when our crew will take a vacation. When we take a vacation, she will take me to her house, right? Roland said the first half of the sentence to Spielberg, and the last question was directed at Kate. The helpless voice also made Kate nod with satisfaction. Since you know it, then you should consciously go to my house when the time comes. If you dare to say no, I won't help you borrow people. That's right. When Roland learned that Spielberg hoped Kate could solve the problem of filming Saving Private Ryan in the UK, he knew that this kind of problem was not a problem at all. Because the movie was filmed in the UK, wouldn't it just fulfill Kate's wish? Kate is now in a semi-unemployed state, with no movies to shoot and no friends. When Roland is on vacation, she can still run around with Roland. If Roland works, she can only stay at home. After all, both parties had agreed before that Roland would give her some time, and she would try to forget the Oscar. Before forgetting the award, Roland went to work, and she was embarrassed to follow him all the way. That kind of unjustifiable supervision is a bit too much. However, once Roland is going to film in the UK, hey, that's a home turf. My home is in the UK, where can you leave me? I don't have any filming now because of you, so I went out for a walk when I was bored and happened to walk to your crew. This is fate. And when you were on break, you accompanied me around the filming location and then walked to my house. Isn't this God's will? In this way, Roland certainly had the confidence to tell Spielberg that what you think is not a problem at all. Of course, this is not to say that the saying all gains are exchanges of interests is problematic. But the exchange Kate wants is actually to trick Roland into her home. She hasn't avenged the Christmas Eve last year. Didn't you, Roland, make me extremely nervous at that time? This time I will make you tremble constantly. When the old man understood all this, the long sigh he exhaled was comparable to that of a truck driver who had eaten dog food for half a year. He is old, really old, and can't keep up with the times. They have never seen such a young man in their lives. When Spielberg saw Roland nod helplessly, indicating that he would not back down, the project plan of Saving Private Ryan was directly thrown on the table by the old man. Talk. What else is there to talk about now? The biggest problem in the project has been solved, and the biggest worry in the relationship is right in front of us. However, breaking up as soon as the problem is solved has a sense of utilitarianism. While abandoning the project, Roland and the old man's next topic of conversation shifted to the development of DreamWorks. Compared with the silly behavior of Warcraft film and television, DreamWorks is now really full of vitality. After the two sides talked, Roland realized that Spielberg was the real helmsman of DreamWorks. Yes, although DreamWorks is divided into three companies, the live-action film part is controlled by the old man, the animation part is controlled by Jeffrey Katzenberg, and the record part is represented by David Geffen, but the entire company actually listens to the old man alone. Take DreamWorks Animation for example. It was a company directly spun off from Amblin Entertainment. When the old man's student, Robert Zemeckis, shot Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Amblin Entertainment specially set up an animation department called Amblimation, which was responsible for animation production. However, since the old man didn't tinker with animated films, after DreamWorks was established, this historical department was closed down, and its own assets were exchanged for DreamWorks shares. All the people who worked there before were merged into the current DreamWorks Animation. Not only that, since 1995, DreamWorks has also established a company called PDI with Pacific Digital Image Company, which is benchmarked against Steve Jobs' Pixar Animation. The old man who is obsessed with technology thinks that traditional animation has reached the end of history, and the computer animation that Jobs tinkered with is the real future. So, DreamWorks Animation looks like Jeffrey Katzenberg's department, but the people and things inside are what the old man says. First, he has a lot of shares. Second, he controls the core company of computer animation production that DreamWorks Animation relies on. The same is true for other departments such as DreamWorks Electronic Entertainment and record companies. On the surface, the three giants of DreamWorks are invincible in terms of content, backed by Microsoft, Samsung and Chase, and have abundant capital flow. They belong to a serious and healthy group structure, but in fact, the company is still a one-man show of the old man. Spielberg said to go left, and the guys below can't go right. After learning about this distribution, Roland immediately understood why DreamWorks in the previous life was so easy to split up. David Geffen is a big boss after all. How can he let Spielberg do whatever he wants? And when the entire company is its own industry, since he knows that he can't beat the big six, of course he will focus on making money. After all, no one can get along with money. If I lose money, I will lose it myself, so of course I have to weigh the pros and cons. Oh, after all this time, DreamWorks is still yours alone. When Roland heard this amazing fact, his face was full of surprise. It's not mine alone. I just have a larger voting right. Spielberg corrected Roland's words. Okay, a larger voting right. The voting right that can lead the sale of the company. Roland was too lazy to argue with the other party, but he muttered to himself in his heart, since Pixar does not own the copyright of its own animation, it can only maximize its profits if it is acquired by Disney, so when the time comes, I will buy your DreamWorks animation first. It doesn't matter if I can't get Toy Story and Finding Nemo, I can get Shrek the Monsters, Madagascar, Kung Fu Panda, How to Train Your Dragon. Of course, if you can withstand the attack of the big six, then I won't acquire it. If Spielberg knew that this guy who jumped back and forth in Hollywood, accumulated funds, and only for acquisitions has set his sights on his company and wants to dismember DreamWorks, he would definitely slap him in the face. Are you really my student? It's okay for me to be misunderstood by the big six. Now you are secretly trying to dismember my company? I have taught you in vain. If his idea is exposed, Roland actually has an excuse. The acquisition of DreamWorks Animation is just to better acquire Disney. Note, Spielberg pitied himself and gave $100 million for the breakup fee, which should not be said, and Cameron married Anne Hurd in order to get the copyright of Terminator back. I wrote before that Anne Hurd knew that Cameron had no feelings for her. The two got married because of Terminator, but it was Cameron who first sold the copyright to Anne Hurd in exchange for the opportunity to direct. After the movie was a big success, he married her because he had the idea of a sequel. Unfortunately, there was a sequel, but the copyright did not belong to him. This was revealed by Olson Jr. when he bought the copyright of Terminator. He said that Cameron wanted to get the copyright back in 1991 and tried all means, but failed. He was moved by his persistence. I wrote before that the wife of the boss doesn't act in movies, but I missed Cameron, who has a lot of roles. His current wife has also retired from the entertainment industry. Cameron himself said that he likes his wife's low profile. DreamWorks has been absolutely controlled by Spielberg from the beginning, and it is not the big three as the media promotes. The data comes from the Equity Financial Report when Comcast announced NBC Universal's acquisition of DreamWorks in 2016. In order to control the company and hold absolute control, Comcast acquired the corresponding equity of the reorganized Amblin Entertainment, that is, Amblin after Alibaba's investment, at the same time as acquiring DreamWorks. If it weren't for Comcast's acquisition disclosure, the outside world would not believe that after the company changed hands several times, the voting rights in the hands of the old man could still turn the company into a one-man show. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 The Busy Old Man, The Cool Little Lee, and The Obedient Roland. Spielberg is actually quite busy. If it weren't for the fact that Roland was his student and the upcoming project was related to him, the old man really didn't have the time to sit down and chat with others, let alone hold his breath and eat a mouthful of dog food. From September 5th to December 11th, 1996, the old man spent more than 90 days to finish Jurassic Park 2, and then returned to Industrial Light and Magic, spending more than 2 months focusing on editing and post-production. After finally sitting down to take a breath, Roland was tinkering with him again. Although the project of Saving Private Ryan was finalized, it also annoyed him enough. And soon after he threw the project to Roland and kicked this annoying guy out of the house. On February 18, 1997, the old man left Los Angeles again to shoot a story about the pursuit of freedom by black people in the early days of the American Civil War, The Untamed. Well, this translation is actually quite bad. When Roland saw the translation, he thought it was a movie about a naval battle. When he opened it, he found that the whole movie was about the famous case of Amidst in the history of abolition of slavery in America. Because this period of history was very complicated, Roland did not understand it when he watched it. After Roland read K.O. Gillen's BJ in New York, Zhao Chinese Women in Manhattan, Chen Yan is Telling You a Real America, Kan Ning's Studying in America, and Linda's A Close Look at America series, he realized that the movie made by Spielberg was not about the legal system of freedom and liberation. It was a spiritual worship of the superior system of America. To put it nicely, it is called Blood and Struggle, to promote every progress of the rule of law society. To put it bluntly, we can apply Clint Eastwood's words in American Sniper. America is the most awesome country on this planet. As a propaganda outlet for cultural dissemination, it is normal for Hollywood to produce such movies. However, normal is normal, but Roland just doesn't like it. Why? The 2 British TV series Yes, Minister and Yes, Prime Minister have already explained everything. The so-called superior system is not the superior system shown to the public by those who want the public to think that the system is superior. The basis for the existence of spiritual worship is not a superior system at all, but fists and broadcasting. So, even if he knew the other party's filming time, Roland had no intention of watching it. Just like director Zhang Wenhang said, "Don't think too much of me, I also like to watch dramas that don't require brains. Brain-consuming and propaganda movies are so boring." Just as Spielberg left in a hurry, news came from Berlin. The 47th Berlin International Film Festival came to an end on February 24, 1997. At the award ceremony, American actor Leonardo DiCaprio successfully won the Best Actor award for Romeo and Juliet, and won the Silver Bear. As the first important award in Leo's life, this Silver Bear is of great significance to him. River Phoenix won the Venice Film Festival Best Actor award at the age of 21, and he won the Silver Bear at the age of 23. Although he is 2 years older than the other, it doesn't matter, because he is still alive. As long as he is alive, there is hope of surpassing. After returning, the high-spirited young man also held a celebration party. As his big brother, Roland was naturally invited. Although Roland was not interested in this kind of smoking and drinking party, he still arrived on time, because he was bored. But when he saw the beautiful women surrounding Leo, he was surprised. Even though Roland didn't know any of the women around Leo, he could still see their white breasts. The point is, all the girls have long legs. After wearing high heels, they are as straight as chopsticks. Roland gasped at the figure twisting with the sound of footsteps. Hiss. Looking at the figure hugging left and right, holding up a glass of wine and celebrating wantonly, Roland, with his hands in his pockets, sighed again and again. How can a person be so arrogant? Isn't it just winning the Berlin Film Festival? It's like becoming the youngest Oscar winner in history. Look how low-key I am. I'm just preparing to join the 6 major companies, to win an Oscar for My Woman, acquire 10% of Apple's shares, just to make Pixar produce more good movies, go to Blizzard Entertainment, to play games when I'm free, chat and laugh with those Forbes bosses on Wall Street, and manipulate fan feedback with Yahoo and IMDb. I've been on the A+ list for so many years, and I'm not arrogant. How can you, a B-lister, be so arrogant? Just as Roland sighed secretly and looked at Leo with a look of disappointment, he found that Leo took the initiative to come over with a glass of wine, toasted Roland, and took out a cigar and cut it, wanting to light it for Roland. Faced with the extremely neat and tidy gesture of respect, Roland, who was still criticizing Leo for his extremely corrupt lifestyle, laughed, but just when he stretched out his hand to take the cigarette and wine, he suddenly thought of something and took it back. Leo was very puzzled by such behavior. What's wrong? Are you afraid of being photographed by the media? Don't worry, there are no media today. No, no, no. Roland shook his head repeatedly, looked at the cigarettes and wine with a reluctant look, and denied, I just don't like it. You don't like it? Leo's head had countless small question marks, and he muttered to himself, didn't you drink and smoke happily at the celebration party for Spider-Man before? Why don't you like it now? After thinking for a few seconds, his head turned around, as if he remembered something. Looking around, he didn't see any familiar figures, so he asked, she didn't come? No. Roland knew who Leo was talking about. She went back to England to deal with some things. The flight is at 1 o'clock tonight. I'll leave at 11 o'clock and pick her up at the airport. Ah. Then I won't smoke or drink. Leo, who understood, put his things back quickly, but the next second, he raised his hand and put his arm around Roland's shoulder, pointing to the group of demons dancing in the center of the venue, and said, these girls tonight are from Ford and IMG. Do you like any of them? It's only 8 o'clock now, it's still early. Looking at those young girls who were dressed coolly and had delicate makeup, Roland put his hands in his pockets and coughed. I'm different from you. I don't like models. What? What does this have to do with models? Aren't these guys all beauties? Little Leo raised his eyebrows, glanced at Roland with a surprised look, and then said carefully, I hugged you. The smell of my perfume remains on you. How could Roland not understand such words? But after swiping his eyes hard at the group of beauties, he touched his old waist and said righteously, Leo, don't say it, I really don't like it. Well, if you say so, then I really can't help it. You are so boring. Little Leo sighed. He felt that he might not be able to play with Roland now and left. Thinking back to the days when they were filming Spider-Man, Roland could squat on the street with him to look at girls. What about now? Why do you always touch your waist? Could it be that you want to endorse Luha? Luha, 5S squeezed first grade peanut oil. Really not a drop left. TSK TSK TSK. Since Roland didn't play, little Leo didn't accompany him throughout the whole process. After saying hello, he turned around and took the initiative to throw himself into the rouge pile. Looking at the chic figure who walked through the flowers without getting a single leaf on him, Roland, who had just walked for a while, secretly dissed in his heart. Tui. Play. Be careful not to be pinched to death by long legs. Damn, don't these women have any sense? He's not even as handsome as me. This is really a case of speaking of the devil, and the devil will appear. Just as Roland was mumbling boredly, several blonde girls in short dresses came up. In Roland's surprised eyes, these people all smiled politely. Oh Roland, I didn't expect to meet you here. Leo said before that you would attend his celebration party tonight, and we thought it was a lie. Roland, I'm your fan, can you sign an autograph for me? While talking, these guys in tight short dresses took out markers from somewhere. While handing over the pen, the only place where he could sign also stood up. This situation made Roland stunned at first, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. Hey. This rhythm is so right. I'm handsome and rich, and more famous than Leo, and the most important thing is that I have 28 abdominal muscles. How could no one come up to chat with me? Seeing that there were girls coming to flirt with him, Roland was happy again, and even when he looked at Leo, he felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. Maybe this is the real reason why Harvey Weinstein is obsessed with Vanity Fair. It's not how beautiful those women are, nor how great their bodies are, but the pleading and desire in those guys' eyes when they look at you. Maybe there will be reluctance in it, but it is precisely because of these complex emotions that men will feel good. While his heart was satisfied, Roland chatted. He sent away one after another, just like the emperor selecting a talent show, but he didn't like any of them anyway. He is not the successor of the 40 Thieves, so of course he knows that these guys are just after his money and fame. Just chat a few words when meeting. As for deep friendship, come on. Deep friendship is fun for a while, but pregnancy is a crematorium. Black cats are trending searches, and penguins are laughing. That night, when Roland came out of the party and took a car to the airport, he looked at the boring street scene, his heart full of emotion. Without Titanic, Leo can still be very cool. Although he may not be as arrogant as breaking records, the surprise of surpassing his predecessors still exists. The point is that without the pressure brought by his handsome face, he is now living an extremely relaxed life. Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink, play when you should play, and sleep when you should sleep. Anyway, I'm not an idol. The pressure is all on Roland. And Roland arrived at the airport at 12 o'clock, waited until 1 o'clock, too sleepy, and without a mobile phone to play with, so he fell asleep on the sofa in the VIP area. When his nose itched, and he opened his eyes blankly, he saw a familiar figure pinching his hair and touching his cheek. "You're back. Why did I fall asleep?" Roland, whose brain was restarting, looked confused. "Went to Leo's party?" Kate did not answer Roland's question, but blew her nose. "Well, I went there after 7 o'clock and came out after 11 o'clock. Before Roland could finish, Kate blocked his mouth, and when she stood up again, after stirring a circle, a happy smile was attached to her face. "Not bad. You didn't drink or smoke, and you performed well. Let's go home." Shortly after Spielberg left Los Angeles, Kate returned to the country to deal with the issue of borrowing people. Asking the British Ministry of Defense to borrow 2,000 British soldiers for filming may be a bit troublesome for Hollywood, but for the guy who can invite Prince Philip, there will be absolutely no problems in the procedure. As for the previous conflicts between the two parties, we can't solve the conflicts, but we can solve the people who created them, who rejected Spielberg's request. So much so that Prince Philip came to ask about such a small matter. Whoever handles it, whoever takes a vacation. As for the deadline, wait until you think it through, then come back to work. Why did Spielberg ask us to borrow people to film in the UK? Isn't it just to restore the Normandy landing? The Normandy landing, that was the greatest landing battle in World War II. The Allied victory successfully opened up the second battlefield in Europe. The victory of the British and American armies brought about a fundamental change in the strategic situation of World War II. This kind of propaganda outlet, you actually didn't support it, but killed the project? Comrade, your ideological awareness is not high enough. When Kate told Roland about the British Ministry of Defence's handling of the matter, Roland was speechless. Saving Private Ryan is not about how brave the British and American armies are, okay? The guy who was put on leave died unjustly, but Kate didn't think so. But who made Prince Philip come forward to ask for someone this time? If we don't find a reason, it will be embarrassing for the Ministry of Defense. So that guy was dismissed? No, I heard from them that he can go back to work after the storm has passed, but it may take a long time. At least we have to wait for the feedback from Saving Private Ryan before we can talk about ending the leave and returning to work. Wait until Saving Private Ryan is released. That will take a long time. Roland mourned for the guy who rejected Spielberg for a few seconds. Although he felt that his death was a bit unjust, there was nothing he could do. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Prince Philip does not have real power, but he only has that little hobby in his life. Playing golf, riding horses, and watching Shakespeare's plays when nothing is to do. I have loved Shakespeare all my life, and I once performed on the same stage with him under Kenneth's instigation. Kenneth has been carrying the blame for the royal family members acting on stage, which is detrimental to their image, for the rest of his life. Now his niece's boyfriend is borrowing people for filming. Does the British Ministry of Defense, who knows the relationship between the two parties, dare to say no? No. Or, if they had known that Spielberg could get through this relationship, they would have borrowed people when they saw the project. Unfortunately, they refused at the beginning, and now they have to borrow again. What should we do? Just pass the buck and borrow? Whoever made the decision to pass it, now just think it's bad luck. We also want to protect you, but in order to cover up the royal family's mess, you can only work hard. Since the matter has been settled, Roland called Spielberg, and after seeing the faxed authorization document, the satisfied old man thanked Roland with his own practical actions. I won't say anything else. Didn't you say Kate is fine recently? Then let her be an executive producer. It will be convenient to go in and out of the crew. Yes, it's convenient for her and for you. How could Roland not know that the old man was disgusted by his own behavior? When filming with Roland before, there was no delay. Although Roland often asked questions, but the same question was asked 100 or 80 times, and the old man was almost asking flowers. He really didn't have the energy to deal with it. He just wanted to get off work on time, but Roland never let him get off work on time. Now, he thought that with someone looking after Roland, he should be able to call his wife and children on time. From now on, no one would yell at the other end of the phone while he was eating, "Can I borrow your dad for a while? I have a few questions to ask. I'll leave after you finish asking." Note, The Unforgiven is actually a movie with serious ulterior motives. It was so serious that when it was released that year, Spielberg was boycotted by the United States. If it weren't for Titanic to divert attention, he would have been scolded to death. Because the whole movie was just to whitewash the Jews under the banner of promoting the United States. He was criticized at the time for portraying slavery as the fault of Africans and Christians as a Jew. On the surface, under the banner of the United States being the greatest country in the world, secretly doing things to make victims atone for their sins to the Jews. This movie has always been regarded as a sign of Jewish tampering with history, and even Americans themselves boycotted it. Therefore, those who say that movies are not a propaganda outlet can go to bed. No matter how many comments you make, it cannot change the fact that it is a propaganda tool. Ford Models and IMG are both model agencies. British royal family members are not allowed to act, but if they really want to act, they have to find someone to take the blame. Kenneth took the blame for Prince Philip, and Prince William also wanted to act when he was studying. In the end, the one who took the blame for him was Edwin Swank. Yes, the actor I wrote about before. Those who can take the blame for them are not ordinary people, because the pot is too heavy for ordinary people to bear. Chapter 211 Roland wants to be the first party. The whole book is full of relationships, and Paramount is persecuted. With the filming location finalized, the filming schedule of Saving Private Ryan was also confirmed. Since Spielberg was the only one who had work on hand in the entire project team, after he finished filming The Untamed, a group of people could fly directly to the British studio and start filming. The time is tentatively scheduled for the end of June. As for whether all the preparatory work can be completed in 4 months, this is a bit of a joke. If you have to determine the shooting location first, and then customize the props and build the interior model, then Hollywood's industrialization process, isn't it just like a handicraft workshop? Procrastinating? The Tiger tank that appeared in the movie was commissioned by a military enterprise to modify the retired Soviet T-34. It can be driven, pulled onto a transport plane, and directly airdropped wherever you want to use it. A French town full of devastation and ruins? First, or 3D model is made by computer. After printing, it is manually modified and then enlarged into a real building in proportion. Everything is a prop that can be spliced. The so-called invisible passages and hiding places are arranged when the props are made. The reason why the indoor and street battle scenes presented from different angles are not exposed is purely because Spielberg and the props team have already selected the shooting location when making the 3D model. They make movies just like playing a house building game. First determine what kind of scene I need, and then make a 3D model. After finalizing the shooting background, look for a matching environment in reality, based on the concept. At the same time, the physical props built for the 3D model are also being made. When the location team finds an environment that matches the concept, the prop team has already made the things, and can directly pull them over to build the shooting site. Even if the location team gets nothing, it doesn't matter. With the option of buying land and building it themselves, they have no worries at all. Of course, this is the treatment of A-level projects. With big names around, studios dare to invest money, and once the money is in place, efficiency will naturally increase. However, it is precisely because of the high efficiency brought by this status that all blockbusters have become orphans that cannot be turned back. Just like Wang Jing's comment on Zhang Yimou's The Great Wall, he knew that the play was going to be ruined halfway through filming, but he had to bite the bullet and shoot it. When the studio has spent a lot of effort to make props and all departments are working at the same time, even if you find a bug halfway through filming, few people can reshoot it, because it's all money. Few people can do the behavior of James Cameron, who found a bug and asked Fox for money to reshoot with a knife. The truck driver has a backer that News Corporation has to please, so he will naturally not be replaced, and those who have no power and influence, but only rely on talent to get to the top, or those who have a little background, but are not powerful, they can only grit their teeth, and make shitty movies and TV series. For the producers, even if it is shit, at least they can sell it for some money, and make some money back. If additional investment is made to reshoot, no one can guarantee whether new problems will be found during the reshoot. Just like when The World, after being reported, the script was overturned and revised for a shooting, and then the overpass stay scandal occurred. Then, in order to remedy the situation, and reduce the role of the second female lead, the male lead was sued again. The female lead, who claimed to be a wealthy family, was found to have a yin-yang contract. After that, a supplementary agreement was signed, and money was spent to modify the shots of the main actors. Unfortunately, the contract was just signed, and the whole country stopped production. Although this is an extremely special case, it can also prove that it is often a dream to change the shooting route and achieve success. Because of this, the producer-centered system is particularly important. They not only have to control the creative desires of directors and actors, but also have to solve a series of problems before the project starts. For example, signing compensation clauses with actors and directors to restrict their personal behavior. It is precisely because of this knowledge that Roland never thought about developing into a producer. There are too many miscellaneous things, and it is too troublesome. He just needs to know what he wants to shoot, and how to shoot it. As for the rest, isn't it good to be a client? The big six are the clients, and after the end of the golden age of Hollywood, they stopped supporting other projects except animation. The cost is too high. With this idea in mind, Roland's learning will only stop at the category of director, because it is easier and easier to raise questions than to solve them, and he has the final say, so it doesn't matter whether he learns to be a producer or not. I can become a producer, even if I don't learn, but the real work can only be a production director. Why? Because I have money. Because I can directly bypass the agent and negotiate projects with those big names. And you can't. Because of this, he was not interested in participating in the preparatory work for Saving Private Ryan. But for Kate, the executive producer of Spielberg's film project, it sounds much higher than B-list actresses. Although she didn't like the producer thing before, isn't there no movie to shoot now? Getting involved in other jobs in the circle is much more relaxed than quitting the circle, not to mention that this is a big boss's project. So, she burst into great enthusiasm, and Roland followed her. As long as Kate didn't act, Roland could accept everything else. Let a 20-year-old guy enjoy retirement life directly? Don't be funny, it can drive people crazy just by hearing it. When Kate wanted to learn about the producer business, DreamWorks also gave her the green light. You can read the information at will, ask questions at will, contact directly if you have something to do, and chat if you don't have anything to do. Once you enter DreamWorks, you will treat it as your home, just like Roland, who has no taboos. When Kate went back and forth between DreamWorks and Roland's house every day, and used Roland's study room, which she only used a few days a year, as her office, Roland accidentally flipped through the information, and saw a bald head. Oh my, how could I forget this bald head? Looking at the photo attached to the actor's information, Roland slapped his forehead, and smiled with emotion on his face. TSK, 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 you are the one who can make Steven write the plot specially. I finally meet you. That's right, the guy Roland saw was Vin Diesel. He is the dom who always reveals deep eyes when acting. In the past, many press releases said that because Spielberg admired Vin Diesel's wonderful performance in the independent film Lost, written, directed and acted by himself, he specially designed a role for him in Saving Private Ryan, and many gossips broke that his real identity was Spielberg's bodyguard, but in fact, he actually entered the industry very early. Steven Spielberg and Vin Diesel knew each other as early as 1990. In 1990, Vin Diesel was still a 23-year-old young man. He played a cameo as a hospital orderly in the movie The Unspoken Man, starring his Italian fellows Robert De Niro and Robin Williams. Because of the small number of roles, he did not leave his name in the movie list, and at the suggestion of Robert De Niro, he, who was still a literary youth, thought of a stage name for himself. So, Vin Diesel was born. Then, inspired by Robert De Niro, he opened a film company called One Race Productions. He spent $3,000 to make his first short film 1,000 Faces, which was exhibited at the Sundance International Film Festival founded by Robert Redford, a member of the Jewish gang. Then, it was successfully bought by the purchasing staff of Warner Home Video, who didn't know him at all, had nothing to do with him, and wasn't instructed by anyone at all. It was this injection of funds that gave him the money to shoot Lost, which was favored by Spielberg. Then, he made a fortune with Saving Private Ryan. As for who his father is, Robert De Niro refused to say who his fellow countryman is. As for how he became famous, Spielberg said he is talented, so he is talented. Just like they say Roland is handsome, these are irrefutable facts. And after simply flipping through the cast list, Roland couldn't stop sighing, because Tom Hanks, who plays Captain John Miller, is Ron Howard's man. Tom Sizemore, who plays Sergeant Mike Horvath, is Tom Cruise's man. Adam Goldberg, who plays Private Stanley Mealy, is from Giovanni Ribisi, who plays Army Dr. Owen Wade, is brought by Tom Hanks. Jeremy Davis, who plays Corporal Urban, is the boyfriend of Spielberg's goddaughter. Drew Barrymore, Paul Giamatti, who plays Sergeant Hill, is endorsed by Woody Allen and Harrison Ford. After flipping through the entire actor list, the words capable actor were written on every crooked page. After looking carefully for a while, Roland finally made out the words between the lines. The two words written all over the book were relationships. Even if Roland didn't replace Matt Damon according to the original version, that guy was recommended by Robin Williams. So, how do ordinary people get along in this circle? When you hear about a high quality project, it has already started filming. And when Roland accompanied Kate to look through the materials, Paramount was also extremely jubilant. When they received the final list of candidates and the tentative shooting schedule from DreamWorks, everyone was excited. Since the 1990s Home Alone became a big hit, they wanted to work with Roland. But it was not the right time, and it took 3 years before they successfully met Roland in Forrest Gump. Not only that, Roland's word guest appearance also extinguished the eager flame burning in their chests. If they were not the main actors, they would earn less, and even if they got the people, it would not be satisfying. The point is that after Forrest Gump, Roland held back for 3 years and only managed to make Spider-Man. Such a slow production speed made Paramount desperate. In addition, after Spider-Man, Roland took over Fox's Titanic. Paramount was jealous of his behavior of jumping back and forth between his own projects. It was agreed to be 3 years, but it turned out to be 3 years and 3 years. It's been 6 years. Lars Aperton is already in his second term. Comrade Chuan Jianguo has gone undercover to become the most famous real estate developer. As a result, they still haven't reaped Roland's dividends. Just when Paramount thought that Roland, who could plunder projects at will, might not be destined to be with them, hey, Saving Private Ryan appeared. Although they had read the script and knew that Roland's James Ryan would not even appear for 40 minutes, it was a qualitative breakthrough compared to the last cameo of dozens of seconds. Not only that, the name of the entire movie's promotional name was the name of Roland's character. As a character that can be used in the movie list, if this is not considered the protagonist, then who can be called the protagonist? Great. Is it finally our turn to reap the popularity bonus of the A+ list? Just like Forrest Gump back then, it's still the combination of Tom Hanks and Roland Allen, but this time, they are both the protagonists. We can finally promote it with the word starring Roland Allen. The point is, Roland Allen's fans have grown up. Back then, they could drag their parents into the set to watch Terminator 2. Now, without the age restriction of R-rated movies, there will definitely be more people entering the theater to watch the movie. Just as Paramount General Manager Shirley Wen Lansing, regardless of his own demeanor, cheered for the good news, the subordinate in charge of the report also responded, yes, in the past few years, our market share has been declining year after year. Now DreamWorks can cooperate with us, which is actually reducing the pressure on us from the board of directors. Even if we lose with them around, we can distance ourselves from the relationship. That's right, although Universal has changed hands year after year and Sony has been squeezed by the Jews. In fact, Paramount is the one with the worst luck in the circle. Since 1990, they have only won the annual box office championship once, and the rest of the time, they have been messing around. And the only time, it was Forrest Gump. This ironclad result made shareholders extremely dissatisfied, and also enabled Viacom to successfully acquire Paramount. Shirley Lansing came to power after Paramount surrendered to Viacom, so she needed to make solid achievements to let the parent company see her value. That is why, after hearing her subordinates' words of shirking responsibility, she, who was already 53 years old, showed a scowl. "What do you mean even if we lose, we can still distance ourselves from it? Will Roland Allen lose? He has won the annual championship 6 times in 7 years. This year's Titanic will win the annual championship, and the same will be true for our Saving Private Ryan next year. The next 2 Spider-Man will start shooting next year. Then the box office champion of 99, 2000 years will also be his. All legends are written with achievements. 6 annual championships in 7 years, including 5 consecutive championships. This record is much more terrifying than the Hollywood actor who won the Best Actor award consecutively. After all, the total number of Oscar judges is not more than 10,000, and the annual box office champion is accumulated by tens of millions of movie viewings. If people were skeptical of his influence at the beginning, now, as soon as he announced the project, the estimation company has already ranked his project as the box office champion in the year of release. Roland Allen's movie does not need them to predict the box office, and they also admit that they cannot predict the box office of the movie. It is under this subtle influence that, let alone the outside world, even people in the industry, think that Roland's success is the norm, and their green light committee is just bragging, but it is just a fake trick. These guys are just talking, but Roland is really making money. After Shirley Lansing responded to her subordinates with a tone of conviction, the guys who heard this were all silent. In Hollywood, whoever can make money is the boss. Seeing that her subordinates had agreed with her point of view, Shirley Lansing did not force her. Although his screen time is less than 40 minutes, his salary should not be low, right? Isn't it another 18%? If that's the case, our profit is extremely limited. Last year, the total box office of Spider-Man was 880 million yuan, and Roland took 176 million yuan. Sony, which fully invested, only earned 164 million yuan after deducting costs. If the publicity and distribution costs were deducted, the net profit would be about 130 million yuan. Although Roland can get money, based on his ability, isn't the real idea of capitalists to give as little as possible? In order to avoid taking over, crude oil futures have fallen to negative $40. It can be seen that they would rather dump it than give it away. Just when Shirley Lansing was calculating how much box office Saving Private Ryan would have to get if Roland took 18 points to realize Paramount's vision of doubling its investment, a piece of news from her subordinates surprised her. Roland is acting for free. What? For free? Shirley Lansing suspected that she had misheard. Yes, Steven said that Roland doesn't want to make money. Roland doesn't want to make money? Shirley Lansing felt that she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Who in the industry doesn't do it for money? Yes, Spielberg did give up the salary for Schindler's List, but he took 250 million from Jurassic Park. In summary, isn't it equivalent to changing hands, and Universal returned the money to him? And Roland doesn't want to make money, so what the hell is it that he only takes a share of the profits since Jurassic Park? Just by showing his face and spending half a year, he can earn more than the producers. In this case, he suddenly said that he doesn't make money. Who should the producers who shared his money before go to for justice? But now, Roland did sign the contract, and the salary is zero. After reading the photocopies several times in a row and making sure that she was not mistaken, Shirley Lansing suddenly felt that Paramount might be cheated. Although the internet thinking that free is the most expensive has not yet appeared, for Hollywood executives, the free A+ list is simply a saint who cannot exist in the world. Have you investigated? What does Roland want? Unfortunately, in response to her inquiry, everyone at the scene just shook their heads. Shirley Lansing, who was still in excitement, frowned at this behavior of not knowing anything. Yes, the big six does want to squeeze the actors and directors below, but giving up in an unreasonable way will also provoke their nerves. After asking her subordinates to bring Roland's recent movement information and not finding any abnormalities, Shirley Lansing, who felt strange, stared at the landline for a long time and finally gave up the idea of calling Spielberg to inquire about the situation. Well, since you've given up, I can only assume that you gave up voluntarily. We'll calculate how much money you should get first, and when you ask me for something, I'll deduct it directly from that amount. I hope you don't go too far. If it were someone else, Shirley Lansing would have asked long ago. But Roland's background was so powerful that she couldn't just pry into it. In her opinion, even if Roland wanted to plot against Paramount, it was the parent company Viacom's business. As for Paramount itself, even if we knew you were plotting against us and wanted to fight you, we didn't dare to do it. Disney watched you buy the copyright from Miramax without saying a word, and we at Paramount couldn't beat Disney. The only company that can compete with Disney is our parent company Viacom. If Roland knew what Shirley Lansing was thinking, he would be very confused. He signed a contract for zero pay just to show his sincerity. I really just want you to help Kate win an Oscar by giving away the profit share of Saving Private Ryan. I didn't mean to calculate at all. You can't think so badly of me. As for Miramax, in that incident, wasn't it Harvey Weinstein who was eager to sell the copyright to me? I didn't hit him. He did it voluntarily. Note, Saving Private Ryan was indeed shot from real scenes, but many buildings were props. This has been mentioned in the documentary produced by DreamWorks. When the 3D model was made, Spielberg had already determined the angle from which to shoot and the angle from which the actors should stand to perform, including a series of operations such as lighting, location and sound recording, which were all fixed. He finished a movie in 100 days because the team had already fixed the camera positions for each scene before shooting. The streamlined operation was super efficient. The director knew that he had ruined the film, which is also true. I remember writing about it before. All the reshoots in Hollywood are basically reshoots when the material cannot be edited into a movie. Just like World War Z, the material shot could not even be edited into 2 hours. The 6 major animation departments are purely because it is difficult to hire painters. Unlike actors, they can be reused. In his press releases, Wang Taofan often mentioned how much Spielberg admired his talent, and that he did not even arrange a substitute for him when he wrote the role for him in Saving Private Ryan. The problem was that all the well-known actors in that movie were their own people, and the old man did not arrange substitutes for other roles. Chapter 212, Violent Crime, Same Game. At 9:15 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, February 28, 1997, the Bank of America branch in North Hollywood, Los Angeles, California, was robbed. 2 armed masked robbers stole $300,000 from 12 bank employees and 36 customers. While they were committing the crime, passers-by discovered the robbery and called the police. At 9:38 a.m., one robber left from the north gate, and a few seconds later, another robber walked out from the south gate. They also spotted the police who arrived in time, and without any communication, they raised their AKMS assault rifles and fired at the police. 5 minutes before the gunfight, 3 civilians and 9 police officers were shot. At that time, about 350 police officers were called to the scene. Because the robbers were well armed and wore homemade Kevlar bulletproof vests weighing about 42 pounds, the police's 9mm pistols and .38 revolvers could not cause any substantial damage to them. Due to insufficient firepower, the Los Angeles police requisitioned rifles from the gun store and requested support from the SWAT team. Under precise and effective fire suppression, one robber committed suicide and the other was shot dead. The gunfight lasted about 44 minutes, and 7 civilians and 11 police officers were injured. Fortunately, no one died. In the subsequent exploration, the police found that the 2 sides fired at least 1,500 rounds of bullets at each other. After investigation, we learned that the 2 robbers were both habitual criminals with criminal records. In the early 1990s, they robbed a cash transporter in Denver and made a profit of $23,000 US. A few years later, they robbed a cash transporter again and made $125,000. Although the third robbery failed, they robbed a US bank in the weeks after the failed robbery and obtained $750,000. After that, they robbed a cash transporter again and obtained $790,000. If the $300,000 this time is included, the two robbers have robbed a total of 6 times, and the total amount of the crime is as high as nearly $2 million. When Roland, who lives with Kate, saw the news reported by CNN, he almost jumped up from the sofa in Spielberg's office. Oh my god. North Hollywood robbery? This is the most serious bank robbery in the 20th century and the bloodiest of all violent crimes in the 1990s. How could I not remember this? In free America, gunfights happen every day. This is not a random statement. As the largest shooting at the turn of the century, the North Hollywood robbery was later made into a movie by Hollywood, and the name is 44 Minutes, the North Hollywood Shootout. As an expert who has watched thousands of movies, Roland has of course seen this adapted movie. At that time, he was amazed by the clips in the movie where the police with G36K and M16A4 were shooting wildly at the robbers with AKM. Although it doesn't look as awesome as Terminator, it is more realistic. The two armed robbers used AKMs to teach the world's police a lesson and made the Los Angeles police, who used M9s, lose face. The SWAT that appeared at the end was even more hilarious. Since they were in regular training, they didn't even have time to change their equipment after receiving the emergency notice, and they rushed to the scene in shorts. Imagine wearing casual shorts, wrapped in bulletproof vests, and using military R. The picture was so beautiful that they looked like robbers. During the Los Angeles riots in 1992, it lasted for almost a week, and Roland saw this thing for the first time, so he was scared and ran away with his own people. Now, he has become accustomed to these scenes. Who made CNN always send 3 helicopters to broadcast live from the sky every time there was a riot? After Roland watched the more than 40 minutes of shooting, the bloody scene made his blood boil. He was like a pervert, thinking that the two robbers who were holding axe and sweeping the sky and the ground with round drums were really cool. Because no one died. If someone died, you wouldn't think so. After hearing Roland sigh, Kate pointed out the problem with Roland's idea. The two robbers locked all the hostages in the bank vault to prevent them from being hit by stray bullets. What they did was just to make money. And they used steel core bullets, which can easily penetrate cars, but no police or civilians died. They can survive under such fire suppression, which can only prove that the fundamental purpose of the robbers is just to show off their firepower. Plus, they all have a history of 5 successful escapes, so they think they can get away as long as no one dies. But it is because of this that the whole incident became extremely exciting. Roland knew that Kate was telling the truth, but it was the fact that no one was hurt that made him feel that this gunfight was so fucking cool. Which man doesn't like guns? The scene of the flames spitting out and the shells falling to the ground is so cool. Although Roland played R at the annual gun activity week before filming Terminator 2, it was after all a wilderness target shooting. Compared with the behavior of sweeping the street with an automatic rifle, it was simply a little brother. Sweeping the street with a gun is something that normal people can't do, and it is this kind of impossibility that goes beyond the boundaries of the law that makes people feel happy. Otherwise, shooting games would not become the best-selling games in the world. Valve's Counter-Strike has been popular for more than 10 years, and the Counter-Strike global offensive that was later tinkered with is also not worried about sales. Even if Call of Duty is getting worse and worse, it will not affect their sales. In addition, Battlefield, Demolition Man 6, Borderlands, and Armament will not affect their sales. As long as you are a game player, you must have played shooting games. Not to mention the 300 million primary school students dream of gun battles. Until 2020, it is still providing Penguin with a rich cash flow. If you can't play with guns in reality, then just indulge in the virtual world. Just like everyone has a Jade Fox in their heart, everyone has a Brockback Mountain in their heart. Which boy doesn't have a gun dream in his heart? Those who have never used a toy gun to hit the classroom glass have never had a childhood. So, behind the desk, the hand flipping through the documents has stopped. Looking at the guy who cast a yearning look at the TV screen. Kevin, with his hands clasped together and his chin lightly resting, asked in confusion, "Don't tell me that, after watching these pictures, you are going to apply for a gun license next year and then play with guns, right? I have to remind you that the gun law in California is different from other places. You can't play with it, even if you have a license." Roland will of course apply for a gun license after he becomes an adult, and he will definitely play with it. After all, it is better to rely on yourself than to ask others. No matter how many bodyguards he has, he will not hand over the last line of defense to others, but he really doesn't want to play with guns now. If he had a feeling of surprise and regret for forgetting things when he first heard the news, and he was attracted by the fierce scene after seeing the exchange of fire, then after watching the news report, another name popped up in his mind. No, I don't want to play with guns now. Roland turned off the TV, moved to the desk, scanned the table, and asked, "Where's my cell phone?" "Here." Kate took the bag hanging on the back of the chair, took out Roland's cell phone, and handed it to him. At the same time, she also advised, it's best not to donate directly for such things, because public facilities have not caused great damage. If you really want to maintain your image, then go to comfort the police officers, visit the injured, and bring them some gifts. After all, the criminals have been shot dead by the police, and they handled the whole thing very well. It is not easy for us to donate in the name of fighting crime, and Bank of America is not short of money, so caring about the direct participants can make your image more approachable. Moore, I will go with you then. Although Kate misunderstood, Roland still smiled and kissed her on the cheek. Hey, I've seen clearly that what you like to do most is to be lazy. Kate, who discovered Roland's true nature, pushed him away with a look of disgust. Hearing this, Roland smiled and said nothing, but sat opposite Kate and called Mike Mohammed. "Hi, Mike, is everyone enjoying the 1-week annual leave? Oh, someone wants to take a combined leave. So you combined all their personal leave this year and gave them half a month off? It doesn't matter, you are the general manager, these matters are up to you. I called this time to ask, have you made any progress on the acquisition matters I told you about at the annual meeting? Haven't you started looking yet? Oh, that's okay, you can look for it slowly by yourselves. Ah, yes, I just heard the name of a game, and I thought it sounded very interesting, so I wanted to ask if you knew which company made it. The name of the game is Grand Theft Auto. That's right, after reading the news and calming down, there was only one name left in Roland's mind, Los Santos. The robbers who had robbed money trucks and banks for money took AKMs to rob banks, fully armed, and shot at the police. The powerful firepower made the police unable to raise their heads and had to call for air support. In the end, the robbers were killed while escaping. Isn't this a Pacific Standard Bank job? The North Hollywood robbery is too damn similar to the robbery plot of Give Him Love. Or, in other words, Give Him Love 5, which still doesn't know who has not bought it, not only copied the Los Angeles area, but also copied the plot of Real Cases. At the Blizzard annual meeting, Roland told Mike Mohammed and others to let them watch the acquisition of the studio. This was indeed a casual remark, because even if Blizzard in the previous life did not go through the acquisition, it could still become bigger and stronger. But now Roland remembered that one of the most regrettable things after traveling through time was that he had to wait for decades to play Give Him Love 6. At that time, he thought that when he had money in the future, he would acquire Rockstar and let them develop it. Now that he has money and the Real Cases in Los Santos are right in front of him, if he still can't remember it, then his hatred is definitely not deep enough. However, when Roland expressed his idea of acquiring the other party, Mike Mohammed gave him an unexpected news. No problem, Roland. I'll let Cole Needham go to acquire it on our behalf. What? What does this have to do with Cole Needham? Grand Theft Auto's production company is DMA Software, located in Edinburgh, England. Isn't IM's headquarters just next to Edinburgh? Wouldn't it save time and effort to let him negotiate on our behalf? It's your company anyway. At this point, Mike Mohammed seemed to remember something and added, besides, aren't you going to the UK to film soon? Cole said that, after you come to the UK, he will accompany you to Edinburgh. He said that a female writer you know has almost finished writing the novel. Since you are going there, wouldn't it be easier for him to report directly to you? Damn. Do you guys still have the face of an independent company? Yes, Blizzard and Imp are both my private properties, but I have no intention of merging you at all. Under the condition of independent operation and independent accounting, how come you are like conjoined twins? Even group companies are not as disgusting as you. Okay. As for the female writer, isn't that Harry Potter? Although he secretly complained in his heart, he still had some polite words, and at the end, he also gave a warning. After DMA Software acquires it, it will be renamed Rockstar. But, this is just the name of the production company. When the game is released on the market, it must be called Blizzard. Our company's games can only be named Blizzard. I hope that the name Blizzard can be ranked in the top 500 in the world. Roland hung up the phone in a cool manner. Kate, who listened to the whole process, showed a smile like Che's twisted mouth in the emoticon package. How much money are you going to spend to buy the company? It shouldn't cost much, right? That company doesn't have any big games. Roland answered very happily. Besides, after deducting R&D expenses, Blizzard's own funds have exceeded 100 million. It is still very easy to acquire a company. Even if it doesn't work, it's just to let them take out loans. They can be weaned, and I don't need to invest crazy money. Really? But if you spend so much money, can you build a zoo for Leaky in 2 years? Kate pointed out the problem. Hearing this, Roland smiled confidently and handed his phone back to Kate. Building a zoo. I'm still very confident now. Roland was of course confident, because the acquisition of Rockstar means a one-time investment with a lifetime return. As soon as the GTA series came out, Rockstar became a cash cow, and there was no need to invest money in it like Blizzard did in the past to support their research and development. You have to know that the sales of the first generation of GTA started at 2 million copies, and from the third generation on, their sales have been at the bottom of tens of millions. The stock price of 2K, which only knows how to play with skins every day, was all raised by GTA. Since there is a game company to feed him, Roland, who wants to build a zoo, is actually much easier. He will not invest a penny in World of Warcraft films. Overwatch Ventures has already sucked enough blood, and StarCraft Records is just a beautiful empty shell. In this way, let alone building a zoo, even if he buys while building a zoo, he is not short of money. Oh, this kind of empty life of buying whatever you want is really boring. Note, the American media is so tough. When the North Hollywood robbery happened, those TV stations were flying helicopters in the sky to broadcast live. In the records, there are pictures of robbers shooting at news helicopters. California's gun laws are very fucked up. Gangs can use them at will. Their guns are illegal, but it is also very troublesome for ordinary people to own guns. The first point is that all weapons cannot have more than 10 rounds of bullets in the magazine. Once it exceeds, it is a felony. Semi-automatic weapons must have a bullet button, the main purpose of which is to slow down your reloading speed. And in 1 or 2 years, you need a gun license to buy a shotgun in California. It was not required before. The most annoying thing is that the procedures are too complicated. Even the water and electricity bills have to be checked. The first generation of GTA was only sold in Europe at the beginning, with sales of more than 500,000 copies. Seeing the opportunity, 2K bought their company and then brought GTA to North America. The total sales that year exceeded 2 million copies. According to Statista data, the GTA series dominates the stock price of 2K. Excluding the GTA series, 2K's pay is about 46 times, but with this series, it is between 70 and 100 times. Chapter 213 Show and Gossip. Compared with the disaster-ridden years of 1994, 1995, and 1996, the beginning of 1997 was pretty good. In early January, heavy rains hit Central and Northern America, causing flash floods. However, the agriculture and animal husbandry in the affected areas were insured, and the economic losses were shared by the insurance companies. It was precisely because the area was vast and sparsely populated that the affected groups were relatively limited. There were only 10 unlucky people who lost their lives, and public facilities were not damaged much, so it did not cause much impact. Of course, the swearing-in ceremony of Laza Perton on the 20th was also the basis for covering up everything. After all, the inauguration ceremony lasted 3 days, but cost more than $30 million. He was already arrogant for not taking taxpayers' money. In February, the biggest event was of course the North Hollywood shootout. Since no civilians died, and the police officers involved in the incident only suffered limb injuries, this real-life CS left people with more impressions of how awesome the AKM was, and how rubbish the M16 was. To put it nicely, the whole of America is giving thumbs up to the police for their loyalty to duty, and killing the thugs. To put it bluntly, after the North Hollywood robbery, the sales of military equipment produced by the Russians increased significantly, while the weapons of the Eagle source, their most commonly used M9, no one is playing in the shooting range. Due to this situation, the anchor of ABC Radio even joked in the program, "We now have the right to suspect that the two gangsters are the Russians, and their purpose is to continue to sell weapons in large quantities under our blockade. There is no way. As the world's largest country, it is normal to pass the buck, and admitting mistakes is an accident." As for why they said that, it's actually very simple. The M9 is produced by the Italian Beretta company. If it was Lockheed Martin's equipment that was stepped on, no matter how brave they were, it would be an official report. Who joked? They would have been fired the next second. Who doesn't know that Lockheed Martin and Disney are in the same boat? The skunk works that studies the F-22 is in Burbank, and the brand outside is Disney. For more than 50 years, the two families have been as close as brothers. Anyone who dares to tease their anchor will be fired. Do you really think that every time Disney encounters a crisis, it is God who blesses it and helps it get through the difficulties? Every time they are short of money and can't continue to work, they just ask the brother next door to borrow money. Of course, while making fun of them, Roland also brought gifts to visit the injured police officer. Because he has a good relationship with the police in his own area and has a guide, this visit was described by the media as Roland's high worship of the patron saint of the people, and the police chief of the local police station in Sherman Oaks also gave evidence. He said to the media camera, "The first time I met Roland in real life, he was doing morning exercises in the park with his sisters. I wanted to ask him for an autograph, but he took the initiative to talk to me after he found me. What impressed me most was his evaluation of our uniforms. He thought they were cool, handsome and safe." Previously, on the day of the verdict in the Simpson murder case, he told Roland to watch out for patrol officers who might run away at any time. The current deputy chief of the police station also confirmed, "Roland trusts us very much. If we meet him during morning exercises, he will take the initiative to say hello, to get close to us. If we meet him while taking a walk after dinner, he will also greet us. We would chat for a while, taking bribes. Whenever there was a disaster, he was always with us, donating money and materials. All the members of our police station liked him." Nonsense. Who doesn't like free food and free drinks? And after the robbery, he contacted us immediately to know if anyone in our police station was injured. After learning about the thrilling incident, he hoped that we could take him to visit the injured police officers, and wanted to express his respect in person, thanking those guys who stood on the front line and bravely fought against criminals. Although Roland did not take a photographer to the hospital, like Jinso did to visit the sponsored children. The organization that reported this incident was just a local media affiliated with Disney in Burbank. But it is this kind of small-scale publicity that can achieve great things. ABC, NBC, CBS, and CNN reported it all at once. Isn't this a stupid act? It is true that doing well is not as good as saying well, but publicity should also follow a basic law, right? As the saying goes, good news does not go out, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles. If your good deeds are widely publicized by the media, to the point where everyone knows about it, then others will also know that you are buying PR articles. First, let the local media who want to interview the injured accidentally discover the news that Roland quietly visited the injured. Then let the local media curiously ask the police to verify the matter. And finally let the local media randomly broadcast it. Make everything an accident. Then, as the news was broadcast, the giants in the industry suddenly discovered this news and verified and reprinted it. When these giants took the press release, that had been broadcast a few days ago and made an old news broadcast. The effect came out. Caring and warm man, Roland Allen brought gifts to visit the injured police officer in the North Hollywood robbery. Unwilling to be disclosed, Roland Allen refused to be interviewed by the media due to private reasons. Police confirmed Roland Allen off the screen is a young man with justice in his heart. With the appearance of these headlines, Roland, who had been out of the public eye because of the withdrawal of Spider-Man, is back. His low-key style also won praise from the public. As Roger Ebert said, he is Peter Parker. Although he has no superpowers in reality, he is still a good role model. I didn't expect that he would be the first celebrity to visit the injured police. Compared with those guys who emphasized through the news media that the police force needs to be increased and the police need to step up their efforts to crack down on illegal and criminal activities, his behavior is the most gratifying move for those police officers fighting on the front line, right? Even if you are putting on a show, you have to do it in full. Even if you are issuing a public relations draft, you have to make the public feel that you are not issuing a public relations draft. With delicate makeup and high heels, she is holding a hoe to do the work of planting trees. Isn't this just a dumb person telling a deaf person that a blind person saw a ghost? Since Roland expressed his respect in a private capacity, he had to let the media discover it step by step. Going over it with great fanfare will only have a counterproductive effect. Kate did not follow. In her words, "You went alone without reporters, which is called being too enthusiastic. The public can easily accept it because of your age. In addition, the police department members who want to show off endorse you, so your behavior is more approachable. If I went, it would be like a show, because I'm not American, and I don't feel a sense of belonging. The robbery is just an incident for me, but for you, it is a security protection. Besides, if we both appear on camera at the same time, your fans will definitely think that we are really talking, and the nature of visiting the injured will change. It is comfortable to deal with people who know the routines of the circle. People from ordinary backgrounds definitely don't have this awareness. In addition to the fact that visiting injured police officers slightly occupied a certain amount of public resources. After entering March, the Oscars held on March 24th were the real darlings of the media, and the shocking news generated by this was not that Tom Cruise failed to win the Oscar, but that The English Patient won the Oscar for Best Picture. This movie is actually very interesting. According to the thinking of normal people, it is a wrong outlook on life. The plot of a third party intervening and having an affair is already very bloody. As for the use of the words having an affair between a man and a woman can only be forgiven in two cases. One is when there is no coercion or fraud. All participants are completely willing, and it does not undermine the legitimate interests of the country, society, the collective and others, and does not have a negative impact on the public order and good customs of the society. The other is when the entire relationship occurs in an extreme social situation, such as alien invasion, plague epidemic, war or large-scale natural disasters, etc. What is the difference between this and commenting on KO and LIU? When commenting on KOKO, we talk about official history, and when talking about LIU, we talk about the novel. Isn't this shameless double standards? Regardless of morality or law, a third party intervening and having an affair is problematic. As a result, a small group of people who entertain themselves think that what they like is good and use the banner of art to wash the special love that violates the traditional moral dogma under the social order into a touching and illicit love. Isn't this shameless? Is this the same as the guy who wrote "You lost only a leg, but he lost his love"? If you have to think that their behavior is not wrong, then those who approve of them must have learned from time management. Extreme challenges during the day and extreme challenges at night. Multi-person exercise during the day and multi-person exercise at night. Banner, this is fate. Of course, the quality of the film will eventually be left to the public to judge. Roland, who was watching the live broadcast at home, gossiped about the background of The English Patient. Do you know Christine Thomas? Yes, she once filmed The 10th Man with Anthony Hopkins. They are all British actors, and Kate has certainly seen each other. What's wrong? Do you think she is beautiful? Then do you know what her relationship with Harvey is? Roland's curiosity ignited in his heart. What do you mean? Kate was stunned at first, and then rolled her eyes at Roland. How can I know such a thing? Harvey and I are not familiar with each other. So what do you mean? Harvey was found by Juliette Binoche. Roland did not give up, and continued to ask. Hiss. If you think the Oscars are boring, you can choose not to watch them. Kate twisted Roland's waist with her hand. Harvey does have a bad record, but you can't think that he has a relationship with a woman just because you see her, right? Or do you think Harvey's life is very cool? Huh? Hey. You can't be unreasonable. The fact in front of you is that he has a relationship with the actress in the crew. Roland, who was in pain, quickly cried out for injustice. Yes, The English Patient is a movie promoted by Miramax, but this project did not belong to Miramax at the beginning. During the preparation process, the producer of the film had a huge disagreement with the investor Fox. Fox believed that the heroine of this film should be played by Demi Moore or Uma Thurman, and asked them to replace Kristen Thomas, but the producer refused to change, and relied on the fact that he had invested $6 million, and forced the crew to form, as an independent production company, want to show off to Fox? Fox certainly won't tolerate it. When the producers brought more than 400 people to Italy to prepare for filming, Fox gave them an ultimatum, but the producers refused to compromise, so Fox decisively withdrew its investment and kicked the entire project away. Under normal circumstances, this kind of project can already be declared GG. Without the A-list, if you don't give face to Fox, then you don't give face to the Big Six. If Fox withdraws its investment, others will not invest. However, at the beginning, the entire crew was in a panic of having no film to shoot, but not long after, Harvey Weinstein, who controlled Miramax, appeared in front of the crew like a god. This fat guy not only told the whole crew in person that he would never replace Kristen Thomas, but also told producer Saul Zaentz in front of the main creative team of the crew that he would not participate in the production of the film and let him lead the main creative team to shoot and edit boldly, and he would definitely help Kristen Thomas and Juliette Binoche win the Oscar. The fat guy has made it so clear. If he still says there is no inside information, no one will believe it. The producer slapped Fox in the face in public, openly challenged the 6 major authorities, and directly formed a crew without the consent of the 6 major authorities. This behavior has already exposed the industry order. When everyone thought that the project of The English Patient was hopeless, hey, the fat guy became a hero who came on a colorful cloud. If it was just for money, then he would definitely be crazy. Unfortunately, Roland was not familiar with him. He handed his mobile phone to Kate openly, and he would not play with the fat guy in the future. This also made him stay at home and guess secretly, and then he was driven off the sofa by Kate, who had no intention of discussing dirty gossip. That's right, Roland, who has been in the industry for 8 years, has never been to the Oscar ceremony before. He didn't have any works nominated, so he was too lazy to go. This year, his works were nominated, but he was too lazy to go. Spider-Man was nominated for Best Sound and Best Visual Effects. These 2 minor technical awards meant nothing to Roland. Even though the organizing committee sent an invitation to the crew, except for the 6 people who went to receive the awards, the other guys did not attend. The truck driver said he had work to do and had no time. Spielberg was filming and refused openly, while Robert De Niro, Tom Hanks, Anthony Hopkins and others simply pretended not to hear. We are not nominated. Why should we go? Hey. They said yes to this sentence, but Leo said no. When you have reached a certain status, everything you do is right. It is our honor to give you the award. Thank you for coming to receive the award. With the end of the Oscars, March is gradually coming to an end. With the arrival of April, the first thing that came to mind was that the truck driver told Roland that the soundtrack of the film he was concerned about had been finalized. After learning about this, Roland rushed directly to the other party's studio. After hearing the familiar melody, he bought it without saying anything. The truck driver was not surprised by Roland's behavior, because Roland had used the rhetoric of Witness of Love to deceive him. After throwing out "I can't get the movie copyright, so I want to collect a song as a souvenir" to James Horner, Will Jennings and Celine Dion, the 3 signed their names on the buyout contract. Yes, they felt Roland's sincerity. Well, it was mainly because Roland gave too much. It was just a movie song, but Roland asked for 15 million to buy it out. And he said that Roland Allen had the right to sing it for life. In this case, it didn't matter whether he made up a story or not. Of course, everyone knew that movie songs were not as easy to become popular as imagined, but there was still a chance of making a lot of money. However, wouldn't Titanic with Roland be a sure hit? Now it's not a question of whether they are willing to sell it, but a question of whether the song will definitely become a hit after it is sold. After seeing Spider-Man sell 4 million copies, no one doubted Roland's ability to bring in goods. Even though everyone knew that Roland dared to ask for 15 million, he was confident that he could double the profit, but they could not afford to make money after that, because it was their business, whether they were willing to sell it, but Roland had the final say on whether Titanic would use it. He said no, and even if the truck driver wanted to use it, Fox would not let him. In this case, why not sell it? Selling it would get them 15 million immediately, and Roland's popularity would make them reap a lot of benefits, and the hidden benefits would be considerable. Even if they firmly believed that SYNOPSIS could become popular without a movie, the nature of the business was different. Roland could make people who didn't play games buy game consoles after watching the movie, but SYNOPSIS couldn't. After simply paying 15 million, David, who helped him transfer the money, told Roland a bad news. Jeff Bezos gave up the idea of continuing to raise funds and had submitted an application for listing at the end of February. With the help of a backer, the process went very fast. If nothing unexpected happens, the bell will be rung in May. Therefore, he bought a large number of Microsoft stocks according to Roland's idea. Faced with this news, Roland was not too surprised. The bald man has a strong desire for control. If he can watch Overwatch Ventures take up 45% of the shares, he will not be the guy who will tinker with Blue Origin alone in the future. The alternative of 10 million shares of Microsoft stock is actually a good choice. After all, there are no serious companies that can be tossed by him. However, what Roland didn't know was that after Overwatch Ventures took up 10 million shares of Microsoft stock, he was actually being targeted. Note, after the North Hollywood robbery, the firearms equipped by the police were indeed the object of ridicule by the anchors. The Disney brand is indeed hung on Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works. Walt Disney participated in World War I and founded Disney after he was discharged from the army. During World War II, Disney Studios was requisitioned for military purposes. At that time, they colluded with the arms dealers and helped them cover up. After the end of World War II, Disney also accepted many veterans. The company was able to experience darkness many times and climb up again, thanks to Walt Disney for finding a good brother for the company. The problem of the English patient was revealed by Harvey himself when he attended the first meeting of the Producers Guild of America on October 25, 2014. The Hollywood Reporter conducted an exclusive interview with him. He directly stated in the interview that the biggest challenge in his career was the English patient. He did this under the pressure of the Big Six. The reporter asked him if it was because he thought the English patient would bring Miramax the first Oscar for Best Picture. His answer was that Miramax was only confident about the acting awards at the time, and he supported Kristen Thomas, who he felt was no worse than Uma Thurman. Then when the Me Too movement broke out, all those people were dragged into it. Chapter 214 Bill Gates' Crazy Idea. Seattle, Redmond. Microsoft was founded in 1975, but they moved here a few weeks before the company went public in 1986. Compared with the futuristic technology companies, Microsoft's headquarters is plain like an office building. Each building is named with a number. Due to the large number of buildings, if you look down from a high place, Microsoft's entire campus looks more like a small town. This is not an exaggeration. Since the entire campus adopts an open design, it covers a relatively large area of nearly 495 acres. If you have to compare, the largest urban park in Seattle, Discovery Park, is only 534 acres. The entire Microsoft campus is equivalent to 0.92 Discovery Parks. If employees travel, they will have to spend the day on the road without driving or taking the shuttle bus. Of course, for founder Bill Gates, commuting is not a problem at all. The most famous landmark in the Seattle area is Lake Washington. The shore of Lake Washington in the central area is the famous luxury residential area here. Bill Gates' home is here, and the Microsoft campus is on the east side of Lake Washington. Not only that, the earliest office buildings in the Microsoft Park were built along the lake in order to allow employees to enjoy the natural scenery outside the window at any time and to ensure that each office has sufficient sunlight. These office buildings are all X-shaped, and his own office can also enjoy the lake view. If he wants, he can even choose to swim home. Unfortunately, he is not in his office at the moment, but in the 33rd Visitor Center building. The huge hall is extremely empty, with only a broken wall standing in the center. If you look at the introduction sign in the lower right corner, you can know the identity of this wall. This is the broken wall of the Berlin Wall that was demolished in 1989. On February 8, 1996, Mercedes-Benz, a company that cooperates with Microsoft, gave it to Bill Gates for collection. I heard from others that you like to come here and stare at this wall whenever you have time. If you really like this wall, just have someone move it to the office so you can see it every day. A familiar voice came from behind. Bill Gates, who was standing in front of the graffiti, laughed without turning around. He put his hands in his pockets and knew the identity of the visitor and said directly, "I like this wall, but I don't want to see it every day." Hearing this, the elegant man in a plaid shirt stood side by side with him. While carefully looking at the wall, he didn't stop talking and asked back, "You think it symbolizes Microsoft's mistakes, right?" "Yes." Bill Gates nodded and sighed. "The future world is not PC, but internet. I found it too late." After the Windows operating system appeared, Microsoft became a hit. In 1995, it was already a giant in the IT industry, monopolizing nearly 90% of the market, with nearly 18,000 employees and an annual income of $13 billion, which can be called the darling of the times. As the situation was so good, Bill Gates, who made his fortune with the operating system, stubbornly believed that PC was the future and web browsers were just ordinary application software. It was this idea that allowed Netscape to seize the opportunity of fate. When Netscape was frantically harvesting the incremental internet users that continued to be generated by the birth of the internet, Bill Gates realized that Microsoft was wrong. The internet can make people's demand for personal computers soar. Without the internet, operating systems that rely on personal computer shipments to survive are not worth mentioning. When he discovered the problem, Netscape CEO Backstead proudly told the reporter of Time magazine, "The internet is a place that will not tolerate mistakes. If Microsoft is wrong this time, it will never find the right path." Indeed, for ordinary people who started from scratch, this battle can bring them back to the starting point. But Bill Gates did not start from scratch. His superior family background made him understand one thing since he was a child. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who created the problem. Making mistakes is not terrible, but having no money to buy the answer is despair. Unfortunately, Netscape rejected Microsoft's acquisition request. But it doesn't matter. Just buy the kernel and tinker with IE yourself. But the problem is that, even if we ask Microsoft engineers to stop their work and devote themselves to the development of Microsoft's browser IE, the user experience of IE is still not as good as Netscape. This situation gave him a headache. He found PC equipment manufacturers and persuaded those guys to embed IE browser in their personal computers while using Windows operating system. "My own product is not as good as yours, so I will sell it in bundles and crush you with monopoly means." Unfortunately, after two sure kills, Microsoft still failed to crush Netscape. It just slowly eroded the market without any immediate effect. So, Bill Gates, who was full of confidence 2 years ago, was really anxious. "I have violated the antitrust law, but I still can't beat Netscape. But the problem is that IE is really bad, and the unstable user experience is really bad. Even if it is bundled and free, it is not as good as Netscape. Regardless of the era, users are so simple. Shock Department and Penguin are scary. They can't see the serious content at all. So when Taoxiao, where everyone can be self-media, comes out, of course the latter is the most attractive. But it doesn't matter. Microsoft has plenty of money. Moreover, they had discovered a mistake of Netscape. When Netscape dominated the browser market, it did not think of danger in peacetime, just like Microsoft, which dominated the PC market. Windows is an interface that people cannot bypass when using computers, and Netscape browser is an interface to the internet. But it is undoubtedly wrong to only become an interface. Only by controlling the interface and the content can you be invincible. Now Netscape's business model is still the same as Microsoft's back then, which is to sell software. The company that truly controls the content of the internet is Yahoo. Netscape did not realize the value of Yahoo at all. They only knew that controlling the interface means controlling the world, but they did not realize that the interface can be changed, but the content is eternal. Regardless of whether it is an operating system or a browser, these are just tools. People are not interested in tools. As long as they are easy to use, they can change them. However, the content is different. The key to driving people to connect to the internet is the rich content of the virtual world, and companies that sell content that users like have grasped the essence of the internet. At present, the one who really enjoys the dividends of the internet is not Microsoft, nor Netscape, but Yahoo. So, don't you want to acquire Yahoo? If my information is correct, it was you who placed the acquisition order with Carl Icahn. Yahoo went public on April 12, 1996, and now it is April 10, 1997. There are 2 days left, and Roland Allen's shares will be out of the freeze period. Carl Icahn, you can buy them directly at that time. When the elegant man turned his head with a smile and looked at Bill Gates with a playful look, his plain words triggered thunder. That's right, Carl Icahn didn't tell Roland the truth before. What about removing board members and making repairs to make Yahoo easier to sell? This sentence is true. However, it was not his intention to target Yahoo at all, but buyers had already placed orders. As the Wolf King of Wall Street, how much money can he make by manipulating stock prices? Taking on such a big order and helping the buyer to smoothly acquire the company they like is the real source of the big profits. Bill Gates was not surprised by such words. He finally withdrew his sight from the broken wall of the Berlin Wall, turned his head, and looked at him, and smiled. Yes, it was indeed my order. I have communicated with Carl, and he has sounded out Roland. Roland wants to sell his shares. Really? Why does Roland want to sell his shares? The elegant man, who was still as calm as water, showed surprise. The next second, he asked again, did Carl tell him your identity? After saying this, the elegant man showed a helpless smile. Is it because of us? But he doesn't mean to go against the big six now. And Steven, for the time being, has no intention of taking action. That's right, the only guy who can chat with Bill Gates like this is Paul Allen, the founder of Microsoft, who left Microsoft when Microsoft was facing the internet crisis. This guy, who also lived in Seattle, came to chat with his old friend when he had nothing to do. Although he left Microsoft, his property can never be separated from it. His guess was also very simple. He thought that Roland was willing to sell Yahoo shares because Carl Icahn told Roland the real buyer, Microsoft, and Microsoft was the real backer of DreamWorks. The closer the cooperation between the two parties, the more effective support they could get in the first time when either party encountered difficulties. DreamWorks and Warcraft Films wanted to make a living in Hollywood, but it was useless to rely on connections alone. Microsoft, which also wanted to enter Hollywood, could provide him with a large amount of money and the most advanced graphic technology. Even if they encountered difficult public pressure, they could provide effective support. To get this kind of mutual help, the most fundamental point is close cooperation on weekdays. When Microsoft needed it, Roland sold Yahoo shares, which was a cooperation of resource exchange. However, Bill Gates shook his head and denied his old friend's opinion. No, Carl did not expose me. Roland also put forward conditions to him. What he wanted was Marvel. Marvel? Paul Allen was stunned at first, then he laughed. Marvel? Oh, is he addicted to filming Spider-Man? I remember you collected his information before, and I've read it too. In that information, it is clearly stated that Roland holds the filming rights to all Marvel characters on the market. Isn't copyright enough? He wants to swallow up the entire company directly? He is worthy of being a student taught by Stephen and James. He really has personality. Stephen likes to collect copyrights, and James always likes to play big. Under their combination, Roland, who was taught, directly started to eat up other people's companies. But this is also good. It's an equal transaction, and we don't have to owe him a favor. I heard about Steve's story. Hey, if you look at the company's development, you shouldn't help him, but according to the depth of the relationship, I support you. Thinking of this, Paul Allen was full of emotion. The debt of favor is the hardest to repay. Don't say that the company doesn't care about favors. This is all bullshit. When I was in a trough, you helped me. Now that you are in trouble, I will help you too. Microsoft and Apple have been fighting for so many years, and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs have never had any contact with each other. But what about now? When Jobs returned to Apple, Bill Gates directly supported him with 150 million yuan. Not only that, he also let his foundation buy Apple shares, eliminated those shareholders who opposed Jobs, and sent him to the top. The company may not be humane, but the helmsman is also human. When Jobs left Apple, Microsoft took the opportunity to sign the best contract with Apple to help its development. Apple agreed that if Microsoft continued to provide software to Apple, it would allow Microsoft to use some of Apple's graphical interface technology. Without this deal, Windows might never have succeeded. Now that Microsoft has succeeded and Jobs has returned to Apple, Bill Gates also hopes that the genius can lead Apple to stand up again. Bill Gates has always felt that a world without opponents is terrible, because in that case, they will lose the direction to move forward. If Steve Jobs had always been at Apple, Netscape might not have existed, and Microsoft would not have looked down on the internet. But when it comes to Jobs, Bill Gates sighs. He patted his old friend on the shoulder and motioned him to follow him. When the two walked back to Bill Gates' office, a 3-inch thick stack of documents appeared in front of Paul Allen. "What is this?" Paul Allen asked in confusion. "Take a look yourself." Bill Gates put his hands on his hips. This situation made Paul Allen very confused. But when he opened the document, the first line of the first page made him frown. Watchman Ventures has been buying up Microsoft shares since February 7th. As of March 9th, it has held 10.48 million shares, now worth 159 million. The second line made him open his eyes even wider. Watchman Ventures has been buying up Apple shares since January 14th. As of March 15th, it has become Apple's largest shareholder, holding 10.73% of the total share capital. He's not a lunatic, is he? When Paul Allen saw these two lines of words, he was completely shocked. Who owns Overwatch Ventures? If the public doesn't know, how could they not know? When the public mentions Yahoo, they will think of Jerry Yang, the helmsman, and David Olson, the luckiest investor. But who among these guys at the top of the pyramid in the industry doesn't know that the real boss is Roland Allen? Everyone thinks that Roland Allen is so lucky to be able to hit the internet content outlet of Yahoo, and Amazon, the largest online bookstore, that is about to go public, is also within their monitoring range. Almost everyone believes that Amazon, which is about to go public, can double Roland's wealth. And at this time, he who has been betting on startups, actually bet heavily on Apple. Not only that, while everyone is singing Microsoft's praises and thinking that it can't beat Netscape, he is building a position. Is this special code brain dead? You don't understand, right? After seeing his old friend's shocked face, Bill Gates laughed. "I didn't understand it before, but if you turn the page, I think you will understand it." "Why?" Paul Allen asked curiously, but while asking the question, he took the initiative to turn the document to the second page. If the two-way transaction information on the first page shocked him, then the record on the second page made his scalp tingle. Overwatch Ventures holds 67% of Amidst shares, which is the world's largest online movie database. Overwatch Ventures holds 15% of Amazon's shares, which is the world's largest online bookstore. Blizzard Capital wholly owns Blizzard Entertainment, which is the world's largest real-time strategy game content provider. Paul Allen frowned at the information. After he finished reading all the content assets held by Roland, he raised his head again, his eyes full of shock. "His ideas are the same as yours." "No, his ideas are more advanced than yours." "Yes, I only saw the third level, but he is already on the fifth level." Bill Gates did not hide it and nodded very seriously. Everyone thinks that Yahoo is the one who really benefits from the internet dividend, but no one sees that Roland Allen is already using the internet dividend to realize it crazily. For example, traditional media such as ABC and CNN are equivalent to people know the interface of news. In the past, after learning the news, people could only communicate with friends in reality. But now, with the internet, people can use Windows as PC interface, open Netscape as internet interface, enter Yahoo as content aggregation interface, and talk freely with strangers on the message boards of major platforms. Although from the appearance, each interface is very important, because without them, people can't become netizens and swim freely in the ocean of virtual world. But we all ignore a problem. The interface is changeable, but the content is eternal. People choose Wi-Fi, NDOWS is because we use business methods to force them to use Windows. People choose the internet, or our IEs, because they can only choose the internet and IE. Yes, we have replaced Apple, but in the future, we may also replace our PC interface. With the development of the times, people may abandon Windows. Yahoo is the content, but it is actually a content interface. The real thing is Roland listed the company, so no one found it at all. The interface is easy to be replaced, but the content will not be. Many years later, when people look up movie information, they will go to Amidst. Why? Because it is the world's largest and most professional provider of movie information. Many years later, when people buy books, they will go to Amazon. Why? Because it is the world's largest and most professional provider of book content. Many years later, when people play games, they may think of Blizzard. Why? Because Blizzard is working hard to become the world's largest game content provider. Microsoft, Netscape and Yahoo were chosen because users have no choice. But Amazon and Blizzard are picked by users themselves. The former is just a habit, while the latter is what users like. Passively letting users accept may make him the best in the world, but users' active support can make him invincible. When Bill Gates knocked on the table and said this emotionally, Paul Allen, who was also not a fool, naturally understood his thoughts. After discovering Microsoft's limitations in the interface war, both parties agreed that content production was the best way to win over users. So Microsoft created MSN and joined forces with NBC to create MSN NBC, providing interactive online news services to users 24 hours a day. Unfortunately, it still couldn't beat Yahoo, and it was difficult to make a profit. That's why they wanted to acquire Yahoo, and then bundle Yahoo with IE, using PC interface and content interface as a bundle, to crush Netscape in one fell swoop. But just as they wanted to get Yahoo, Roland's behavior shocked them. If investing in Yahoo and Amazon was just luck, then the current content layout is definitely not luck. Roland's current behavior is that users don't know what they want yet, but we have already done what they need. In addition, with the content interface to divert traffic, Roland is one step ahead of everyone, and this step can get rid of everyone. Bill Gates and Paul Allen both believe that Amazon will never be an online bookstore. As long as there is a chance, with Roland's current layout, he will definitely make it an online Walmart. Once it is done, it will be a monopoly. But it doesn't make sense. After thinking again and again, the silent Paul Allen suddenly found a problem. If Roland wants to create content like crazy, then he can't sell the content interface channel. Once the Yahoo shares are sold, it will be very difficult to use Yahoo to introduce customers to Amazon and Blizzard Entertainment like we do now. Because once we get it, we will definitely ask him to pay the entry fee. Yes, I didn't think about this problem before. Bill Gates heard this and said bluntly, but now, I think the problem may be clear. He acquired Microsoft's shares and became Apple's largest shareholder. Doesn't he want to be the controller of the PC interface? His real layout may be that in the future, people use his computer, through his browser, and surf his website, enjoy the content he provides. Then on his platform, express the information feedback he wants to see. There are too many types of content. This kind of thing cannot be monopolized, and the content he is doing now is all related to his own industry. His roots are in Hollywood, so he invested in him. His uncle controls the Double Star Group and sells derivative products, so he invested in Amazon. He and Steven both like games, so he created Blizzard Entertainment. He controls all the content he likes, but he wants to monopolize the entire industry chain of interfaces and content. Paul Allen was stunned. It was not that Roland Allen's layout was too crazy, but he felt that Bill Gates' idea was problematic. Monopolize the entire industry chain? This is more difficult than monopolizing an industry, okay? Using Roland's computer, opening Roland's browser, watching Roland's movies, playing Roland's games, and spending on Roland's special sale website through Roland's portal website? Just think about it, it's impossible. If Roland knew their guess, he would definitely jump up in surprise. Because Bill Gates guessed 80%. As for the remaining 20%, they are naturally watching my news channel, ABC, playing with my mobile phone, iOS, Android, using my social software, Facebook, Inst, using my search engine as a basis, Google, and taking my children to navigate to my paradise, Disney. Children only do multiple choice questions, but adults want them all. William, I think. However, before Paul Allen finished speaking, Bill Gates interrupted him and said with a smile, "Do you think I'm too tired now and want to lead IE to defeat Netscape, so I'm crazy?" Paul Allen did not speak. "I also think I'm crazy," Bill Gates admitted openly, "because my speculation is really crazy. He is just a child who will become an adult next year. How can he think so much? Besides, I really don't believe that he can take every step correctly." Hearing this rational words, Paul Allen was relieved immediately. Fortunately, a madman will not admit that he is crazy. However, before he could be happy about his friend's rationality, Bill Gates said again, "But when Steve Jobs came up with Breakout, he was only 1 year older than Roland Allen. Some people exist to interpret success. Otherwise, you can't explain why he has been popular for 8 years. Now the saying in Hollywood is not that Steven Spielberg creates the impossible, but whoever owns Roland Allen can break the global box office record. Now he is ranked first and second on the global box office rankings, and those data analysts firmly believe that, as long as Roland is willing to keep shooting, there will be only his name on the entire list. Now he has surpassed Harrison Ford, but it seems that the only one who can beat him is himself." The naked facts left Paul Allen speechless. After staring at his old friend for a long time, he sighed and gave up. "Okay, you called me here today just to tell me these things? If you just narrate Roland's crazy ideas, I have heard them." Seeing that his old friend gave up persuading him, Bill Gates also laughed. "No, I called you here today just to tell me that I want to meet with Roland Allen, and I hope you can help me." "Oh, God, you want me to ask Steven out for dinner and then let him call Roland out by the way?" "Yes, why is it difficult?" Steven is now filming Unbreakable, and after the filming, he will go to the UK to film Saving Private Ryan, and Roland will also participate, so I think they may not have time to come. "No time to come? It doesn't matter, we'll go to Los Angeles. You invite me to visit DreamWorks and learn about DreamWorks' current projects, and then have dinner with them. Isn't that perfect?" Looking at his old friend's playful smile, Paul Allen was really convinced. Is Roland Allen really that important? So important that you can put aside the R&D of IE and go meet him? However, even though he had doubts in his heart, Paul Allen did not refuse. First, he understood that his old friend had been busy with the IE project for 2 years without a break, and it would be a good thing for him to go out for a walk now. Second, he knew that his old friend had a knot in his heart about the IE project, and if it was not untied, it would be very troublesome. In this case, it was only natural to help him make connections. However, before contacting, he thought of another question. "So, since you are going to California, why don't you call Steve? Microsoft has invested in Apple, and Roland is Apple's largest shareholder. It's only natural for us to meet." Hearing this, Bill Gates, who was in a good mood because of his old friend's answer, smiled even more happily. Of course, call Steve out and let him meet Apple's current largest shareholder. He may never have thought in his lifetime that Apple, which he is so proud of, is actually controlled by Steven's students. You know, the current Pixar animation has launched a revolution in computer animation. But just as DreamWorks Animation is learning from it, the Apple that he is most familiar with is no longer his Apple. Since old friends can still make fun of him, it proves that he is still normal now. He nodded in response. When he took out his mobile phone to look for the number, Paul Allen asked casually, "Then, will Yahoo still acquire it? Don't rush this matter. I have already said hello to Carl Icahn. Wait until IE 4.0 is launched, and then operate this matter. Of course, our current goal is to meet with Roland first." Note, Microsoft really defeated Netscape in October 1997, after the release of IE 4.0. Before that, even if Microsoft used bundling, it did not threaten Netscape, because the IE browser was really bad. Microsoft really thought about acquiring Yahoo that year, and directly crushed Netscape through PC interface and content interface. It was said that after Yahoo went public, the stock price was halved in more than half a year, which was to prepare for the acquisition. But unexpectedly, IE 4.0 made Microsoft turn over. Moreover, while Microsoft crushed Netscape, antitrust investigation appeared, and Microsoft had no time to acquire Yahoo. MSN is a portal website. Its competitor was Yahoo, but it never beat Yahoo before the millennium. Bill Gates' crazy idea was shaped by the description in The Wave, written by Dr. Wu Jun. The book said that Bill Gates went crazy during the time when he led Microsoft to defeat Netscape. All Microsoft projects were stopped, and he focused on developing IE. He could do anything, as long as he could defeat Netscape. He had only seen this kind of madness twice, and the other time was on the founder of Google. As for using bundling monopoly to squeeze others out, Microsoft also used it against Yahoo and Google, but Yahoo and Google also signed pre-installation agreements with HP and Dell to squeeze Microsoft in reverse. These big companies did not do business seriously. Microsoft invested in Apple after Jobs returned to Apple. Bill Gates said that this was a commercial investment behavior, but Steve Ballmer admitted that the crazy decision in 1997 was to save Apple and help Jobs clean up competitors. Chapter 215. The world is really small. Bill Gates wanted to meet Roland, which was actually very simple. In fact, he didn't need to take a roundabout way to save the country, and he didn't need to ask Paul Allen to make an appointment with Steven Spielberg. He only needed to call Roland, and the guy who wanted to find a thigh to hug all over the world would run to Seattle happily. Because Bill Gates is the founder of Microsoft. Come on, for Roland, this identity is not important at all. Behind Bill Gates is what Roland likes. Many media said that Bill Gates has a good mother, so Microsoft can make a fortune, but why no one said that he has a good father who can help Microsoft to make an extreme 1-for-1 when Microsoft is deeply involved in an antitrust investigation? After federal judge Thomas Jackson publicly declared that according to the evidence collected by the court, it can be proved that Microsoft does have monopoly behavior, the appeals court directly overturned Thomas Jackson's ruling. Then within 2 months, the judge was dismissed for a series of inexplicable charges, and the new judge who took over was even more of his father's man. Because of his powerful background and his disregard for the law, Bill Gates has a bad reputation in America. How bad is it? He advocates that people in the third world get vaccinated to avoid the pain and harm that diseases bring to families. His logic is, children get vaccinated, child mortality drops. Parents don't need to have more children to ensure the survival rate of their children. People in the third world can abandon the pressure of childbearing and devote more energy to other projects. However, due to their hatred of the second generation, Americans believe that vaccinating people in the third world means letting them have fewer children and exterminate themselves, which is an inhumane and anti-human act. Bill Gates deserves to die. In 2015, he said in a speech that highly infectious diseases are more deadly than war. 5 years later, when the disaster broke out, he funded the testing and treatment in the Seattle area, and then the American people went crazy again. They think that Bill Gates, the god-level whistleblower, is the creator of the virus. His purpose in creating the virus is to reduce those who are unwilling to get vaccinated and do not agree with him asking people to get vaccinated. Those who are benefited by him and receive treatment will become his believers, and he himself will control humans through treatment and become God. Bill Gates is damned. This is really powerless to complain. Happy education has taught a bunch of idiots Roland simply couldn't believe that there are still people with such brain circuits in the world. The point is that there are still a lot of them. No wonder many people believe that injecting disinfectant into their bodies can kill the virus. A bunch of idiots. But it is precisely because of the existence of these idiots that it actually proves how awesome Bill Gates is. His background is so big that ordinary people feel scared. He accepted an antitrust investigation on the front foot and then received a large order for nuclear-powered aircraft carrier software in National Defense Information Security Systems. Then, together with Lockheed Martin, he ate up the technical upgrade service of the US Air Force's large Space Command and Control Center. Monopoly? I have a monopoly. What can you do to me? I had no protection before, but now, whoever investigates me will be at odds with national security. You are dead without me doing anything. If Roland doesn't hug such a thick thigh, wouldn't he be stupid? However, before Spielberg received the invitation and called Roland, Bill Gates, who personally invited Jobs, also encountered problems. As soon as the call was connected, the tone of the boss's second and my third came to his face. Aren't you focusing on the development of IE 4.0 recently? Why are you calling me during work hours? What? You're coming to California? Did I hear you right? IE 4.0 will be released this year. How come you still have time to run around? Invite me to dinner? Wow, wow, wow. William, are you trying to make me laugh to death? If you don't have a place to eat, why don't you just come to my house after you get off the plane? Why are you calling? I'm very busy now. Let's talk if we have something to talk about. I'm hanging up. Huh? What did you say? You're not coming to Cupertino this time, but to Los Angeles? Who are you going to see in Los Angeles? What? Going to see DreamWorks with Paul, and by the way, inviting Steven and Roland to dinner? When Steve Jobs, who was sitting at his desk, heard the itinerary information revealed by Bill Gates on the other end of the phone, he stopped writing with a smile on his face, holding the receiver. While putting down the pen, his right hand also raised up and moved the receiver stuck on his left shoulder to his right ear. Ben's eyes fell on the writing area, swaying and sweeping. When he saw the company shareholder list adjustment report on the table, the glaring Overwatch Ventures and Microsoft made him raise his eyebrows. Because the document was wrapped in a transparent plastic, the content on it was clearly visible. As of April 1st, Apple's largest shareholder is Overwatch Ventures, holding 10.73% of the shares. Apple's second largest shareholder, Microsoft, holding 7.5% of the shares. Non-voting shares. This report was already in his hands when the shareholder information was disclosed. The reason why it has been kept here is because he appreciates the kindness of his friends, but he really can't accept it. William, didn't I say that I can reorganize the Apple board of directors without your help? Jill Amelio will be kicked out by me, and he won't cause me any trouble. If someone else wanted to help Jobs, he would have cursed long ago, but Bill Gates was different. Similar to Steven Spielberg, Jobs and Bill Gates have known each other for more than 20 years. In April 1977, Jobs took the Apple II prototype to the computer exhibition, where he met Bill Gates. At that time, Gates was selling BASIC with Paul Allen. After seeing the amazing Apple prototype, Bill Gates flew to Apple headquarters instead of his job, hoping to learn life experience from Jobs. In the 1980s, Jobs, who had developed the Macintosh, needed help with the microprocessor, so he flew to Microsoft headquarters every day. With the cooperation of both parties, the first personal computer with a graphical user interface appeared. Before 1985, the two were brothers who talked about everything, but after the release of Windows, their relationship became estranged. Jobs accused Gates of stealing his achievements, while Gates said that both of them stole the research results from the Xerox PARC laboratory. But before the quarrel lasted long, Jobs was kicked out of Apple. With his departure, Microsoft made unstoppable progress in the PC field. After leaving the field he was good at, Jobs, who had nothing to do, did not pay attention to his former friend. Until the documentary filmed in 1996, he still claimed that Microsoft had only achieved a nerdy victory. Time may be the best medicine. Although the two often quarreled with each other publicly, when Microsoft funded Apple, Jobs still modified the $150 million free aid and promised to build IE into Apple's computers and gave up all lawsuits against Microsoft for copyright infringement. Microsoft also transferred personnel to update the Office series on Mac to support Apple software. If you say they hate each other, then they can really fight, but if you say they never get along with each other, neither of them is a fool. If the other party really has problems, they will still give a hand. It's just that both sides have their own pride and do not allow others to point fingers at their children. Therefore, both sides will do things like helping them get on the horse. As for sending them off, they both think that this kind of concern is a bit redundant. But, remember, of course you can remember, it was with this strange feeling that after hearing Jobs' extremely firm words, Bill Gates did not insist, but said, Microsoft holds non-voting shares, which can't help you reorganize Apple's board of directors. Okay. I did communicate with Joe Emilio, but I told him that you are just a salesman and don't know anything about the product itself, so he doesn't need to care about your ideas because you don't know anything. If it was someone else, they would have been furious at such insulting remarks, but both parties knew each other's temper, so after hearing such words, Jobs' cold face regained its brilliance. Not only that, he also laughed and sarcastically said, yes, you understand the product, but you have no taste. You don't know what users like at all. You only know what business means can make the company develop better. Microsoft's Windows is just a product that users can't bypass, and it can't bring any cultural attributes to people at all. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of laughter from the other end of the phone. After hearing two different chaotic sounds, Jobs also understood. Paul is here too? Yeah, Steve, long time no see. Paul Allen laughed happily without hiding his smile. Oh. Jobs shook his head repeatedly at the teasing words. You two are still the same as you were 20 years ago, one making a phone call, and the other eavesdropping. How can this be called eavesdropping? William just called you in front of me. Paul Allen retorted. Okay. Jobs was too lazy to pay attention to these two jokers. Since you are here too, let's just make things clear. Did you instruct Roland Allen to buy the Apple stock in his hands? You really don't need to do this. Those guys on the Apple board are not my opponents at all. This is the benefit of having connections all over the world. When Roland Allen does something now, people don't think about what he wants to do, but who asked him to do it. Just like Apple's stock now, after Steve Jobs got the report, he had only two ideas in his mind. First, Bill Gates and Paul Allen wanted to protect their own position, but it was not easy to take direct action, so they took a roundabout way and asked the guys from Steven Spielberg, the helmsman of DreamWorks who had a good relationship with Microsoft, to come forward and hold Apple stocks, clean up the opponents in the board of directors, and let him control Apple in the shortest time. Second, it was naturally DreamWorks, which had been learning from Pixar, that took the initiative. Steven Spielberg, who had maintained a friendship with him for more than 20 years, signaled his students to pay money to help him clean up the enemies, and by doing so, he also hoped that DreamWorks Animation could develop a good cooperation with Pixar. The fact that competitors were enemies would not turn against each other in the face of more than 20 years of friendship. As for Roland Allen himself wanting to buy Apple stocks, only Bill Gates, who studies how to defeat Netscape every day, would think about this kind of thing. When other people learned about this, they naturally thought that Roland had too many backers behind him. They had to think carefully about whether he was going to attack me or help me. When these guys thought about it, Roland became harmless. At least, compared with the bloody and cruel crocodiles behind Roland, Roland was still quite cute. However, just when Jobs thought he was right, he heard a series of denials from the other end of the receiver. Steve, this matter has nothing to do with me. 7.5% of the shares is my limit. I will not let Microsoft invest too much. Bill Gates said sincerely. Steve, I didn't do this either. Paul Allen said with a smile. Besides, I just learned from William that Roland not only bought up a large number of Apple shares, but also frantically swept up Microsoft shares in the primary market. Although it's not yet 1%, it's almost there. If we asked him to help you, he should now hold more than 20% of Apple shares. Besides, this shouldn't have been done by Steven. As if he felt that his words were not enough and had no basis, Paul Allen recounted what he had just seen. When Jobs learned that Roland was actually working on internet brand content, he, who had been wondering for the past 10 days, gradually accepted the fact that Roland might be an investor. Not only that, he unexpectedly said, "Blizzard Entertainment is Roland's wholly owned company? I heard him mention it when I was chatting with Trip Hawkins before. This is a very good game content company, so good that EA wants to acquire it at a premium. I was curious before, how could a company like EA not be able to acquire its peers? Now it seems that he really can't acquire Blizzard Entertainment." At this point, the three of them laughed at the same time. It is extremely normal for a company to acquire a business. But many companies cannot be acquired successfully just because you want to. Just like Boeing cannot be acquired by foreign capital, many small companies are the hobbies of big men. They are not short of money or power. Do you want to expand by acquiring companies owned by such people? Dream on. After making everything clear, Jobs finally accepted Bill Gates' invitation. However, when he agreed, he also emphasized, "I'm not attending the private dinner because of you. I just want to meet Steven, the major shareholder of Apple, his student." "Okay. I know. Bill Gates and Paul Allen nodded repeatedly, but while answering, the two middle-aged men lying on the table laughed like children. How could they not know that Jobs was being stubborn? It was obviously them who aroused Jobs' curiosity about Roland, but they had to pretend that nothing had happened. It was really a shame to save face. "Okay, when will it be scheduled?" "Early May. Steven's The Untamed will not be completed until the end of April, and they will go to the UK in mid-May. I heard that, before filming Saving Private Ryan, they have to undergo a half-month military training." "Okay, call me directly after confirming the time." "Hang up, you have wasted too much of my time." When Jobs hung up the phone mercilessly, the two people who heard the beeping sound smiled and shook their heads. "He's still the same. Pretend. He's amazing if he can pretend for a lifetime." At the same time as hanging up the phone, Jobs picked up the receiver again and dialed the company's internal short number. After the questioning voice came from the receiver, he blurted out a clear and neat order. "Tell the board of directors that Roland Allen is my man. Within 3 days, I hope to see Joel Emilio take his things and get out of the company. Otherwise, wait for the extraordinary shareholders meeting. At that time, everyone will have to get out." Bang. Without giving the other party any time to think about it, Jobs hung up the phone. After 2 seconds of silence, he laughed first. Yes, he has his own pride, but he is not stupid. He returned to Apple to make a comeback. Before that, of course, he must be in power. He didn't want to borrow Bill Gates' power, but Roland Allen. Damn, I played games with your teacher back then, okay? He also helped buy Pixar. We are not outsiders. If one of us helps another, that doesn't count as helping, right? If Roland knew that so many bullshit things happened in one day without his knowledge, he would definitely laugh his head off. These shares were acquired for you. Just fire the person you want. Connect with Jobs. X. Full Hollywood connections. Full Wall Street connections. Full technology connections. The world is really small. Note, Bill Gates is going to be criticized again this time. Now some people even suspect that the medical institutions he invested in implant nanorobots into the patient's bodies when treating them, in order to control the patients after recovery. This kind of speech really made me laugh my head off. Jobs and Bill Gates have a really good relationship. Although the two of them usually quarreled with each other, when Jobs returned to Apple and held the first Macworld conference, Bill Gates appeared via video link to support him. As for why he didn't go to the scene, the video link alone caused a round of boos in the venue. When Apple released iTunes, Bill Gates also issued an internal Microsoft statement saying that Jobs was leading Apple in a revolution. Chapter 216. Do you like your daughter? Since Spider-Man and Independence Day were taken off the screen, the box office market in 1997 has been sluggish. On February 7th, Skyfall, starring Pierce Brosnan and Linda Hamilton, was released, with a total North American box office of more than 60 million. As a movie with an investment of 116 million, this result is obviously unsatisfactory. the most handsome James Bond in history and Sarah Connor, the strongest female warrior on earth, can't bring in the box office. On February 14th, Absolute Power, directed and starred by evergreen Clint Eastwood, was released. With an investment of $50 million, it closed at $50 million in North America. According to the cooperation agreement between Columbia and Warner, this movie will not be released overseas. Is Clint old? We have asked this question many times. Like Absolute Power, another movie that cannot be released overseas is Savage City, which was released on March 7th. With an investment of $32 million and a North American box office of $59 million, it almost touched the overseas distribution line of $60 million. What a pity. And the one who has always been lucky is naturally Jim Carrey. Liar Liar, which was released on March 21st, earned $180 million at the North American box office with an investment of $45 million. According to experts' expectations, the global box office of the entire movie will exceed $300 million. If Liar Liar was the only eye-catching blockbuster in March 1997, then there were no eye-catching works in April. However, starting from May, all the highlights of this year have appeared. The first one is Jurassic Park 2 on May 23rd. The overlords of the Jurassic are back again. It's a pity that Roland Allen is not here this time, and the box office prospects are worrying. After that, on June 20th, Julia Roberts' I Really Want to Marry You will meet the audience. In July, with the arrival of Summer Vacation, the first to appear is the comic book adaptation movie Men in Black, produced by Steven Spielberg and starring Will Smith, followed by Air Force One on July 25th. As for the leading actor, it's naturally the familiar Harrison Ford. Wow. 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 This wild duel reminds me of last summer's movie season. Last year, Spider-Man vs. Independence Day, Roland Allen won the box office, but Will Smith emerged as a dark horse. This year, will it be Men in Black vs. Air Force One, and will Will Smith step on Harrison Ford to get to the top? Harrison Ford dominated the 1980s with the Star Wars and Indiana Jones series, while Roland Allen has been sweeping major box office records since 1990. It seemed that, as long as he persisted for another 3 years, he would be able to achieve the terrifying achievement of crushing all movie stars in the 1990s, but Will Smith suddenly appeared. If Men in Black beats Air Force One this summer, Will Smith will become the only guy in the circle who has the potential to break Roland Allen's box office domination. And according to the trailer released by Sony, there are a lot of lifelike aliens in Men in Black. Compared to Independence Day, the production of Men in Black is even better. Coupled with the blessing of the wild summer season and the fact that Roland Allen is not involved, we are confident that this year's box office champion may be Will Smith and his Men in Black. As long as he can beat Air Force One. As long as he can maintain the same performance as Independence Day. Pucci. Ha 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 ha. When the anchor of NBC's entertainment channel said the above remarks with great confidence, Roland, who was eating breakfast in the restaurant, burst out laughing. The fried eggs he just put in his mouth were like flowers scattered from heaven, spreading all over the table, like a sky full of stars. Disgusting. Ugh. The three little guys sitting in the front seat gave him a look of disgust, and the Olson couple in the main seat were even more surprised. Kate on the opposite side first frowned and looked at him with a puzzled look, then picked up the tissue and threw it into Roland's arms, then picked up 2 plates and walked into the kitchen, and when she came back, a rag fell in front of Roland. Wipe it yourself. Okay. Roland, who had already wiped his mouth with the tissue, wiped the table neatly. Take it and wash it. Okay. Roland, knowing that he was in the wrong, did not argue. When he finished dealing with the scene and returned to his seat with 2 shiny plates, he heard the discussions of the little ones. Elizabeth opened her eyes wide and looked at her 2 sisters cutely. What was Roland laughing at just now? Wow, how come this kid has no sense at all? Do you even need to ask? What the TV news said must be wrong. Ashley and Mary really have a sharp eye. What's wrong? Nothing is right. Then of course Will Smith will win the box office champion this year. That's right. Titanic will be released at the end of this year, not next year. Don't even mention Men in Black maintaining the box office performance of Independence Day. Even if Jurassic Park is brought out, it can't beat Titanic. Once the big ship is released, the 1990s will no longer be a wild era with many great films. Everyone will have to live in my shadow. Roland laughed unexpectedly because of the radio host's random analysis. Will Smith wants to win the annual box office championship? It's impossible in this lifetime. Unfortunately, the cute little guy still didn't understand. What? Is there a problem? Such words made Roland, who was still smiling, pretend to frown. He knocked on the table after he sat down, drawing Elizabeth's attention back. Licky, can you turn your head and look at the person before you ask a question? He's sitting next to you. Hearing this, Elizabeth was stunned at first, then turned her head to take a look. When she found that Kate was pouting and staring at her angrily, the little girl turned pale when she reacted. But after a few seconds, she suddenly put down the spoon and hugged Kate's arm. Oh, I always thought that was a movie starring Kate. You are just a tool to have a love affair with her. In Titanic, Kate is charming, and you are just one of her many sweeties. It's your honor that she chose you, okay? In such an obvious relationship, you are a supporting role, no matter how you look at it, right? Even if there is a problem with what was said on TV just now, it has nothing to do with you. Whether Will Smith can win this year's box office champion is not up to you, but Kate. So, why are you so excited? Oh. When Elizabeth lay on Kate's arm and looked at Roland complacently, everyone present laughed at her heresy. Kate, who was in a good mood, pinched the little guy's round face affectionately. As for Roland, the person being slandered, he glared at her and said, if you can say something, just say more. Not only that, he also said in a very petty way, the zoo is gone. If it were before, facing such a threat, the little girl would definitely hug Roland's thighs like a Miamier and beg for forgiveness like a koala. But now, she shook Kate's arm and said in a greasy voice, Kate, Roland bullied me. Really? Then let me ask. Kate glanced at Roland and said with a smile, I heard that you bullied Lizzie. Roland pouted at the half smile in his eyes. No. What about the zoo? What I mean is that the zoo will be built according to Liz's ideas, yeah. Elizabeth cheered excitedly for the word coming from her heart. With a peer, she kissed Kate on the cheek. Kate smiled and raised her eyebrows at Roland in response, while Roland, who got her idea, shrugged and spread his hands, not caring. This prank made the Olsons, who were at the main table, smile and shake their heads. After the celebration, David tapped the table with his fingers and said, okay, finish breakfast quickly, okay? If you have anything to say, you can talk on the way to school. Your mother will take your sister to Disneyland later. If nothing goes wrong, Roland will have to make another trip as well. David said, and Elizabeth stopped making a fuss. She grabbed the spoon and ate the fruit cereal in big mouthfuls. Kate glanced at it, took out 2 pieces of paper and put them under her collar to prevent the little one from getting it dirty. Then she picked up the food and put it on Roland's plate. Seeing that it was almost done, the rest went into her bowl. After the filming of Titanic was completed, Kate only went back home once for Saving Private Ryan. The rest of the time, she stayed in Los Angeles. She had to rent a house before, but now, isn't there a ready-made place to live? As the saying goes, first time is stranger, second time is familiar. We have met on Christmas Eve and Christmas, so what is there to be afraid of after moving in? As for the daily schedule, it was even simpler. As in the past, when there was no work, Roland would take Elizabeth to school after breakfast, but now Kate went with him. After that, whether to go home or to DreamWorks was entirely up to them. In the afternoon, the two of them finished their work on time and went to pick up the little girl from school. When they got home, Ganetti and the others who had finished get off work were almost back, and the family enjoyed dinner at home. The only difference was who told the little girl's stories after the dinner walk. In the past, it was Roland who was there talking nonsense. Now, it was Kate who read to them with a book. After the bedtime story was finished, Kate went back to the study and dragged the guy who was playing Diablo to take a bath. After that, it was up to them to choose whether to do a single sport or read a book. Anyway, it was not a fight for the official seal. Perhaps it was this kind of subtle contact, or perhaps Roland's non-competitive nature in front of Kate was regarded by Elizabeth as a natural enemy in the food chain, so the little girl who was originally close to Roland now likes to be Kate's follower. Just like when James said no to Elizabeth's unreasonable request, but Roland waved his hand to say yes. Now, as long as Roland says no to Elizabeth, she will find Kate and shake her until she is satisfied, or until the other party refuses to do so. The Olsons are happy and relaxed about this situation. As the saying goes, true love comes from husband and wife, and children are just an accident. Although children are an important bond to maintain a relationship, conflicts often arise from children. Now that someone is helping to take care of the child, they are so happy that they can't wait to refuse. We will pick you up on time. Listen to the class well. Okay. Moore. After giving Elizabeth a few words of advice, the two watched the little one bounce into the school. As she disappeared, they got back into the car and quietly left. Recalling Elizabeth's cute face and sweet voice, Kate, who was leaning on the seat, smiled happily. Licky is so cute. Yes, yes. Roland nodded in agreement. After so many years, he also thought the doll was cute. Licky is so fun. Kate said again. Yes, yes. Roland still agreed. Although Elizabeth had learned to flatter, the little girl's action when flattering was still very cute. If she had to describe it, she would be mischievous. When Lizzie grows up, she will definitely be very beautiful and very smart. Kate, who was looking at Roland, added. Upon hearing this, Roland felt even more empathetic. His words were like a flood, flowing endlessly. Of course, Ashley and Mary are so beautiful. Lizzie will definitely not be worse than them. Moreover, Lizzie is different from her two sisters. She doesn't work long hours filming, and her lifestyle is very healthy, so she will definitely be a long-legged beauty in the future. Seeing Roland's eyes shining, Kate, who was staring at him with a faint gaze, suddenly interrupted him. She asked inexplicably, "Do you like daughters?" What? Roland was talking to himself with countless question marks on his forehead. The moment he turned his head to look at Kate, his heart skipped a beat when he felt the look in Kate's eyes. When he found that Kate's feelings were different from his own thoughts, Roland chose to respond with a smile. Actually, I like them all. Really? Of course. Although the conversation was ambiguous, the two knew the meaning, but neither of them had the intention to expose it. After sending Elizabeth off, they rushed to the Disney headquarters in Burbank to discuss projects with the Olson sisters. Due to Roland's intervention, the development trajectory of the Olson sisters has been very different from that of their previous lives. They did not take on those money-making rubbish, and after appearing in the 3 movies Jurassic Park, Sleepless in Seattle and Jumanji, their national popularity has actually increased. After all, no matter how many rubbish they shoot, they can't be as powerful as a global hit. With the end of Full House, the 10-year-old girls have reached the age where they can star in movies. It's a pity that there are not many movies with girls as the main characters, and the movies with twins appearing at the same time can only be customized. If there was no Roland, Ganetti might be dazzled by those extremely generous film contracts, but with Roland naturally couldn't see his own people fall into the pit. When Roland contacted the 6 major studios and told them that he needed to find a suitable project for the Olsen sisters, the production secrets that would give 5 stars to outsiders were sent to his house like free money. After wandering around in the sea of films, Roland also found a project suitable for the sisters to star in at the same time. The perfect match. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. I Want It. To describe the movie The Perfect Match in one sentence, it is the story of a pair of masked twin sisters who match their parents who have been divorced for more than 10 years to reconstitute their family. It sounds absurd, but in fact, the story is full of warmth. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that the producer is Disney. Isn't the purpose of Disney's children's movies to make family popcorn? It is precisely because Disney has such a persistence that Roland chose this movie. In the previous life, the Olson sisters were running wild on the road of transformation after they were teenagers. They just wanted to prove that they had grown up and fell in love with men of the same age on the screen, without considering that their figures were not attractive to the audience at all. Lolita is Lolita. Falling in love with mature boys of the same age, isn't it a clear attempt to convey the idea of pedophilia? Indeed, the reason why the Olsen sisters chose this at the time had a lot to do with their parents' divorce. They hope to leave a mature image to the outside world when they make their way in Hollywood, rather than the cuteness and childishness before. You can't say that their ideas are wrong, but this approach is undoubtedly killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Those films can make money, which is purely consuming the popularity of the Olsen sisters. Now, the Olsen couple has a good relationship with a harmonious family and a big brother. They pretend to be mature, but the audience doesn't recognize them. Roland Allen is 17 years old before he finds a girlfriend. You two are 6 years younger than him, and you are dating now? Your behavior is more anxious than James's appearance, okay? In this way, the warmth brought by a complete family is the best label for the two. Roland's consistent thinking is that it is better to play a good role than to act well. As long as the role is likable, even mediocre acting can be loved by the public, and the selling point of the movie The Perfect Match happens to be what the two have. What's more, if he remembers correctly, this movie in the previous life sold nearly 100 million box office under the interpretation of Lindsay Lohan. Now it's the Olsen sisters who are only less popular than themselves, and they can definitely exceed this number. The first movie that takes the lead can have a box office of over 100 million. This result is already terrifying. After all, not everyone is like Roland who sees the answer. As for the difference in acting between the Olsen sisters and the original lead actress, Lindsay Lohan, although Lindsay Lohan played two roles in the couple, her basic skills were mediocre, the most obvious being her British accent, which gave people a cheap feeling of rushing out. The media that praised the film never commented on her acting skills from beginning to end, either saying that she was cute or that the special effects were amazing. Even if the Olsen sisters were mediocre in talent, after more than 7 years of filming, they could surpass Lindsay Lohan in terms of craftsmanship. As for face, among all the child stars of all ages, the only one who could rank ahead of the Olsen sisters was Shirley Temple. Lindsay Lohan, who was in her teens, had a face full of freckles, while the Olsen sisters made their livings by their faces. They had been attracting fans with their faces since they were 1 year old, and they had been attracting fans until they successfully changed their careers in their 20s. Even if the film was terrible, they could still make a lot of money with the videotapes. After that, the younger sister Elizabeth could also conquer the world with her face. Compared with the gifted talent given by the ancestors, this kind of blessing from God is even more terrifying. Just like a fairy, even if it becomes a plus version, no expert can make that face. The fan appeal brought by appearance is innate, and others can't envy it no matter what. What's more, Roland didn't have any psychological pressure to grab Lindsay Lohan's project. This is not called grabbing opportunities at all, but saving girls who will fall because of popularity. It is precisely because the Olsen sisters have all-round advantages that when Roland arrived at the Disney studio in Burbank, the film's director Nancy Mears and producer Charles Schell had already praised the sisters who had finished their styling. When Roland, who regarded the rules as nothing, pulled Kate to hide aside and witnessed the Olsen sisters acting out a segment according to the script according to the requirements of the director and producer, the excited words after watching the scene made him smile. "Ashley, your British accent is so standard. This is the most perfect pronunciation I have heard since the public audition." Producer Charles Schell showed his surprise without hiding it. However, Ashley pouted and said unhappily, "But my sister still says that my pronunciation is not as standard as my brother's." Sister? Charles Schell repeated the title, puzzled. He had entered the industry in the late 1960s, made many movies, and met many people. Although his status was not very big, the series father of the folks could also give him a place in the circle. He is praising someone now, but he was directly refuted by the person concerned. This But before he could ask in embarrassment, Mary on the side had already comforted him mischievously. "Why don't you say that Kate also said that Roland practiced his accent for 8 years, but it was just the level of normal communication, and his language talent is not as good as ours." Well, Ashley's sister is Kate Winslet, and the skill benchmark is Roland Allen. Can't afford to offend. Status is justice. Charles Shell didn't want to get entangled in such a small matter as accent. Nancy Mears also helped him out, squatting down and smiling at Mary, saying, "Mary, you are so cute when you lose your temper." When I watched Full House before, as long as I saw the action of rolling eyes, I could be sure that it was you. Otherwise, it's all Ashley. Really? Then you guessed wrong. Ashley can do it too. Before the voice fell, the two little girls rolled their eyes at the same time. The pouting and frustrated appearance of the punching bag caused a burst of laughter from the surrounding staff. They are both cute. Kate, who was looking from a distance, put her hands in her pockets and sighed. If those who make a living by their faces are not cute, there will be no market. Roland directly told the truth. Really? Then why are you willing to find projects for the sisters who make a living by their faces, but not for me who makes a living by my skills? Kate asked a commonplace question. However, this time, Roland did not bluntly say no, but deliberately said, "If you are willing to play their mother, then I don't mind. Although you are only 11 years apart, but dressing up. Danger." Roland felt that he had a great advantage. Roland teased him a little, and before Roland finished speaking, he had already typed GG. Bang. Kate grabbed Roland's arm. "Do you think I'm old?" "No." Roland shuddered and shook his head like a rattle. "If you can say it, just say more." Kate couldn't hold it back, and a smile rose in the corner of her eyes. "Really not." Roland was still acting from the heart. "Sleep on the sofa tonight." Kate used the way Roland threatened Elizabeth in the morning. "Then who should I hug and cry now?" Roland looked at Kate aggrievedly. Their eyes met, and after a few seconds of pause, they both laughed at the same time. The hand holding Roland's arm slid down, turned a corner, and after intertwining with each other, it slipped back into his pocket. "I've looked at the cast list of the couple before. The actress who plays Ashley and Mary's mother is Natasha Richardson. She's from the Redgrave family. When Sense and Sensibility won an award, my mom looked for her mother Vanessa." "Vanessa? Who is Vanessa?" "Vanessa Redgrave. She won the Best Supporting Actress Oscar in 1978 for Julia." "Oh, her? I remember. Your aunt had a movie called Howard's End in 1992, and she co-starred with her. I think she was nominated for an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress." "Did your aunt win the Best Actress award?" "Yes, Anthony Hopkins and Helena Carter were there too. It was because of this movie that my aunt discovered that something was wrong with my uncle. The feeling between my uncle and Helena made her realize the danger." "Oh, the relationship over there is so confusing." Don't look at me like that. I don't mean to learn. Okay. Do you call Natasha sister or aunt? If you are familiar with her, do you have to say hello to her? TSK, don't you know her well?" Kate didn't bother to pay attention to Roland, and gave him a sanitary eye, then pulled him to the center. As they appeared, excited greetings followed. "Oh, Roland. Hi, Kate. I didn't expect you to come too. The entertainment industry is so small. It's so small that the acquaintances in the crew of The Perfect Match can fill up the entire notebook. Producer Charles Shell and director Nancy Mears are both good friends of Diane Keaton. Roland doesn't need to take advantage of the situation or bother Meryl Streep. They have already found the most suitable choice for the crew among all the auditions. Dennis Quaid, who plays the father of the two little girls, is a friend of Daniel Stern. Daniel Stern is the bearded thief in Home Alone. As for the heroine Natasha Richardson, although Kate said she was from such and such a family, in fact, her current identity can be summarized in one sentence: the wife of the most powerful father on the surface, Liam Neeson. There is no need to elaborate on the relationship between Liam Neeson and the Jewish gang. In the case that the producer, director, and leading actor are all familiar faces, Roland just showed up, and he has already taken the lead. Before he opened his mouth, the process has already taken the initiative from negotiating the schedule to negotiating the salary. This behavior can actually be understood. The status determines the right to speak. Now Roland is in Hollywood, that is, I get what I want. In fact, after learning that Roland had taken a fancy to The Perfect Match and hoped that the Olson sisters would star in it, Disney had already issued an order that all fundraising ideas should be based on meeting Roland's needs, as long as he can continue to make money. Not to mention walking sideways in Sony and Fox, the treatment given by the other 4 companies is the same. The huge profits make you our dad. Of course, Roland is not a demanding person. You guys are giving me a lot of convenience, so I can't possibly think of climbing through the window, right? Although it would be ideal for the Olsen sisters to take 18 points, they obviously can't get Roland's price. After a simple negotiation between the 2 parties, the final remuneration was set at 5% of the total revenue. To put it simply, as long as this project can still generate subsequent profits, even if I die, you have to pay me. Otherwise, my decayed voice will pass through the coffin and shout in your ear, pay me money. To be honest, this commission ratio is actually acceptable to the producers, but for Disney, who learned the result, it was a severe pain in the flesh, because they never forgot that The Lion King had to pay Roland every year. Damn, this pit who only takes money, but doesn't work is here again. However, it was painful, but when Disney chairman Michael Eisner learned of the news, he sent a letter to inform the entire company of the cooperation between Disney and Roland, as if something big had happened. The purpose is very simple, just to disgust the disobedient Miramax. I can't kick you out now, so I'll disgust you. Seeing the announcement of Disney's group, Harvey, the fat guy, was furious. Because of the great success of The English Patient, he instantly returned to his original cold look. Michael is so shameless. You can't convince me yourself, so you pull outsiders to deal with me? Fuck. 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 Bang bang bang. Harvey slapped the table several times, and the dull sound made Bob sigh helplessly. Bob knew that his brother was incompetent and furious, but there was nothing he could do. This is the sadness of the week. Forget it, Harvey. Roland is not in the same circle as us. He will never win an Oscar, and we won't do business, so let's forget about some things. We can't get revenge. I'm just angry. Harvey took a deep breath and said angrily, I clearly gave him the copyright for free. We did give the copyright for free, but you can't stop him from cooperating with Disney. Bob hoped that his brother could think more open-mindedly. This time Roland was looking for a new project for the Olsen sisters, and it just happened to be in Disney's hands. Michael also took this opportunity to disgust us, but it didn't cause any substantial harm to us. If you are really angry, then use your energy on the Oscars next year. Isn't Good Will Hunting going for the best picture? Isn't Wings of the Dove going for the best actress? Isn't it good for us to spend our energy on this? Hey. Harvey waved his hand, signaling his brother to stop talking. He also knew that he could only be angry, and there was nothing else he could do. Compared with the brothers, Roland didn't feel much when he learned that Disney had issued a notice. He didn't know that he was being used as a pawn by Disney, but even if he knew, he didn't care. As long as Harvey was unhappy, he was happy, because he couldn't be as happy as Harvey. After the project of The Perfect Match was finalized neatly, Roland returned to his life of going to and from work. During the day, he went to DreamWorks. Kate followed the crew's progress and learned by watching, while he stayed on Spielberg's big sofa to ponder the script. So much so that, when Spielberg came back from filming The Untold Story, he could already recite his few lines backwards. But before he could show the old man the results of his hard work, the old man spoke first. Okay, stop reading the script here. Someone invited us to dinner. You go back and change your clothes, and then meet me at my house. By the way, it's up to you or not. We are all family anyway. But you'd better say hello. It will be late tonight. Note, when Lindsay was a child, her face was really covered with freckles. Of course, their aesthetic standards are different from ours. They think people with freckles are cute. However, I personally think this kind of talk is just talk. If people with freckles are really cute, then Shirley Temple and the Olsen sisters would not be ranked first or second. The Redgrave family. At the top of the family tree is Roy Redgrave, a star of the silent film era, who was earlier than Chaplin. Next is Michael Redgrave, Cannes Film Festival winner, British Knight. Then Vanessa Redgrave, nominated for 5 Academy Awards, and Colin Redgrave, who won the Laurence Olivier Award, and Lynn Redgrave, 2-time Golden Globe Award winner. She was from the same generation as Elizabeth Taylor and was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Actress in 1966 together with her sister Vanessa in Morgan for her role in Georgie. But in the end both sisters lost to Virginia Woolf in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. Chapter 218, $100 billion business at a private dinner. What? Did the sun rise from the west today? Someone actually invited me to dinner? Roland's head was buzzing, very surprised. Since he entered the circle, he has never participated in any gathering activities. Compared with those social stars in the circle, who have a wide network of contacts, he is as boring as an old man in his 80s. However, if you put aside the quantity and compare the quality, just pick a big boss who sits with him for dinner, he can completely crush those grassroots teams in the circle. Roland is an elite, playing the dimensionality reduction attack. Whether he attends ordinary gatherings depends on whether he is happy or not. And the party that Spielberg invited him to was obviously a high-end bureau. Like James Cameron who knocked on the door of Wall Street with him, Spielberg has more than just Hollywood behind him. Unfortunately, before he could ask a question, the old man had already put down the documents, locked the office and left. So, when Roland went home to change clothes, he was really in the dark and didn't know what to wear. Dress more formally. What if I'm having dinner with George Lucas and his people tonight? Wouldn't that be boring? Dress more casually. What if I'm having dinner with some big shots I don't know tonight? Wouldn't that be awkward? Thinking of what the old man said before, it's up to you to bring your family or not. We are all family members anyway. Roland simply pulled Kate along and changed into black and white couple outfits. A pure black shirt jacket and casual pants with a white short-sleeved shirt underneath. A white dress with a tie waist and calf-length hem. Standing together, they're a perfect match. However, Kate wanted to say something to Roland's careless behavior. You don't even know who you are going to meet, so why take me with you? No matter who I'm going to meet, I will take you with me. Roland is not stupid, but he is usually too lazy to pay attention to other people. I can't help it. Who asked you to be by my side, so I feel safe? TSK, look at you proud. Let's go. Although Kate didn't say it, she was very happy in her heart. She took Roland's arm and left the house. When the two arrived at Spielberg's house, the old man who was ready just asked them to follow him, and then he led the way and ran wildly. The two people who fell behind were confused by his action. Looking at the figure riding away, those who knew that he was going to an appointment, and those who didn't know thought he was going to meet his old lover. After driving around for more than an hour, the two parties finally stopped at the door of a private club in the northern suburbs of Los Angeles. The two got out of the car and followed the old man in. When they saw the two distinct groups of people on the circular sofa, they were surprised and understood the reality. Oh, it turned out that someone really invited them to dinner today. Hi, Paul. I always invited you to Los Angeles when I had free time before, but unfortunately you were very busy at that time, so we missed it. I didn't expect that. Now that you have time, I'm dragged down by various projects in the company and can't go to the airport to pick you up. It's really a pity. As soon as the two parties met, Spielberg burst out with great enthusiasm for Paul Allen, but when he opened his arms to hug him, the guy who stood up to greet him responded with disdain. Oh, come on, Steven. Why are you being polite to me? I don't want to come to you when your schedule is full. If you want to blame someone, blame William. He took the initiative to come. Really? Spielberg smiled and asked back, William? Upon hearing this, Bill Gates, who also stood up, stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Spielberg in a friendly manner. Although his movements were elegant, his words were merciless. Steven, he is talking nonsense. He is clearly showing off to me that the DreamWorks he invested in has made huge profits. He invited me to take a look and boast about his talent and investment. Oh, it's a bit exaggerated to say that it's making huge profits. Since its establishment, including this year, we have launched only 4 projects in total. Although the prospects are good, judging by the current results, we can only be regarded as being on the right track. Upon hearing this, Spielberg's words suddenly became sincere. Paul Allen was immediately unhappy when he heard what he said. Hey, Steven, brag a little. You can't talk about the company's prospects in front of me alone. William is here to talk about reality, right? That makes me lose face. Because William is not an investor. We have professional ethics and only describe a beautiful future to investors. The greetings were similar to crosstalk, which made Jobs roll his eyes. When Spielberg turned to hug him, this guy didn't show any mercy to the other two and said directly, "I was pulled here by them. I didn't meet you, but your student. Roland is now the largest shareholder of Apple." The crisp words made Spielberg smile again and again. After patting his old friend on the shoulder, he turned around and looked at the little guy behind him, took a deep breath, and said with emotion, "I know." Hearing this, Bill Gates and Paul Allen looked at each other, and both saw helplessness on each other's faces. Well, this guy's really a topic terminator. However, after looking at each other, they all turned their eyes to Roland, who was standing beside them, and took the initiative to step forward and extend their hands. "Hi, Roland. Hi, Kate. I don't think we need to introduce ourselves. Of course, Paul. Stephen often mentioned you to me. I've read a lot of books about your personal experiences. Hello, Roland. Hello, Kate. Don't pay attention to what that guy says. He's just like that. Oh, Mr. Gates. No, you already call him Paul. Why do you still call me Gates? Just William. Okay, William, my teacher is here. Even if I have an opinion about him, I dare not say it." The ruthless words made them nod and laugh, but before they could respond, Jobs, who had come over, said with a dark face, "I've heard everything. Don't say it, if you don't dare." The hard words were not humane, but after that, he still extended his right hand and said, "Steve." "Roland." Roland didn't care, but grinned. "Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go in." Seeing that Jobs was still arrogant, Paul Allen greeted him directly, "Because it's a temporary position, many dishes are not prepared in the restaurant, but William and I brought some ingredients ourselves." In the interval between walking step by step, Spielberg also found an opportunity to whisper to Roland, "Steve is like this. He only enjoys the success and joy brought by himself. He was driven away by shareholders in the past, and now you are a major shareholder of Apple. He will naturally not like you when he sees you for the first time." Although the invitation was received in recent days, after talking with Roland about Saving Private Ryan, the old man asked someone to keep an eye on Roland's every move, because he felt that there was a real problem with the development ideas of Warcraft films. Learning from Amblin to hoard copyrights is obviously the right approach, but after plundering copyrights, the company does not develop, which must be a trick. So he wants to know where Roland's large amount of cash every year is spent. If you don't watch, you won't know. Once you watch, you'll be shocked. When he found that Watch Venture Capital was buying Apple and Microsoft in the primary market, and the number was not huge, but was infinitely tending to enter the board of directors, he knew that today would come sooner or later. But he didn't expect that before he finished all the things on hand, these guys had already found a way to make an appointment. Of course, the old man's explanation was actually within Roland's expectations. Jobs has no friends. Isn't this a well-known fact? If he had hugged the current major shareholder, like he saw his godfather, when he saw Roland for the first time, he would not have been kicked out of Apple by the shareholders that year. If he had bent his back a little, there would be no Microsoft now. In contrast to Roland, who nodded naturally, there was Kate, who was a little restrained. If Kate, who accompanied Roland to Ronald Perelman a year ago, handled those scenes with ease, Roland didn't know what to talk about with those people. Then now, the two sides just turned around. Kate had seen old money, and she knew how to communicate with those guys, after experiencing the tide of history. Now, these guys in front of her were all the trendsetters of the times. Not to mention the internet, even personal computers. She only frequently came into contact with them after dating Roland. Well, more often she was studying why Roland was fascinated by a broken machine. Is this more fun than a woman? Nonsense. You can see a lot of young ladies here. They all acted alone. It seems that your decision to bring me here was a mistake. How could it be? It's just a private social dinner. I met them for the first time. Just chat more. Unfortunately, Roland's expectations could not become a reality. After entering the box and sitting down, the highly purposeful Jobs asked Roland about his intention to acquire Apple's shares. "I asked William and Paul, and they said they were not in charge of this." So, did Steven ask you to do this? The same words came again, and Bill Gates and Paul Allen smiled bitterly, while Steven Spielberg, who was passively involved in this matter from beginning to end, shook his head helplessly. The three of them knew that, if Jobs didn't understand Roland's intention, then he would have to give up the meal today. Just sitting here would make him laugh. So, they wanted to get over this matter quickly, and also wanted to find out the reason, so they also joined in. Yeah, Roland, if it weren't for your huge investment, we might not even be meeting today. Is it because you tasted the fruits of victory in the Yahoo investment case that you are not developing World of Warcraft and are investing all your money? If you don't tell me what you think, he will be very uncomfortable. If he is uncomfortable, we will be uncomfortable too. Such words were like a surrender meeting. Although the wording did sound a bit unkind, asking questions as soon as they met, considering that these guys were getting in and out of a Lamborghini every few seconds and would not waste time on boring things, Roland did not mind them asking such questions. In addition, Roland invested in Apple just to get to know Jobs, so now he would not hide it. However, the reasons he put forward made everyone feel insincere. If I say that I like Pixar animation and hope that the company owned by Steve can create more classics, so I want to acquire Apple shares, use supporting his favorite career in exchange for his inner joy, and turn it into a good motivation to run the company, to meet my own needs. Do you believe it? When these words came out, the four were stunned. What? Spielberg looked at Roland with shock. It was the first time he found out that his student's brain circuit was so weird. Roland, if you like Pixar, why didn't you tell me before? I'll help you make an appointment with Steve. Isn't the problem solved? Yes, isn't it just a matter of a phone call? Do you need to buy 10% of Apple shares in the primary market? Paul Allen is also a playboy who spends money without blinking, but this is the first time he has seen someone spend money like this. Your joke is funny, but I don't think Steve likes it. Bill Gates also wondered and joined in. Steve is not joking now. As the three people talked to Roland, Jobs, who was sitting opposite Roland, had a dark face like Baokingshan. The corners of his slightly tilted mouth twitched even more. Kate kicked Roland with her foot, signaling him not to use these words, to coax children to fool people, and be serious. As for Roland, he felt that he was too wronged. The fundamental purpose of my investment in Apple is for Pixar animation. What kind of world is this? Why doesn't anyone believe me when I tell the truth? Do I have to use conventional reasons to convince these guys? Otherwise, will this arrogant guy just think I'm joking? Like Spielberg, who can get into the circle by asking for a teacher, truck drivers, who are shameless and will be taught, Bald Perelman, who is a good friend to everyone as long as they can make money, and Wolfgang Icahn, who only sees the value in front of him. Jobs also has his own personality, and his biggest characteristic is extreme self-confidence. He has the confidence to handle everything, and he firmly believes that he is right and others are wrong. If Roland can't put forward his bright ideas, then Roland can only be a shareholder and can't be his friend. After all, among the three present, Bill Gates used Microsoft to beat Apple, and Spielberg used games to crush the salesperson who sold machines at the time. In other words, if you don't slap him and make him feel pain, he won't think you are awesome. Just like the proverb, you must make friends with people who are better than you, and it's better to have no friends who are like you. But it's difficult to slap Jobs. Seeing that Jobs' patience was about to reach its limit, and he was about to jump out and meow, Roland sighed. He didn't want to pretend to be cool, so he said directly, "Okay, I just want to express my admiration for Pixar in a joking way. Since you want to know the reason, then I'll tell you directly. In fact, investing in Apple is just the most common investment behavior, because I think Steve can inject vitality into Apple after returning to Apple." Oh. Why do you think so? Bill Gates, who had been chatting with his friends in the office for a long time that day, asked the first question. Although he felt that Jobs' temperament was a bit stubborn, it was actually convenient for him to evaluate Roland. Why? The reason is very simple. If you don't mind me talking about history, then I'll tell you. Roland cleared his throat. He had already found a set of rhetoric in his mind without any preparation. Steven and I both like games. We also know that the Atari shock was caused by Atari. So when I had money, I deliberately avoided Nintendo, which Steven didn't like, when developing games. At that time, the console market had limited products and personal computers were popular all over the world, so the research and development direction of my company was computer games. In the process of developing computer games, we found that with the development of Windows with the emergence of 95, the creativity of games is higher than before. Coupled with the rapid growth of the internet market, our company has developed online battles last year. The virtual world continues to pour into incremental internet users, and Microsoft is the overlord of the operating system industry. So even if Steve returns to Apple, a personal computer manufacturer, cannot beat Microsoft in personal devices at the moment. Not only that, Steven also told me before that Steve bought Pixar from George that year, mainly for the purpose of selling personal computers again. The reason why Pixar made animations was purely to better show the creativity of its own computers to the outside world. It's a pity that Pixar, which has taken the road of animation production, lost in the field of personal computers. So, I believe that with an understanding of the general trend, Steve will not study personal computers anymore. Or, when he returns, he will lead Apple to find growth points for the company other than personal computers. Although Roland just talked about some trivial things, everyone's face showed interest. Since they can sit together, it means that they have accepted the current facts. No one will argue and feel sad about those bad things in the past. Not only that, Roland's belief has become more attractive under the clear and orderly proof. If Paul Allen just attributed Roland to a lucky kid before, then he now wants to know why Roland believes in Jobs. Just as he started to urge him, Jobs, who was putting his elbow on the table, had already spoken. So what new growth point do you think I will find? Or what new growth point makes you think you can hold a large number of Apple shares? Roland hesitated. I just have some immature ideas. It doesn't matter, just say it. Paul Allen added, I know you are worried that, if your ideas are valuable, they will be used directly by Apple or Microsoft after you go back, but you are not only a shareholder of Apple, but also a shareholder of Microsoft. The communication between us will eventually increase your interests. This is what Roland is worried about. If Penguin is notorious, you developed a hit project in the last second, and I will sue you for plagiarism in the next second, then Microsoft has even less credibility. In their eyes, there are only interests and no friends in the business field. They can laugh and joke in private, but at the same time, they will not let go of any ideas. However, he also understood that, if he didn't say it, Jobs would obviously not accept him, just because of a historical analysis. So, after a moment of silence, he thought about it and changed his words. Well, my immature idea actually came from Yahoo and IMDb. When I first came into contact with IMDb in 1991, the internet speed was very slow, so I could only load text, and then, the increase in bandwidth made it possible to transfer pictures. By last year, IMDb and Yahoo were able to store some videos that were less than 15 seconds and less than 3 MB. Okay, I understand. Before Roland could finish, Jobs, who had been listening, interrupted him. His face remained unchanged, but his eyes were full of surprise and shock. Bill Gates and Paul Allen, who were also listening, narrowed their eyes and frowned at the same time. What did Roland just say? Isn't that what Jobs did after returning to Apple? Because the personal computer field was already occupied by Microsoft, Jobs found another way and invented the music player iTunes and iPod. As soon as the digital music player software and music player were launched, they were sought after by music fans. Unlike the previous situation, where you had to buy an album to listen to songs, now music fans can buy them by single songs. The sales of this product exceeded 100 million as soon as it was launched and soared to 1 billion in the second year. By 2008, its revenue accounted for a quarter of Apple's total revenue. Sony, which also made portable audio players, was beaten by Apple. It is no exaggeration to say that it was from this day that Jobs put down the PC and led Apple into the era of mobile devices. However, the history told by Roland is not the point. For Jobs, Roland's current thinking is the fundamental. How could he not see the internet wave set off by Yahoo? How could he not know the small video ads on Amidst? However, regardless of whether it is Yahoo or Amidst, they have only recently used these playback technologies and returned to Apple. They are still trying to seize power. He has not yet cleaned up the entire board of directors and has not started to think about these specific things. Roland has already discovered that with the increase in device capacity, audio and video can become a profit point in the future. If he still felt that today's meeting was a plan made by Bill Gates and Steven Spielberg when he asked the question just now, then now, he really believes that Roland bought a large number of Apple shares just for investment considerations. Because Bill Gates and Paul Allen, those two idiots, obviously just discovered this problem. So he must stop Roland's story. Because he doesn't trust Microsoft. And at the same time he stopped, Bill Gates and Paul Allen also looked at each other. Bill Gates' eyes were full of certainty in his previous analysis, while Paul Allen couldn't believe it. Investing in Yahoo, Amidst and Blizzard Entertainment. These actions are not coincidences. Roland, who will only become an adult on January 1st next year, actually knows the internet. Bill Gates, who holds the idea that some people are born to interpret success, is not surprised. He even wants to listen to it. After returning to Microsoft, when defeating Netscape, Microsoft will organize programmers to carry out crazy research and development around the new content discovered by Jobs according to Roland's ideas. Unfortunately, Jobs, who seems to have discovered the same problem as Roland, does not seem to give him this opportunity. It's okay, you continue to talk. Is there any problem with the video on the website? We at Microsoft are also developing MSN now. We also found that with the increase in internet speed, videos can also be embedded in web pages for playback. At the same time, we have also noticed a series of problems. If you have any trouble, you can tell us. We at Microsoft can cooperate with Yahoo. The smiling tiger-like words made Jobs, who was still in shock, sneer. William, do you want to cheat other ideas from Roland, like you cheated the Windows idea from me back then? Hearing this, Bill Gates just shrugged his shoulders, not embarrassed. Seeing this, Jobs turned his head and looked at Roland again, saying, Roland, I tell you, don't believe anything he says. If you have any ideas, just do it yourself. Microsoft will only copy them. If I were you, I would sell the more than 10 million shares of Microsoft and take over Apple directly. If you take over 34% of Apple's shares and get a veto, don't you like Pixar? I can sell you half of the shares. You know, your teacher asked me to buy it before, but I didn't want to sell it. When Jobs said this, everyone laughed. They knew that Roland's thinking was consistent with Jobs's, so consistent that this old stubborn thought Roland was qualified to be his friend, just like he treated Bill Gates and Steven Spielberg back then. This was a good thing for Roland, but for Bill Gates and Paul Allen, well, although they really wanted to know how Roland and Jobs came up with the same idea, now that the two parties treated the same question as a trade secret, it was not easy for them to ask. Now that the problem has been solved, can we ask the waiter to serve the dishes? Spielberg, who had been silent since he encouraged Roland to help everyone solve their doubts, jumped out to warm up the atmosphere. As he spoke, everyone who also didn't want to talk more about this topic nodded in response. Under Paul Allen's invitation, many ingredients that Roland didn't care about on weekdays were all brought to the table. California red abalone cooked with pine needle rice from Ice Lake. This is what the chef here personally dived for. Bidgie tuna. I chose it specially for you. Although wild bluefin is very easy to handle, Bidgie has less fat than that. We know you have to control your diet. Oh, this is the blueberry jam that William brought specially. It's grown on our own farm. Melinda has been a full-time housewife at home since last year. She likes to make these things when she has nothing to do. If Melinda didn't have to stay at home to take care of the children, she would have come this time. After dealing with the stubborn guy Jobs, the atmosphere at the table suddenly eased a lot. Spielberg and Paul Allen started joking around. Steve Jobs, who had a sign saying no trespassing on his body at the beginning, also complained about the treatment Disney gave to Pixar. Bill Gates, who likes to collect art, had a good chat with Kate, but Roland chose to bury his head in food, as if he had been abused for many years. Kate was the only one who discovered Roland's true thoughts. He took a small bite of food that he couldn't name and then took a sip of the wine that Paul Allen and his friends brought. The enjoyment that was confiscated at home on weekdays was now all recovered. He picked up the cigarette on the table and put it in his mouth, narrowed his eyes, and took a deep breath. That would really be a cigarette after dinner, better than a living god. Of course, Roland didn't go too far. He finished half a bottle of wine, extinguished the cigarette butt, and then turned his head and smiled at Kate, proving that he was just socializing in daily life. This style was also seen by the other 4 people. Spielberg shook his head. As a family man, he was used to Roland's behavior. Bill Gates was originally pursued by his wife. Although he had various bad habits in life, to put it bluntly, in addition to keeping a mistress, his life was also controlled very harshly. Jobs and his wife were both Buddhists. He was a madman in work, but in life, he was the 3rd in the world, but that was it. In other words, among the crowd of people present, only Paul Allen lived a life of revelry every night, and the other guys could understand Roland's little joy at the moment. After dinner, the group did not disperse on the spot. First, Bill Gates did not achieve his goal, and second, it was really early. After finding a place to sit down again, Bill Gates also asked about other things indirectly. I heard from Carl that you want to sell Yahoo shares, but you don't want money, you only want Marvel? Why? Is it because you found the flaws of the portal website? This statement, similar to that of a thief, made Jobs roll his eyes. Although he wanted to remind Roland, he also wanted to hear Roland's thoughts. After all, the audio and video Roland mentioned before was a surprise to him. Of course, this is also related to Apple not being a portal website. Roland, who also understood this, smiled bitterly, glanced at the people around him, and shrugged. If I say that I sell Yahoo shares because I just like Marvel, would you believe it? I invested in Yahoo because I thought Yahoo had extremely broad money prospects. After the stock price soared, I cashed out and left, and then bought Marvel, which I liked for many years. Now, it just happened. As soon as these words came out, the other 4 people smiled helplessly again. Roland, will you die if you don't pretend? You found a trend of the times, but ended up using it to exchange for a worthless comic company? Aren't you mentally ill? Roland was really helpless. Just like investing in Apple just for Pixar, his original idea was so simple. Why is it so difficult to tell the truth these days? I really want to be open with you. Okay, we believe it. Seeing that Roland was unwilling to tell the truth, Bill Gates did not force it. Because Jobs' previous test had already made him very satisfied, and now, he had other topics to talk to everyone. Roland, you said before that you and Steven both like games, but because of Nintendo, after founding the company, you chose personal computers as the research and development direction. But I found that, while your Blizzard Entertainment was developing Warcraft and Diablo, it also developed a game for the PS game console. Like the movie, it's called Spider-Man. Before, I also talked to those people from EA. They said that the game Spider-Man sold very well. The point is that its appearance also boosted the sales of Sony's PS game console, at least helping to increase sales by 400,000. Why are you interested in consoles too? Steven's Jurassic Park was only commissioned to Sony, but you did it yourself. Do you think that Sony's console project concept is promising? As soon as these words came out, they were like a cat's claw, scratching everyone's heart. Jobs thought Bill Gates was talking about Microsoft's future projects. Spielberg really liked games. Paul Allen knew his friend was testing Roland, and Roland himself. He was stunned at first, then frowned and said, "Is Sony's project idea promising? I didn't cooperate with Sony to make consoles. I just don't want the game profits to be embezzled by Sony, so I made it myself and let them sell it on my behalf." But, however, Roland's words have not been finished yet, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait. Bill Gates, who controls Microsoft, suddenly talked to me about Sony's console games? No. Isn't this their future project? The one that has been spending money for decades and has never made a profit? Sparks. Damn it. What this guy wants to talk to me about now is the future console war. Stop. Just now I was talking to Steve Jobs about the iPod that crushed Sony's traditional CD, and now I'm talking to Bill Gates about Xbox, which has gained a place in the console war by spending money. Not only that, Spielberg and I own 50% of the shares of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft's overseas distribution company, and all the flagship products of Sony Pictures Entertainment are in the hands of the Jewish gang. Fuck. It turns out that the 2 top streams and 1 bottom of Sony's 6 main businesses are right in front of me. Fuck. It seems that I can push it lightly and then something unexpected will happen. Thinking of this, Roland paused and frowned. He felt that he might have discovered something big. A big thing that could kill Sony with one knife. Note, when Steve Jobs just returned to Apple in 1997, he only had the title of interim CEO and an annual salary of only $1. But what he did was not low-key at all. He asked the board of directors to give him all the rights, and after getting the rights, the joint shareholders fired most of the board members. The data comes from the 69th page of the 4th edition of The Top of the Wave. At that time, Jobs was very aggressive, the kind who would bite whoever he caught. The character in the article was written based on this. It is also true that he found new growth points for Apple, and the iPod he led Apple to develop directly killed the traditional record industry. Among them, Sony was the main target of Apple's attack. In the words of Dr. Wu Jun, Jobs madly worshipped the founder of Sony, Akio Morita, who was known as the business saint. So Apple's first flagship product in the internet era was Akio Morita's Walkman. To put it bluntly, their original purpose may have been to kill Sony. Although Xbox was not released until 2001, when Sega and Sony were fighting, Microsoft supported Sega. After Sega failed, Microsoft wanted to cooperate with Sony, but was rejected. Finally, they started to do it themselves. Although it was led by Steve Ballmer, the home console was indeed proposed by Bill Gates at Microsoft. Chapter 219, Dismembering Sony in 3 cuts. Roland has always been saying that he wants to acquire Disney, but in fact, he has no idea about such a big project. This is not as simple as putting an elephant in a refrigerator in 3 steps. Apply for acquisition, business negotiation, successful acquisition, and that's it. If things are really that easy, then guys like Carl Icahn will not make any money. Even if you have money to buy, they can refuse. After the other party refuses, hire Carl Icahn and his guys to drive down the other party's stock price, force shareholders to take action, buy up shares in the primary market, force a temporary shareholders meeting with more than 10% of the shares, unite other shareholders who want to sell, fire those disobedient guys on the board of directors, push puppets to take over, agree to the acquisition invitation again, and then purchase junk bonds for leveraged acquisitions, passing all the acquisition costs on to the leaks shareholders. Finally, this hostile acquisition has to pass the Ministry of Commerce. You have to make those guys in the Ministry of Commerce nod to this malicious competition that everyone can see. The whole process looks clear and simple, but Roland can only talk big. You let him do it himself? Sorry, I was completely in the dark. That's why he would make friends with those people on Wall Street, because such acquisitions of over 10 billion have been turned into an industrial chain by those who play with finance. It doesn't matter if you can't do it, but we can. The bolder your heart is, the more productive the land will be. As long as you have money and dare to think, we dare to do it. Of course, whether it will be successful in the end depends on the specific situation. Because when it comes to a hostile acquisition, people will also play their cards wildly. Sometimes, the company that takes the initiative to provoke trouble fails to acquire, but is counter-acquired by the other party. This is also a very normal phenomenon. Therefore, even though Roland had this idea a few years ago, he has not put it into action until now. The fundamental purpose. Well, one of the reasons is that things are too difficult, but the most important thing is still poverty. However, no matter how poor you are, you still have to dream. If you can't even dream, then you will become a salted fish without dreams, right? It was because Roland was just thinking about how many steps to dismember Disney, so when he found a half-naked Sony wandering around in front of him, his mind started to diverge again. In his previous life, he actually supported Sony. Except for not buying PlayStation, he bought 2, 3, and 4. Until now, he still remembers clearly that he was cheated when he bought the machine in Shanghai for the first time because he didn't know that the Chinese version of PlayStation 2 could only read simplified Chinese games. There were no games after buying the machine. At that time, everyone around was playing Fantasy Westward Journey, and no one had the concept of region lock in their minds. In the end, with the help of the owner of the video game store, he got a Taiwan and Hong Kong version of the machine again. When 3 was just launched, he asked the owner to help him carry the goods. Not only that, he still remembered that the first game he played when he bought 3 was NBA 2K7. It was to use Wade to play Kobe. Of course, when it comes to PS3, what makes him a Sony fan most proud is the powerful computing power of PS3. This is something that can simulate the Earth. TSK. Before he traveled through time and was reborn, his TV was still a 65-inch X9500G. From the day he knew Sony, he didn't know how much money he spent on Sony in the following 20 years, including the Walkman of WM, the later MP3, MP4, black card, headphones, wireless headphones. Anyway, except for the blinds, Roland has basically used all the products. Of course, it's not that he doesn't want to pay the IQ tax on the blinds, but the price is too cheap. When he looked for it to buy it, it was gone. If I had known earlier, I would have bought it on Taobao. Because of his concern for Sony, Roland didn't need to think about Sony's past at all. The 6 main business groups had already appeared in his mind, and the most amazing one was naturally the game business, whose sales accounted for more than 25% of the company's total revenue, and whose operating profit accounted for nearly 40 percentage points of the group's total profit. Then, Sony's second thigh is financial insurance. The third thigh is semiconductors. The fourth thigh is music. The fifth thigh is film and television. And the sixth thigh is entertainment audio equipment. The last 2 business groups that are about to disappear are imaging products and mobile communications. 6 pillars and 8 legs. How did it become like an octopus? Of course, the 6 main business groups are not the point. The point is that Roland knows that without games, Sony has lost half its life, and if there are no games, music, and film and television, it will die. And now, the knife that will kill Sony is right in front of Roland. First of all, the situation is the clearest, that is Sony Pictures Entertainment. In the previous life, Sony Pictures Entertainment saved its life with Spider-Man, and then Sony arrogantly acquired MGM, and swallowed 007. When it saw that its revenue was falling again, Sony launched The Amazing Spider-Man to force its life again. After The Amazing Spider-Man failed, it tied up with Marvel and released Spider-Man Homecoming, and then desperately developed other villains in the Spider-Man series. It is no exaggeration to say that without Spider-Man, Sony Pictures Entertainment would have been killed by the Jews in Hollywood. And now, Spider-Man is in Roland's hands. No matter how good the current revenue of Sony Pictures Entertainment is, it is also a false prosperity. Once the copyright is withdrawn, they can wait for death. Secondly, the situation is the clearest, that is Sony Music. As long as Jobs leads Apple to tinker with the iPod, the revenue of Sony Music will plummet. You know, in Roland's previous life, in order to pay the highest respect to Akio Morita, who had passed away, and did not have time to see him tinker with the iPod, Jobs only used hostile means of monopoly blockade against Sony, while killing the CD market. Together with EMI, Universal, and Warner to squeeze out Sony, Sony Music's selling price was directly reduced by 30%. Sony's revenue evaporated by 15% that year. A few years later, in 2008, Sony Music's revenue was only 40% of its peak. This method also forced Sony to tinker with its own products, and implanted Sony Music's industry into home consoles. Finally, the situation is the least clear, which is the home console. Why can't Microsoft beat Sony? Roland, who has both PS and Xbox, knows that it is because the product positioning of the 2 companies is different. Sony has always regarded home consoles as the next generation game consoles for core players, while Microsoft has always regarded Xbox as a home set-top box. From this point of view, Microsoft has already lost, since it set the tone. Because gamers like Roland can recharge their beliefs, but users will not maintain their own set-top boxes. Second, that is content. To put it simply, that is exclusive. What exclusive games does Xbox have? Forza, Halo, Gears of War, Quantum Break, Sunset Overdrive, State of Decay. Not to mention that it is difficult for these games to make players want to buy a machine to play. The most important thing is that Microsoft's exclusives have a special trick. The game platform is Xbox and PC. Special, since these games will be on PC, why should I buy a machine? I didn't buy my 2080 Ti to watch it. So the Xbox machine is not very attractive to players. And the PS has many exclusives. Uncharted, The Last of Us, God of War, Infamous, Shadow of the Colossus, The Last Guardian, Siphon, Killzone, Horizon. Sony's first-party studio can easily crush the game content of Microsoft's shitty stove by picking a series. If PS can't sell more than Xbox, when you can enjoy everything by buying a machine, then there is definitely something wrong with the players. So, after discovering this situation, Microsoft also admitted its failure. They themselves said that without content, no matter how much money they spend, they can't beat Sony in the home console field. But, if Microsoft is willing to stick its thigh into Roland's backyard, Roland is still willing to hold onto it and climb up. Microsoft, which is rich and powerful, can't make content? It doesn't matter. Just leave this kind of thing to me. Xbox is sold at a loss. Give Him Love is announced to be exclusive to Xbox. One series can hurt you? What? If you hurt but don't kill, the enemy will only counterattack more fiercely? It doesn't matter. Medal of Honor, that Spielberg led DreamWorks Interactive to tinker with, and the creative texts of Call of Duty and Battlefield that he personally wrote are now mine. Call of Duty and Battlefield are exclusive to Xbox. Give Him Love plus Call of Duty plus Battlefield. This damn thing can't kill PS. Then I will change my name tomorrow. I'm not Roland Allen anymore. My name is Roland Allen Sony. And with Microsoft fighting Sony's game business group, Apple knocking out Sony's music business group, and Roland and Spielberg pulling out Sony's film and entertainment business group, Sony, which has so little money in its pocket, which one should it save? If we save games, music, and film and television entertainment will be lost. If we save music and film and television entertainment, games can be killed by Microsoft, which is no different from suicide. As long as the fight starts, Roland and his team can do a lot. When DreamWorks was first established, the other 5 companies thought that Roland and Spielberg were going to swallow up Sony. Hearing this, Roland just smiled at the time, because he had no plan to kill Sony at all. But now, Sony Pictures Entertainment, which has no traditional media business group, seems to be able to be swallowed up. As long as Sony Pictures Entertainment is swallowed up, Spielberg's wish back then can be realized, and Roland himself. I'm just a harmless little cat. These things are just done by Bill Gates, Steve Jobs and Steven Spielberg. I just made money by holding on to their thighs. I don't know anything. As long as Sony Pictures Entertainment is killed, it will be much easier to acquire Disney. Although there is still no clue, by killing Sony, Roland can also accumulate practical experience in beating up these giants. That's right, although Roland was a beggar in his previous life, he didn't mind beating Sony, the experience baby, to death in this life. What's more, as the saying goes, if I love you, I will buy you. Since I love you deeply, let's merge into one. Thinking of this, Roland couldn't hold back his mouth and suddenly laughed. Such a situation also made the people waiting for the next part look confused. But what? Bill Gates asked curiously. I'm really not the kind of person, Steve said. If you have any ideas, just say it directly. Roland, who came back to his senses, pursed his lips, and wanted to put his ideas into some practical actions. By the way, he was painting a pie with his dream. So, Roland, who wanted to be honest, made up nonsense. But, making console games has always been our dream. Although Steven has never told me about his regrets, every time I play games with him, I can feel that he feels deeply guilty about what he did back then. It's actually quite funny. When I encouraged Steven to acquire the shares of Sony Pictures Entertainment's overseas distribution company, I said that Nintendo should not be allowed to take advantage. Steven has always hoped that our local American companies can regain the console market that he gave away back then. As a game lover, I was very moved when I heard this dream. So, after I made money, the first thing I did was to invest in a game company. Steven has always been curious about why I didn't develop Warcraft movies. I never told him that I was always grateful for the fact that he helped me get the Terminator 2 project after only meeting me once, and later taught me in Hook and let me modify his Jurassic Park script. He has been helping me and fulfilling my wishes for so many years, so I also want to help him. But, isn't it a joke if I tell him about defeating Nintendo? Just like you don't believe that I invested in Apple just for Pixar and invested in Yahoo just for Marvel, I myself don't believe that I can beat Nintendo. So the original development concept of the game company was PC games. But PC games are popular. Warcraft and Diablo are popular. Now the sales record of PC games is held by Blizzard Entertainment, and we also firmly believe that this record can be maintained by us. What we have to do is that only we can beat ourselves in this field. So, after making money, console games were put on the list. I don't have the money to develop consoles, but I can make games. I want to use games to invade Nintendo's market. Maybe I won't be able to help Steven realize his wish in this life, but I can actually feel that he is also looking forward to every game of mine. He will be happy for the success of Blizzard Entertainment, and when he is happy, I will feel much more comfortable. I can't give him a surprise in Hollywood, and I haven't called him a teacher in all these years, but as long as what I do can make him feel that tomorrow will be better, I will do it. The affectionate words moved everyone present. Oh, Roland. Spielberg, leaning on the chair, blew his nose, his eyes red. You are the most troublesome one I have ever taught. But I also like the one I like the most. Really? Is it because of games? Steve Jobs interrupted. He knew how addicted this guy was to games when he played Brick Breaking with Spielberg. No. However, Spielberg shook his head. Because he is the first guy who will do what I like. Chris, Robert, those guys who have been taught by me and helped by me are all repaying me in the film and television industry. They think that helping me in my career can make me happy. But in fact, I don't lack those scripts. I don't lack those directors. And I don't lack those actors. What I lack is the guy who can play games with me in the office. What I lack is the guy who tells me it doesn't matter if I lose to Nintendo. I will just kill him in the future. Such words made everyone laugh. Bill Gates and Paul Allen nodded with emotion. Steve Jobs leaned there, looking at Roland with inquiring eyes, and Kate, who had been listening to Roland, lowered her head silently, looking at her 10 fingers, thinking. So, you won't develop Warcraft film and television? After a long silence, Curious Jobs took the lead in breaking the silence. Not really. It's mainly because the game industry and the technology industry are burning money, and I only have so little money. Plus, console games have to cooperate with console development, so I don't have the energy for the time being. Roland, what you just meant is that you chose Sony just because you don't want to cooperate with Nintendo? Bill Gates also asked. And Roland was waiting for this question. Yes, Steven's wishes to see local companies take back the game market. But there are no companies in the United States that make game consoles. If there are, then I will definitely give priority to cooperating with these companies. Really? But from the current situation, your Blizzard Entertainment's console game development capabilities are still far behind those of old game companies. How do you view the console game market? Paul Allen asked the question for his old friend. Roland, who knows the game market, answered this kind of sex scene very easily. In fact, at the beginning of this year, I asked Blizzard Entertainment to acquire a game studio in Edinburgh. Anyone who knows about games should know that the studio I'm eyeing is the developer of the game GTA that shined at the E3 booth last year. The R&D strength of console games can be enhanced through mergers and acquisitions, and what determines the life and death of a game is actually creativity. I can't explain creativity to you, but sales can indirectly prove that our Blizzard Entertainment's creativity is deeply loved by the public. As for the console game market, I think William has already answered this question in last year's best-selling book The Road Ahead. Games are just a means to promote home consoles. The core of home consoles is the Internet of Everything. When Roland said the word Internet of Everything, Steve Jobs and Bill Gates both raised their eyebrows. It's not that the term Internet of Everything is too new, but that Roland actually agrees with this point of view. Do you think my theory of the Internet of Everything can be realized? Bill Gates folded his arms and looked at Roland with a smile. Of course, I firmly believe that smart homes will appear in the future. Roland, who had already seen the answer, answered very affirmatively. Very good, very good. Bill Gates nodded slightly, his eyes focused on Roland. Although he didn't ask anything, he had asked everything. If he didn't understand why Roland wanted to sell Yahoo before, now he knows. Roland controls Amazon, Amidst and Blizzard Entertainment. The most fundamental purpose is to connect everything in terms of content. Stay at home and use the internet to get everything done. He wants to make himself stay in everyone's life forever. This idea is simply great. As for the reason, because he himself proposed the theory of the Internet of Everything. You just kept saying that you are short of money? After a long pause, Bill Gates suddenly said, before I came here, I read your company briefing. Blizzard Capital wholly owns Blizzard Entertainment, World of Warcraft, Overwatch Ventures, and StarCraft. StarCraft is currently an empty shell, so it doesn't count for now. World of Warcraft has all Marvel copyrights, as well as The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and holds 25% of the shares of Sony, Amblin, and World of Warcraft Joint Distribution Company, as well as the copyrights of movies such as The Wedding Banquet, Eat Drink Man Woman, 7 Deadly Sins, The Shawshank Redemption, Before Sunrise, and Rumble in the Bronx. Adding these things together, I value your World of Warcraft at 1 billion yuan. What do you think? Blizzard Entertainment's last year's revenue is more than 100 million. I will multiply it by 15 and give you an estimate of 1.5 billion. Overwatch Ventures has 67% of Amidst's equity, 4.68 million Yahoo shares, 15% of Amazon's equity, 10.73% of Apple's equity, and 10.48 million Microsoft shares. Adding these things together, I estimate it to be 1.5 billion for you. And your Blizzard Capital has 20,000 shares of Berkshire Hathaway. Adding everything together, I estimate your Blizzard Capital to be 5 billion. I will personally contribute 1 billion, accounting for 20% of the shares. How about that? 1 billion in cash can make the company develop rapidly. In fact, the trend of buying is the fundamental idea of the company's development. Doing everything yourself, and everything is developed by the company itself. This kind of thing only exists in novels. Expand the market? Buy. Plan for the future? Buy. Break the monopoly? Buy. Except for companies that produce content, everything else can be solved by buying. Buying is the easiest way to develop a company and the best way to save costs. Bill Gates wanted to invest in Blizzard Capital because Roland's development ideas were highly consistent with his conjecture. As for how he knew that Roland held more than 1 point of Berkshire Hathaway stock, Warren Buffett was introduced to him by his mother. Bill Gates has been a shareholder of Berkshire Hathaway since 1991. At the beginning of this year, David Olson attended the annual meeting of Berkshire Hathaway. The world is so big. After entering the circle, who doesn't know who? But for Roland, 1 billion wants 20% of the equity of Blizzard Capital. I'll sell it to you if my brain is broken. Not to mention other things, Amazon and Apple alone will have assets of hundreds of billions in 10 years. You want to eat up 20% by spending 1 billion now? Dream on it. However, Roland, who wanted to hold Microsoft's thighs on the home console, would not refuse bluntly. After taking a look at Jobs and finding that he was staring at Bill Gates with a dark face, Roland said, William, investment may have some small problems. My company holds Apple stocks, and now you are talking about investing in my company in front of Apple's CEO. Isn't that equivalent to indirect shareholding? Do you think Steve will agree with your idea? After saying this, Bill Gates turned his head and glanced at Jobs. After seeing that Jobs might have a real-life park with him, Bill Gates took the initiative to give up. Well, this little problem is really small enough. Seeing that things might be deadlocked, Spielberg, who was moved by Roland's words before, came out to help. Roland, how much do you need? I can lend it to you. It doesn't matter if you can't pay it back for a while. If you don't pay it back, you can pay me back in shares. The old man said that it was like giving money for free. But Roland didn't plan to use his own people's money to develop the company. Isn't it good to make money without doing anything? Only poor people will make a fortune with their own capital. Oh, Steven, you might as well provide me with a way to make money instead of lending me money. My current source of income is only the film remuneration dividend, which is paid once a year, which is too slow. A way to make money? I have this. Bernard Madoff, do you know him? The annual return rate is more than 10%. Do you want to try it? Bernard Madoff. Upon hearing this name, Roland immediately laughed awkwardly. The Madoff case is the largest Ponzi scheme in history. Although it was exposed during the subprime mortgage crisis in 2008, Roland did not want to get involved. Annualized 10%. This is a bit too slow. Roland, who did not want to get involved, rejected Spielberg's kindness with some greed. And he did not think of enlightening the other party. Because Bernard Madoff is a Jew. 10% is too slow? Then your appetite is a bit big. Bill Gates chuckled. Since Blizzard Capital could not accept his investment for the time being, he could only wait. He really thought Roland's little head was quite interesting now. Unfortunately, fun can't be turned into money. If you have vision but no funds, it's all fantasy. He wanted to help Blizzard Capital, but Steve Jobs treated him like a thief. However, before he finished speaking, Paul Allen, who had seen his old friend's thoughts, said, "Do you think 10% is too slow? Do you dare to do the business that can increase the principal 5 times in half a year? The investment capital starts at 200 million, and the commission is 20%. What?" When Paul Allen smiled and said the terrifying rate of return, Roland's eyelids jumped. In half a year, 200 million turned into 1 billion. With a commission of 20%, it is equivalent to a net profit of 600 million. What kind of fairy scam is this? Although Roland didn't believe that there was such a good thing in the world, he still asked, "Wow, what kind of thing has such a terrifying rate of return?" Paul Allen's answer made Roland almost jump out of his seat. Quantum fund. Georgia's going to Southeast Asia to have a big go, just like the previous pound crisis, Italian lira crisis, and Mexican peso crisis. In February this year, they shorted 15 billion Thai baht futures and started selling spot Thai baht this month. At the latest in early July, the Thai government will be collapsed by him. Although the deadline for raising funds has long passed, they can still follow the foreign exchange market. If you want to take a gamble, I can put you in the Thai baht foreign exchange market. As long as you dare to play. Note, Jobs did use monopoly means to beat Sony back then. He joined forces with EMI, Universal, and Warner to do something. If Sony did not agree to the low price he offered, the iPod would permanently cancel the audio recording of Sony music. In 1997, Microsoft officially entered the home console market. At that time, they were already developing machines. The timeline is correct. The concept of the Internet of Things was not proposed by Lei Jun and others. As early as 1995, Bill Gates wrote The Road Ahead, in which he had already elaborated on the development ideas of the Internet of Everything. Through computers and the Internet, he brought users a smart home. This is also the real reason why Microsoft will never position Xbox as a game console. Bill Gates wants smart home services like Midgear, not just game consoles. Xbox is just the interface source of smart home services, similar to ZOAI, but unfortunately, Microsoft did not succeed, and from the current point of view, they have no chance of success. Spielberg is a victim of the Madoff case. I remember writing about this before. Of course, Spielberg has too much money. At the end of the liquidation, he himself did not know how much money he had invested in Madoff. Bill Gates met Buffett through his mother, who is also an investor in Berkshire Hathaway. Quantum Fund started to engage in the European community in the 1990s, but the Asian financial crisis was quite serious. Chapter 220, Getting Something for Nothing, and Removing the Fuel from the Fire. Thai baht? Quantum Fund? George Soros? Isn't this a free gift? As early as the beginning of this year, Roland wanted to get involved in the Asian financial crisis. But unfortunately, he waited for 5 months and didn't get any good news. But this is normal. Mergers and acquisitions are Arnold Perelman's main business. Hostile takeovers are Carl Icahn's forte. Hedge funds are David Shaw's field. And destroying the national bank, only a guy like Soros would do it. Unfortunately, Roland didn't know Soros. Many times, people will have such a self-confidence. I'm reborn. I know history. I can do whatever I want. But in fact, in major financial crises, even if you know it, you can't do it. Is shorting the Thai baht really only 15 billion on the surface? Don't joke. The opponent's orders in the first 5 minutes after the market opened can smash 3 billion. The total transaction volume in one day exceeds 40 billion. How much money can you take out to fight? Later, when shorting the Hong Kong dollar, both sides smashed nearly 240 billion in one day. How much money can you put out to bet? As everyone knows, with 4 circuit breakers in 10 days, short selling will definitely make money. But, if you want to short sell, the dealer can flip the table. Once the US stock market bans short selling, you can only watch stupidly. Therefore, most of the time, Roland is unwilling to do certain things personally. It's not that he is lazy, but he knows that he doesn't have the ability to operate the market. If he was really that awesome, he wouldn't have been so miserable in his previous life. As for finding someone who can do it, this kind of thing is really not as easy as picking up money with a big boss. Massive funds and financial skills are certainly factors for success, but the fundamental factor that determines success is actually the insider information that is exchanged. You go to guess when others will crash the market, so it's better to give the money directly to the dealer and let him crash the market. And to be honest, Roland now only remembers the Asian financial crisis in 1997. As for the date of the Thai baht crash, he also hopes to have a Google in his mind. It was precisely because Roland only remembered the National Tsinghua University incident and could not remember the specific time. So after hearing about the quantum fund, he agreed and it became his best choice. The point is that after Paul Allen emphasized that he would only trade in Thai baht, Roland felt more at ease because he did not want to trade in Hong Kong dollars. Roland's generous response also surprised Jobs. You can take out 200 million cash to do this? Then why don't you continue to buy Apple stocks? You sold more than 10 million shares of Microsoft, plus 200 million cash, and now you have a veto. Jobs is serious now. Or, after discovering that Roland is really optimistic about him, he thinks Roland is actually quite cute. Since Roland believes in him, he doesn't mind Roland controlling Apple. As long as they support him, he welcomes them. Where can I get 200 million in cash? Roland, who could get Jobs' idea, cried Paul. I believe in the money-making channels provided by Paul. As for the money, if I can get a credit loan, I will get a credit loan. If I can't get a credit loan, I will pledge Berkshire Hathaway stock. According to Wall Street's rating of it, the pledge rate is basically 60% to 70%. Yes, this is the real purpose of Berkshire Hathaway stock. Now, the stocks of internet companies are not worth much at all. Even if they are pledged, banks dare not approve much. But Berkshire Hathaway is different. They outperform the market every year and increase their holdings every year. Even if it is troublesome to cash out, it is easy to approve 60% of it. According to the current value of 43,000 per share, Roland can get 516 million in cash. After half a year, when the money is repaid, even if the interest and handling fees are added, it will not run faster than the increase in the stock price. Isn't it nice to use the public's money to do your own business? This is equivalent to spending 2 or 3 points of stock appreciation in exchange for at least 1.5 billion in cash. With 1.5 billion, is it difficult to take away nearly 500 million and get 34% of Apple? Oh, Roland is not exaggerating. This is to satisfy Jobs' personal needs. He is really not interested in Apple. He is only interested in Pixar. With the remaining 1 billion, there are many things that can be done. First, they bought Naughty Dog, which would produce Crash Bandicoot, Uncharted, and The Last of Us, from Universal. Then, they bought the small studio opposite Naughty Dog, which would become Santa Monica, and took God of War into their arms. Then, they bought Sucker Punch from Microsoft, which didn't know what was good, and took away Fox and the future Infamous, 2 of the 3 musketeers of Sony platform. Then, they went to Oregon, and copied Ben Studio, which produced Siphon. Finally, they had people keep an eye on Amsterdam in the Netherlands, where the future Ranger studio was born. Killzone and Horizon would not be left to Sony. Since they want to kill Sony, they can't let them stand up again with games as a cash cow. GTA plus Call of Duty plus Battlefield can really fight Sony. But if you want to hit someone, you have to kill them with one blow, otherwise there will be endless trouble. It's also a good thing that Roland spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on buying games in his previous life. Otherwise, he really didn't know where Sony's first-party studios were acquired from. Of course, if Microsoft's box is grown, it will actually lead to a situation where Windows is the only one in power and the company is the only one that can monopolize the market. It is not very good for Roland to let Bill Gates, who is always thinking about monopoly, develop. However, for Roland now, trying to kill Sony is a current focus. What's more, after investing in Apple and Amazon, and wanting to invest in Google, Microsoft will always fight with him in the future. In this case, it is better to accumulate some experience first, so as not to start to grope in the dark when encountering problems in the future. Avoiding problems will only make the problems bigger and bigger. Shouting our legion. Maybe he will just rush over? After talking about investment in a childish tone, everyone tacitly stopped talking about work and talked about all sorts of things. In short, no one thought that this behavior was a waste of time. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Steve Jobs not only found out Roland's ideas, but also discovered the advanced concepts in his mind. It is also related to the fact that Bill Gates and Paul Allen made a worthwhile trip and found out that Roland was not investing blindly. It is also related to the fact that Steven Spielberg, who has made connections everywhere, finally found out which apprentice he loves the most. They kept chatting until after midnight, and the old men who couldn't stand it called for their departure. Spielberg drove directly home, but when he left, he patted Roland on the shoulder, and the other three stayed in the club tonight, and they would take the flight the next day to return to the company. When they returned to the courtyard to rest, Bill Gates and Paul Allen did not rest immediately. Instead, they gathered together and talked quietly about some private topics. Am I right? Some people are born to interpret success. Roland must have discovered Apple's growth point. Otherwise, Steve would not have called a halt directly, and he also agrees with my idea of connecting everything. From his current operations, he must have discovered that Yahoo, a portal, may not be a content interface, so he chose to cash out. Even if what you said is right, what's the use? We still don't know what Roland discovered. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Just watch him do it and then invest. Why don't you do it yourself if you can buy it with money? You mean my proposal for the tie bat is wrong? How is that possible? I think it's great. What can he do with that money? Without billions of funds, there won't be even a splash in the technology or internet fields. Let him take the startup capital to develop it yourself. If we think it is good, we will directly follow it. If it does not fit the company's positioning, then we will give up. Will Yahoo still acquire it? Of course, although Roland thinks that the portal website may not be a content interface. What if he is wrong? I think he is interesting, but this does not mean that I agree with every one of his practices. Just like Pixar and Marvel, I will not agree with that kind of thinking. I insist on my own. He has no money to carry out several projects at the same time, but Microsoft has the money to bear billions of mistakes. Okay, then this time, is it like this? That's it, you help him take the lead. While Bill Gates and Paul Allen were whispering secretly, Jobs did not wash up and sleep, but sat on the floor to meditate for more than an hour. When he opened his eyes, he did not care about the current time, but directly called the CEO of Pixar. You are doing a good job. Roland likes you. Keep working hard. What? The unremarkable words woke up the CEO of Pixar, who was in a daze. After glancing at the caller number, 10,000 idiots instantly rushed through his heart. Wow. Boss, are you crazy? You called me late at night just to praise us for doing a good job. When Toy Story was a big success, we didn't get treated like this. Also, who is Roland? Could it be Roland Allen? Just when Pixar CEO was shocked by Jobs' crazy behavior, Jobs didn't care so much and continued to give orders. I remember the toy figures of Toy Story are out, right? Give him 3 sets of complete versions. Be careful, let all the staff sign them. The voice actor's corresponding role must also sign. Go and get it done tomorrow. Send it in person. That's it. Hang up. Are you crazy? When Pixar CEO heard the beeping sound coming from the receiver, he looked like he was possessed by an ugly monster. Old man Ning called me late at night, just to ask me to give gifts to others overnight. Who are you? You are Steve Jobs. Regardless of whether you founded Apple, or were kicked out, or acquired Pixar, and then returned to Apple, you always complain about everything. Why did you suddenly think of giving gifts to others today? The point is, you haven't made it clear which Roland is that. If Jobs really heard such complaints, the CEO of Pixar should be replaced tomorrow. In addition to Roland Allen, which other Roland do you know who is worthy of my gift? You have no taste at all. As for why I gave gifts, it's actually very simple. It's not that Jobs likes Roland so much, nor does he want to please Roland, nor does he want to use Pixar to seduce Roland, but he is very interested in Roland's ideas. Roland saw that audio concerts are a new growth point for Apple. This kind of thinking, that heroes see the same thing as a basis for wanting to communicate seriously with Roland. Just like when he asked Bill Gates and Paul Allen to help solve Apple's graphics and image problems. The same topic is the premise for Jobs to make friends. Of course, admiration is admiration, curiosity is curiosity, but wanting him to take the initiative to make an appointment with a guy he has only met once, that's impossible. I'm giving gifts now, just as an elder fulfilling the wishes of the younger. As for other things, after receiving the gift, shouldn't you come to Apple and thank me in person? Then we can talk about other things. By the way, to put it bluntly, he is the aggressive genius that Bill Gates said. He has many wild ideas. When dealing with products, he is focused, and when dealing with friends, he is cautious. He guards his territory carefully and doesn't trust anyone. Because he was deceived before, and that deception made him lose his son, Apple. Regardless of whether it was a simple conversation between Bill Gates and Paul Allen, or Steve Jobs' crazy phone call, Roland didn't know about these things. On the way home, he leaned back in his seat and kept laughing. He hasn't been so happy for a long time. The last time was last year, when he had dinner with those Wall Street tycoons. The last time was when he and the truck driver finalized the script of the Spider-Man trilogy and got Titanic. In fact, with the accumulation of wealth and the improvement of status, the things that can make him happy are gradually becoming fewer. At first, he would be happy to get home alone, excited to get Terminator 2, and would speak well of knowing Spielberg and the truck driver, but now, no project is important to him. I make movies, just because I want to make them. At first, he would be happy to meet Ronald Perelman, excited to meet Carl Icahn, and regretful that Buffett did not come to the party. But now, any big boss is just a person to him. If you hug too many thighs, you will become a thigh. For a long time, Roland has been seen by outsiders as a salted fish. Even he himself thinks so. Unlike those actors who pursue progress, Roland does not seek awards. Unlike those entrepreneurs with dreams, Roland only has acquisitions in his eyes. Unlike those time travelers who wanted to compete with the gods, Roland wanted to finish everything step by step. With the memory of his past life and a good start, Roland felt that he was already a very lazy fish. Now, the idea of dismembering Sony made him very excited. If you say that asking the 6 big companies to help Kate win the Oscar, that is the simplest exchange of interests. So now, he feels that his idea is worthy of the title of vertical and horizontal alliances. Although he doesn't know if all this can be realized. But just thinking of all this makes him feel very happy. It turns out that he is not a lazy fish. He can still think about things seriously. This kind of self-discovery excites him more than anything else. It was in this state of we ordinary people are really happy today that Roland still played happily for nearly an hour, even though it was already 3 o'clock in the morning when he went home to wash up. After he fell asleep with an excited smile on his face, Kate carefully climbed out of bed, poked Roland's cheek with her index finger to confirm that he was asleep, and then left the bedroom in her pajamas. She walked downstairs slowly with light steps, pushed open the door of her home, and the cold moonlight sprinkled all over the ground. Los Angeles at 4 o'clock in the morning was full of stars. There were few lights and few pedestrians. The breeze blowing her hair blew her hair and made her already uneasy heart even more restless. Looking at the familiar street scene, she sighed with her hands in her pockets, turned her head, and looked at the room. The experience of the past year and a half made her feel a little unreal. She sat on the rattan chair in the yard where she usually basked in the sun, and a sense of strangeness surged into her heart. "Hey, who are you?" she murmured quietly, looking at the villa in front of her. Her eyes gradually blurred. When she first knew Roland, he was an actor. When she got to know Roland later, he was Spielberg's student. When Jurassic Park was making history like a psychopath, he was the youngest A+list in Hollywood. After Seven Deadly Sins and Shawshank Redemption were released, he was the most successful boss in Hollywood during social turmoil. When Titanic was being prepared, he was the real father of News Corporation. At the Berlin Film Festival, he was the father of the uncrowned king. When Yahoo went public, he was the most successful internet company investor. After Spider-Man broke the record, the financial tycoons who could make the clouds and rain with a wave of their hands would also call him dear. I thought that a net worth of several hundred million was the limit, but 2 billion assets have made him 1%. I thought that the 400 million investment was just for fun, but half a year later, the world's richest man had sat with him and talked about this and that, and the other party opened his mouth and estimated Roland's company to 5 billion. If her childhood dream was to be an actor, when she grew up, she only knew how to act and hoped to be recognized by the world. Now, she found that everything she pursued was so insignificant. A-level script? Isn't this thing just like cabbage to Roland? Take it if you want. Recognition from the world. As long as she is still standing with Roland, others dare not say no. Those powerful film critics are just grandsons in front of Roland. Because the financial channels that film critics rely on for survival also have to call him daddy. She always thought that Roland didn't have any spiritual pursuits. Or in other words, his level is limited, still staying at the stage of public satisfaction, and he didn't even think about getting recognition from his peers. But now, she has seen clearly that it's not that Roland doesn't want to get recognition from his peers, but that he can decide whether his peers recognize him or not. In the case of I say you have to like me, you have to like me, what is the recognition from your peers? There is no spiritual pleasure at all. It's better to kill a few companies. When she thought Roland was on the first level, Roland was already on the 5th level looking down on everyone. The reason why he is still shooting is because he still likes movies, not because of some pursuit. In fact, this fact is quite scary. It's so scary that she feels that she is not worthy of Roland at all. If the members of the old money family she knew also had emotions and desires and their own pursuits, then their realm and methods were so different from those of Roland, who was born in a commoner family. Although they both had money, the old money could only conquer everything with money. Roland, on the other hand, hadn't even started to spend money when his opponent had already admitted defeat. Kate thought she had found a treasure boy, but now, she felt like she had found the next Bill Gates. Yes, she wanted an Oscar, but that thing was nothing compared to the billions of assets that might exist. It was this insurmountable gap that made her feel powerless. Although Roland was alive in front of her, it was too unreal. Just as she was daydreaming, she suddenly heard shouts from inside the house. "Kate, Kate, Kate." The sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Just as Kate woke up and got up, Roland, who was only wearing pajamas, had appeared at the door. Looking at the guy next to the rattan chair, he frowned with a tired face and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Why did you run to the yard so late at night?" Kate, who didn't want to reveal her thoughts, waved her hand slightly, and her eyes wandered. When she saw the lawn mowing tools placed at the door of her house, she immediately said, "Oh, I heard some strange noises when I went to the bathroom just now, and then I followed the sound into the kitchen and found a mouse. After hearing my movement, the mouse jumped around wildly, and I wanted to drive it away, so I'm here now." "What?" Roland was even more confused. "Mouse? But we don't have a stove at home." It might have run from David's side? I just saw it running over there." Kate's words were a little unnatural, but before she finished speaking, she thought of something else and quickly added, "But it has nothing to do with the fact that we don't have a stove, and whether the mouse comes or not, right? Don't you put a lot of snacks in the kitchen?" Lizzie likes the refrigerator in our kitchen the best. Is that so? Roland was still a little strange and glanced towards David's house. This situation also made Kate want to quickly get over this topic. After coming to Roland's side, she naturally pushed Roland into the house and closed the door. Why did you wake up? When talking about this, Roland stopped thinking about the mouse. Is it because you were not here that I fell off the bed? Just as teacher Zuzha said, the posture will change after sleeping with a boyfriend/girlfriend for a long time. Although a year and a half has passed, Roland and Kate are still in the first stage, that teacher Zu said, like a day. Because of this, every time Roland, who was not honest in his sleep, turned over, Kate would pull him. As long as Kate was not there, Roland, who was squeezed by the other party to sleep on the edge of the bed, would most likely fall to the ground with a bang. And when he fell, he woke up. Kate, who also knew the situation, felt a little embarrassed. After playing in Greece last year, she forced Roland to sign a series of unequal treaties with her, such as if your hair was pressed, it was your fault. If the quilt was gone, it was your fault, and you were only allowed to lie there and be my pillow. At that time, she just regarded Roland as a powerful insider and didn't think so much. And now, how about you sleep in the middle in the future? Kate asked inexplicably. Roland, who was pushed into the room by him, didn't think much and instinctively replied, "It's okay, wasn't it an accident today? If you ignore the mouse, I won't fall off the bed. I'm just afraid that you will fall off the bed again in the future." Kate continued. "Then it's better for me to fall than for you." Roland was pushed upstairs. "If I bump into something, it hurts me, and if you bump into something, you hurt, and you will also hurt me." The aggrieved and natural words made Kate stunned for a moment, and she knew what Roland meant. No matter what happened to her, Roland would have to follow her in the end. When Roland did what she wanted, she would slap him a few times. If Roland dared to talk back, she would pinch him a few more times. To put it bluntly, in the lives of the two of them, Roland was always the one who suffered. Kate thought this kind of loss was normal before, but now, "Roland, I will not push other responsibilities to you in the future." "What?" Roland, who looked confused, didn't understand what Kate was talking about at all. When he returned to the room, he also pulled Kate to bed. After hearing such words, he said directly, "What responsibility is there? Are you confused? What responsibility is there between the two of us? Whoever is willing to take it can take it, as long as both parties are happy. Okay, go to sleep. In the future, even if you hear the movement of mice, don't go out, especially at 4 o'clock in the morning in Los Angeles. Your behavior makes me think you want to play basketball." Kate was confused by the inexplicable words, and when Roland lay on his side and hugged her in his arms, his strong arms pulled her flying thoughts back. Looking at the familiar face, the distant strangeness gradually faded. When the words of happiness entered her ears, a faint satisfaction surged into her heart. Raising her head, leaning forward, and pecked Roland on the cheek. Just when Roland frowned and opened his eyes, thinking that Kate's behavior tonight was very strange, Kate took the lead to shrink back and raised her hand to climb on Roland's back, and her thighs were on Roland's waist. "Sleep. Oh. Good night kiss." Roland heard this and closed his eyes again, and when his breathing gradually became stable, Kate, who was not asleep, opened her eyes again. Looking at the sleeping man, she bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth and smiled. Oscar is just a career, and Roland is life. If Roland is a big boss in the industry, then giving up is at most regret. But he is not. Although the outside world still thinks that Roland is just a Hollywood superstar, Kate thinks he is the next Bill Gates. The future world's richest man is lying next to her, and she gave up. This is not regret, but madness. Many people say that love is everything. But with money, there is love. The point is that she didn't first fancy Roland's money before she fancied him as a person. Instead, she first fancied Roland as a person and then found out that he has money. And in the case of mutual affection, she felt that the current state was already perfect and envied by everyone. Roland did have some bad habits. He couldn't control his mouth. Sometimes he wanted to smoke and drink, but when he really smoked and drank, it was in front of her. He couldn't control his eyes. Sometimes he just wanted to look at beautiful women, But when he really looked at beautiful women, he couldn't get interested in flesh and blood. He couldn't control his brain. Sometimes he just liked to complain, but when he really complained, as long as she deliberately scolded him a few times, Roland would admit his weakness and shut up. It looked like Roland was a bottom. But Kate knew that this was the most casual and non-competitive. It seems boring, but you are so nice, Kate said quietly while looking at Roland, who was sleeping, and then she lowered her head and buried her little head in Roland's arms. I love you. I listen to you. I don't want to be an actor anymore. Note, Naughty Dog developed Crash Bandicoot for Sony in 1996, but was acquired by Sony in 2001. The reason for the acquisition was simple. At that time, Universal did not make console games, so there was no problem in acquiring it first. The company was in Universal's hands. Santa Monica was indeed founded by an old Sony employee, but at the beginning, it was just opposite Naughty Dog. When Sony contacted Naughty Dog, it found that the old employee had opened a studio, so it also acquired it, and then Santa Monica moved to Santa Monica. This was not established by Sony itself. Sucker Punch is indeed a Microsoft studio that specializes in developing applications for Microsoft, but Microsoft does not attach importance to content, and then it was also acquired by Sony. Except for Sony Japan Studio, Sony's first-party companies were basically acquired after the millennium. There is no such thing as entering the market late. Sony only started to tinker with its own content after winning the console war. The idea of cutting off the source of funds is valid, judging from the timeline and the studio's equity structure. Chapter 221, Explosive News and Listing. For the general public, there were a lot of explosive news in the entertainment industry in 1997. The one who took the lead and provided gossip to the public was of course Michael Jackson. In 1994, he married Elvis Presley, the daughter of Elvis, but they parted ways in 1996. After the divorce, he quickly married Debbie Rowe, a dermatologist nurse. The experience of breaking up and getting back together made the onlookers feel very satisfied. Because many people believe that Michael Jackson did not love Elvis' daughter. He just wanted to prove to the outside world that he was normal. Of course, if it was just a dispute between love affairs, it would be fine. The point is that, while the relationship was breaking up, he became a defendant. In the summer of 1996, a book related to Michael Jackson described the details of the Chandler case for the first time, which made Evan Chandler, the father of the case, believe that Michael Jackson provided the material to the author of the book. Not only that, he also believed that Michael Jackson's behavior violated the confidentiality clause in the out-of-court settlement agreement signed by the two parties that year, so he hired the lawyer again and took Michael Jackson to court, demanding that Michael Jackson pay a penalty of up to $60 million in accordance with the contract. When this incident came out, the public was dumbfounded. You know, in the Chandler case in 1993, Michael Jackson paid $22 million to make the Chandler father and son shut up, and now he has to pay $60 million again for the same mistake. Although this incident happened in 1996, the evidence collection, trial, and opening of the case did not start until 1997. Because of this, after the North Hollywood bank robbery, this big case of wrangling has entered the public's attention again, and it has also provided people with a lot of discussion topics in their spare time. As the internet that connects the world, it showed people its social ability for the first time. Yahoo, which set up a special page for this news, saw a surge in traffic, and the number of replies in the discussion section reached thousands of floors. The number of discussion groups related to Michael Jackson in Yahoo Group increased by hundreds overnight. The people's powerful feedback also made the capital see the power of portal websites, so that Yahoo stock price skyrocketed like the shock Michael Jackson brought to people. Although it still did not reach the madness of Netscape's listing, the net worth of Yahoo's major shareholders still skyrocketed. Jerry Yang and David Filo are active in people's site again, and David Olson. Many people are already calculating how many places he will move up on the Forbes rich list next year. If it were in the past, Roland might still be slightly interested in this kind of thing, but now, Roland suddenly discovered something interesting. In 1985, Apple Records went bankrupt. In 1986, Michael Jackson spent $47.5 million to buy the ATV song copyright library. From then on, he thought about changing from a chess piece to a chess player. 2 years later, Sony acquired Columbia Records, and Tommy Mottola became its president. In 1990, Michael Jackson became a signed artist of Tommy Mottola. If that was all, it would be fine. But in 1993, the ATV copyright library in Michael Jackson's hands was transferred from Universal Music to EMI Music Distribution Department, not Sony's. At the same time, Michael Jackson also owned all the copyrights of his songs, which were all under his midget publishing company and managed by Warner/Chappell. As Michael Jackson's boss, Sony only helped him release songs. In addition to the commission, Sony can't get anything. This situation is a bit subtle, right? You know, Steven Spielberg, who also controls all the copyrights of his own movies, is not like this. Not only that, the difference in their styles of doing things is also very obvious. After Michael Jackson bought the ATV copyright library, he did not have a good relationship with his peers in the industry. However, Steven Spielberg's Amblin Entertainment operated so many copyrights. The real beneficiaries were actually the creators. When you helped me to make a fortune, helped me negotiate with the big six, and helped me to protect my interests, who would those guys who had been helped protect? This kind of thing can be known by thinking with your feet. So, the Chandler case suddenly appeared. If it was all an accident here, then after reaching an out-of-court settlement with Chandler and his son, it would be understandable that Michael Jackson could not withdraw a large amount of funds for his fifth personal album. When he had no money, he chose to borrow money from his employer Sony, and Sony hoped that he could merge ATV Music copyright with Sony to establish Sony/ATV Copyright Company, which was actually a matter of course. After all, capitalists do not do good things. The Big Six did not dare to make a fuss about Roland's share, because they did not want to provoke Roland's backers. But Michael Jackson, wasn't he alone? Up to this point, everything seemed natural, but in the summer of 1996, a book describing the details of the Michael Jackson-Chandler case suddenly appeared on the market, and when no one noticed, in November of the same year, Michael Jackson donated 85% of his proceeds from the Indian leg of his history tour to a charity in northern India. And also donated part of the proceeds from the 9 performances in Australia to the Smith Family Charity, which benefits the poor. Then, the Chandler father and son, who left with $22 million that year, appeared again. This time, they demanded $60 million. Every time Michael Jackson spent all his money, someone would jump out and force him to pay. This kind of thing is actually quite interesting, right? And when Roland thought about the fact that after Michael Jackson passed away, his estate management company happily sold Michael Jackson's remaining shares to Sony, he wanted to laugh. He believed that, if Sony had not dared to provoke him or Steven Spielberg, they would have been stabbed if they held 50% of the shares of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Films Global Distribution Company. Although there was no evidence to prove that all the coincidences were manipulated by Sony. But, when there are too many coincidences, they are no longer coincidences, right? Although when people are unlucky, even drinking cold water will make them ache. But no matter how unlucky Michael Jackson was, he would not be stabbed every time he ran out of money, right? When his second Chandler case broke out, it was a time when he was renegotiating the ATV copyright issue with Sony. When the Fake Will case broke out, it was the time when several other music giants forced Sony to split Sony/ATV. Just like Mel Gibson, their unlucky times all happened to be squeezed together. This is interesting. It's the same old saying, a strong background is the guarantee of success. Even if you have great abilities and can resist the envy of people of the same class, when the dimensionality reduction attack comes, what can you do to stop it? Connections are the trump card. Their greatest role is not to help you develop your career, but to protect your territory. When Roland stared at the computer screen with emotion, after eating the whole melon in Yahoo Group, he had no psychological burden to kill Sony. Sony could grab copyrights, so why couldn't he grab Sony's market? Except for the controversy caused by Michael Jackson, Roland felt that other gossips were meaningless. The king and queen quarreled. How could it be as comfortable as knocking off billions with a wave of the hand? After eating the big melon of Sony/ATV copyright, Time quietly came to May 15th. Amazon went public. Just like Yahoo before, David Olson rang the bell instead of Roland this time. But unlike Yahoo, the influence brought to David Olson by Amazon's listing this time was even more terrifying than Yahoo. On the day of Yahoo's IPO, the stock price soared from 13 yuan to a high of 43 yuan. Although the closing price fell back to 33 yuan, it had already made it the third highest company in the history of Nasdaq in terms of IPO growth. On that day, Yahoo's market value reached $850 million. Although Amazon's stock was only hovering at more than 1 yuan and the increase was not large, the company's market value also jumped from 310 million to 438 million. In the eyes of the public, David Olson's 15% stake was only 65.7 million. But this was the second internet company that David Olson bet on. It's outrageous. Admittedly, Yahoo and Amazon combined could not compete with Netscape, whose market value soared to 2.7 billion in just over a minute. But if you invest into internet companies, these two companies can be successfully listed, and their market value will soar. Isn't this also weird? According to the analysis of Wall Street data analysts, our own people, according to the financial statements provided by Amazon, this year's operating income is expected to reach 150 million, and the market value is expected to exceed 1 billion within half a year. David Olson's Overwatch Ventures has been exposed by curious investors. Don't you talk nonsense. Just like where Warren Buffett goes, there are good news. People also want to know which companies David Olson, who has created miracles continuously, has invested in. Although Overwatch Ventures is a venture capital, it does not mean that they can't start from the public secondary market after a period of time when the company goes public. If you can't drink the first soup, you can follow the trend. Unfortunately, after they take a look, they have to disband. Don't watch. Wait for it to cool down. Who doesn't know that Apple is the shame of technology companies? After the crazy Jobs returned to Apple, how many investment companies wanted to sell Apple, but couldn't get it in time? But Overwatch Ventures ate itself into Apple's largest shareholder. Are you taking over? Or taking over? Or taking over? In the monopoly case between Apple and Microsoft, Microsoft was unscathed. The entire PC operating system market has been monopolized by Microsoft, and Apple still wants to turn over. Isn't this a dream? And now, relying on the success of Yahoo and Amazon alone, you want to change your fate in the Apple business? Aren't you afraid of diarrhea? As a result, David Olson, who was praised for Amazon's IPO, but denigrated for holding Apple, became the busiest person in the family again, either accepting interviews from this company, or accepting inquiries from that company. In the end, he directly called Roland and said helplessly, "Can you tell me which media are related to you? I have done exclusive interviews with CBS and NBC in New York, and went to Atlanta to do a program on CNN. When I returned to Los Angeles, ABC and Fox wanted to pull me to do a column. I'm just a real estate developer. I don't understand your investment ideas." At this moment, David felt for the first time the pity, immaturity, and helplessness of his son James. Roland is really good at making trouble. The point is, he only enjoyed the pleasure of creating a fortune and left others to clean up the mess. However, just when David wanted to say something, the voice from the other end of the phone froze his face. "David, Roland is taking a shower. He's going to attend the premiere of Jurassic Park 2 tonight. He was watching Fox's Financial Live broadcast before taking a shower. After seeing you, he knew you would call in, and then he asked me to tell you a message." Ahem. What? David was a little embarrassed because he felt that this kind of complaint, which was just a private communication between him and Roland, didn't need to be told to Kate, so as not to destroy his image as a kind father in front of Kate. Unfortunately, he didn't think about it for a few seconds before he was furious at the words brought by Kate. Roland said, "In the past few years, you have really cared for him like a father, and he is very touched. He can't think of any good way to repay you, so he can only help you take good care of the child. But unfortunately, he is about to go to England for work, so he can only tell you with regret. You will finish the show at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If you go back to pick up Lizzie now, you will just catch up with her after school." What the fuck? I talked to you about work, and you talked to me about life. I just cleaned up the mess you caused, and then you told me that work is done, and it's time to go home to feed the child? I'm really screwed." Just when David wanted to express his sincerest concern to Roland, who suddenly behaved badly, another voice suddenly came from the receiver. "Thank you, David. Take a good rest on the way back. Lizzie is waiting for you at school. Ganetti said that Ashley and Mary are going to take macup photos today, and it will probably be very late, so good luck, bye." When Roland hung up the phone, David finally realized, hiss, didn't this guy take a shower? Roland certainly didn't take a shower, or rather, he put the phone Kate handed him back into David's hands after hearing David's complaints, and the words Kate said to convey were all written by him on the spot. "How can you be so bad?" After seeing Roland hang up the phone neatly, Kate poked him with her elbow. "Why am I bad?" David is frowning. "I just want to make him happy." Roland wanted to hide, but he didn't. "What? You think you're happy to go home and take care of the kids right after work?" Although Kate's tone was a little excited, Roland still smiled and said, "Of course. What's the problem?" And he didn't say one more thing. "David, I won't mind." David won't mind? No. If Roland was in front of him now, he would definitely beat Roland's head. But after hearing the busy tone, a helpless smile finally appeared on his dazed face. "You always want to be free. You are really different from your father." After hanging up the phone, he lowered the car's interior tailgate and said to the driver, "Go to liquor school. I haven't seen me for many days. She must miss me to death, right?" Yes, the reason why David called Roland was to complain about helping Roland deal with many chores, which prevented him from going home. As for the inquiries from the media and the opinions of the outside world, what does this have to do with him? He doesn't care about the love and hate of investors at all, because he knows what Apple's shares have brought to Roland. In addition to the 3 sets of toys from Toy Story, the gambling style investment at the party that day also opened his eyes. Spent $200 million to invest in Apple. So what? If $200 million can buy the entry channel of Quantum Fund, the money is worth it. That's right. When Roland asked David to pledge his Berkshire Hathaway stocks for a loan, David, who learned the news, also secretly raised $200 million and prepared to mix in and make a fortune. Of course, he did not believe in Roland's vision, but believed in the money-making channels provided by Paul Allen and others. Believe in George Soros's horrible record. In the face of such operations, what does it matter if investors ridicule the act of investing in Apple as brainless? Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not seeing through it. After hanging up the phone, Roland did go to the premiere of Jurassic Park 2. The investment of the second and the first is similar, but because of the loss of Roland, the public's reaction to the movie is not strong. The first weekend box office was $72 million, which was not likely to break the record of Spider-Man. The feedback from the media and the public was mixed. Some people thought the special effects were realistic, but some people thought the special effects ruined the story. After all, it is not common for a sequel to crush the previous one. However, Spielberg obviously does not care about the box office of this movie. In other words, compared with the Jurassic series that has been confirmed to stay in Universal, what he cares most about now is of course Saving Private Ryan, which he is working on with his favorite apprentice Roland Allen. Note, Yahoo Group is a Yahoo discussion group. This community was very popular from the last century to the birth of mobile internet. Of course, we have Penguin, which is even more popular. There is no real evidence for Michael Jackson's incident, because Sony is still alive and well. Perhaps after Sony dies, all kinds of bad things will be exposed. However, every time Michael Jackson got into trouble, it was a tragic case of serial rear-end collisions. This is also very magical. The only one who can compare with him is Mel Gibson. Of course, he was indeed sued twice by Chandler and his son. The second time was in 1999. The court ruled that the lawsuit was invalid. Then Michael Jackson started to quarrel with Sony again. Amazon has always been a wonder in the US stock market. Since its listing, although its stock price has risen, investment institutions have always believed that it will collapse. Apple, which cannot be driven by the internet, was the shame of technology companies at that time. However, this statement is actually problematic. Buffett has repeatedly stated that Apple has always been a consumer product company. Starting from Jurassic Park 2, there has been a saying about which is more important, special effects or narrative. As for the film reviews, I will not copy them. Chapter 222, the godly drama version of Saving Private Ryan and the screenwriter who is like a tool man. When it comes to Saving Private Ryan, countless slots suddenly emerged in Roland's mind. In fact, as early as when Roland got the script of Saving Private Ryan, he was in a state of surprise. It's not that the script is so perfect, but that the script is very different from the movie in his memory. So many years have passed, even if he did a film review, he can no longer remember every detail of the film, and even can't remember the development of the film's plot. What impressed him was actually the two most eye-catching points in the whole film. First, Captain Miller, played by Tom Hanks, was weak, pitiful, and helpless when he landed on the beach. This formed a sharp contrast with the plot of refusing to save the little French girl later. At the end of the film, the scene of leaning against the ruins and shooting tanks made Captain Miller, who was determined to complete the mission and return home, so cute. Although he took on the task of saving Private Ryan, just to retire and go home to accompany his wife, when he went to the battlefield and faced justice, he would still give everything to resist tyranny. This kind of inconsistency, but belonging to the logical thinking of normal people, makes him flesh and blood. The second is naturally the plot of releasing prisoners in the film. On the way to find Private Ryan, they encountered a machine gun position. After seeing the American soldiers' bodies nearby, Miller said he wanted to get rid of him. In the process of taking the position, the military doctor was shot and died. They asked the remaining prisoners to dig a grave for the military doctor. When the comrades wanted to kill the prisoners to avenge the military doctor, the translator accompanying the team said that shooting prisoners was a taboo on the battlefield. Miller weighed the pros and cons again and finally chose to let the prisoners go, but it was this choice that made the prisoners pick up their weapons again at the last decisive moment of the film, not only killing the Jewish soldiers in the team, but also personally ending Captain Miller. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. This plot is still fresh in Roland's memory. But, the above two plots are not reflected at all in the script that Steven Spielberg gave to Roland. Not only that, in the script, when landing on the beach, Captain Miller was holding a cigar, like a jerk, dissing the new recruits under his command. The movie fell into silent tinnitus, and the plot that reflected the cruelty of war disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was the landing counterattack that was mentioned in one stroke, and Captain Miller's godlike performance. Yes, Captain Miller in the script is really the king of the hill. No matter if you are a god or a Buddha, you will be knocked down with one hammer. In the script, when attacking the German bunker, seeing 3 groups of 6 suicide squads sacrificed one after another, Captain Miller stepped forward, attracted the enemy's firepower with his flesh and blood, and rushed to the bunker with a snake-like movement, threw grenades, and sent the German army to heaven. What the fuck? This plot, why is it so familiar? The machine guns in the bunker have killed 18 people, but when facing you, every shot missed. Isn't your special thing just to turn on the dodge halo? After that, the plot of Miller's mission to save Private Ryan is also very different from the plot in Roland's memory. Captain Miller in the script is an old soldier. He told the head of the regiment that it was not worth sending a whole team to save a private. The glib words on paper can overflow into the three-dimensional world. In the movie, Tom Hanks plays Miller, who is simple and low-key. He looks like a good guy. If it were just that, it would be fine. When taking on the mission, forming a team, and embarking on the journey of searching, the bizarre plot made Roland look confused. Captain Miller and his team drove a jeep to find Ryan from the beginning. During the process, their whereabouts were discovered by the enemy, and they were attacked, and their car was bombed. During this process, Captain Miller, who was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor, thoroughly showed his teammates what a battlefield killer is. His special ability to detect enemies, even if they are hundreds of meters apart. His god-level movement like a mantis shrimp, using his flesh and blood to attract enemy firepower without any injury. His superb leadership ability, able to easily resolve various problems with his mouth. The point is that the script also specifically mentioned that Captain Miller is like a cat with 9 lives. After years of war, he still has 3 left, and this is the basis of his coolness. When Roland saw this scene, he felt that he should not be watching the script of Saving Private Ryan, but a drama about the War of Resistance. Captain Miller gave Roland the feeling that he was a little mean version of Steve Rogers. If we use the idea of writing to understand the whole script, then the title Saving Private Ryan with such a plot is obviously off topic. If Roland were to name it, he would write it like this: Captain Miller, Catman, I fight the Germans in Europe. What a tragic 6 years the Germans went through in World War II. Comrades, World War II is already in its 5th year, and there is only 1 year left to victory. Let's hold on. How can this be Saving Private Ryan? Isn't this Captain America, the first Avenger? What's the difference between a script with such a structure and those great dramas? They both tear apart the Japanese and dodge bullets. They both kill the Japanese with one shot from 800 miles away. To be honest, when Roland saw such a script, he really doubted whether the old man was deliberately fooling him. If not, could it be that with his participation, the anti-war movie that should have been serious was magically changed into a great drama? Unfortunately, the old man was filming The Wrath of the Ring at that time, and Roland had no time to argue with him. When the old man came back again, the private party interfered with Roland's thoughts. So he found time to chat with him on the private plane to the UK. After he briefly described his doubts, Spielberg was also confused. After carefully taking a look at the script handed by Roland, the old face suddenly darkened. While throwing the script away, he took out a manuscript with worn edges from his bag and said embarrassedly, I gave it to the wrong person that day. The one you took was the final script finalized by the screenwriter, and this is the shooting outline after my revision. I don't have a backup here, just look at mine. Meow meow meow. Roland felt countless small question marks appearing on his head. Wow, that just now turned out to be a script. With a look of surprise, Roland opened Spielberg's storyboard draft. After a quick look through it, the familiar formula and familiar taste made him feel relieved. However, he still had something to ask. What about the previous one? Are you sure it's depicting the real World War II and not filming Captain America? You know, after reading the script, I even suspected that you wanted to make a superhero movie. I almost took Captain America out of the copyright library and gave it to you. Although Roland asked seriously, the slightly teasing words made the old man feel embarrassed. If Roland hadn't lowered his voice, he would have even wanted to raise his hand to cover this guy's mouth. After Roland finished talking, Spielberg said, It's an accident. It's all an accident. That's just the final draft the screenwriter gave me. Compared with our shooting draft, there are still some discrepancies. After hearing what he said, Roland understood. After all the effort, the original script of Saving Private Ryan turned out to be a magical drama. Except for South Korea, screenwriters in other places have no human rights. No matter how well you write, it is impossible to present it intact on the screen in the end. Even Stephen King, a great writer, is no exception. The Shawshank Redemption is a bestseller, right? The director changed more than 30 places. Even if Stephen King is the guy who owns the copyright, his voice is still limited in the entertainment industry. The director can't shoot according to his ideas, and he doesn't force it. Of course, Stephen King made money after all. And those who didn't make money and were exploited are even more. The most exaggerated one is The Ferryman, produced by Sunglass King. It is said that the script was changed 118 times. Being a screenwriter in such a play, isn't it a gun tool without copyright? Of course, the director changes the script, the producer changes the script, and the producer changes the script. These things actually have two sides. Either they know what is missing in the script because they control the market and they change it for the better. Or they are just arrogant and think that what they like is good and they change it randomly. But no matter what the reason is, the screenwriter has no human rights. Saving Private Ryan is the former. The screenwriter described Captain Miller in the play as extremely brave and a key force in interpreting the American dream. However, this invincibility in various senses is simply nonsense in the eyes of Spielberg and Hanks. After seeing Roland comparing the new and old scripts, Spielberg said casually, Actually, I didn't change much. I only changed 47 pages out of more than 160 pages. The biggest change is actually the character of Captain Miller. Tom can't play that kind of slick role, so I changed Captain Miller into a good guy. As for why, I think Tom has already told you the reason when he was teaching you how to shape the character. He only plays good guys. That's right, the biggest difference between Saving Private Ryan revised by Spielberg himself and the original version written by the screenwriter is not that Captain Miller has lost his legendary color and transformed into a human being, but that his slick asterisk attribute has become the good guy attribute that Tom Hanks has always interpreted to the public. Compared with those directors who keep saying that they want to pursue art, Spielberg and his group understand better than anyone that the characters in the script are not for the plot at all, but for the audience. When the audience sees Hank's face, they think he is a good person, so the character attributes should be portrayed in this way. In the entertainment industry, the so-called challenging oneself and reaching the peak of acting skills are all stupid. This is not going to get along with the audience and money. Many guys have never understood that if an actor can create an unforgettable role, he has already succeeded in his life, and the so-called transformation is just eating and having nothing to do. If someone really succeeds in transformation, it can only mean one thing. The characters he created before were not classics. When Spielberg discovered that, after listening to his explanation, Roland skipped the first 100 pages and found the scene where he appeared. His face showed helplessness. The lines you recited haven't changed much. Saving Ryan is the best way to interpret humanitarian sentiment. The greatest significance of Ryan, played by you, in the film is to question the act of saving Ryan as a party involved. And you have to be moved by Miller's act of saving you. When he dies, you just need to cry in front of him. Just like in Spider-Man. You just need to show the sadness of Peter Parker facing his dying Uncle Ben Parker. The most critical scene will pass. Yes, the fundamental reason why Tom Hanks recommended Roland to Spielberg was to repeat success. Find ways to repeat success in different ways. Yes, in Saving Private Ryan, the relationship between Captain Miller, played by Hanks, and Ryan is very similar to the relationship between Peter Parker and Ben Parker in Spider-Man. To put it bluntly, if the reality is confused, Saving Private Ryan can actually be seen by the audience as Ben Parker's autobiography. He has experienced everything and finally handed over his vision of the future to Ryan. This kind of spiritual inheritance is actually more likely to satisfy the audience. As for what the creator wants to express, hasn't it been clearly explained through Captain Miller's choices one after another? Isn't the so-called theme whether the value of saving 1 out of 7 is desirable? Everyone is looking for the answer, including Ryan himself. And isn't life or death on the battlefield also a controversial value that the director wants to express? Since the theme has been conveyed, isn't it reasonable to add business to the script? Bald Vin Diesel got the role because of this, and Spielberg accepted Hanks' recommendation not because Roland could act well, nor because he was his student, but, if arranged in this way, the movie can really make money, since doing so does not interfere with one's own creative space and can meet the rules and regulations of the capital world. Then why not do it? Spielberg's greatness has never been that he has made some earth-shattering and tear-jerking movies. Instead, he has been seeking a balance. Seeking a balance between profit and creation. Okay, then where do we start? Since the doubts in his heart have been resolved, Roland relaxed. As for discussing the script with the other party, oh my god. Although the name of the movie is Saving Private Ryan, the whole movie really has nothing to do with Ryan. Okay. Roland looked at it, and the scenes related to him, at most, added up to more than 10 minutes. Using the substitution theory given to him by Hanks, he can act with his eyes closed. So, instead of studying the role, it is better to study something else. After listening to his words, Spielberg had no objection. Since Roland didn't need to worry about this thing, he wouldn't care whether Roland was focused or not. It's the same whether your character participates in military training or not. If you want to participate, then go with the team. If you don't want to participate, it doesn't matter if you come back after the shooting starts. Oh, by the way, don't you want to play with guns? Let them bring live ammunition. Note, the screenwriter's version of the script of Saving Private Ryan is indeed very magical. Captain Miller in it can do all kinds of operations that only exist in the God movie. In the screenwriter's version, Captain Miller did not die in the end and returned home with Ryan. The entire script was modified by Spielberg 47 times, including the final war, which was originally 2 small battles, and was combined into one by the old man. In fact, Ryan was not found wrong in the script. It was added by the old man himself. There are also Jewish soldiers showing off their identities to the German army, which is also his private goods. Captain Miller's character was indeed modified, based on Hank's own image. Spielberg said in the collection documentary released by DreamWorks that Hanks gave people the image of a good guy, so he couldn't play a bad guy, and the role was slightly adjusted. This kind of creative concept is actually the most commercial. Don't think about adjusting yourself. Many times people are killed by their own behavior. Matt Damon did not participate in the military training of the crew. In fact, it was not that the role of Ryan was not needed, but that Damon was filming The Wrath of the Titans at the time and had no time. P.S. The previous chapter was blocked last night and it is now released after modification. Chapter 223, Comfort Zone. Wanting to show off, capitalists. House of Cards. Jurassic Park 2 premiered on June 9th, and the crew of Saving Private Ryan had already assembled in the UK on June 11th. According to the crew's arrangement, all actors had to undergo special training to wash away the habit of pampering and become well-trained soldiers in the shortest possible time. Due to the different styles of each army, the instructor was Dale Dye, a former captain of the US Marine Corps, who was invited from the United States. The training location was naturally those battlefields that were not designated as protected areas and were once battlefields of war. From the first day of training, the actors entered the film environment, called each other by the names of the characters they played, wore the military uniforms of the year, carried guns that had long been eliminated, and learned a lot of military knowledge every day. Weapons, close combat, individual tactics, and the code words and sign language signals of the army during World War II are all the skills they need to master. The work is so hard, and the living environment is not good. Since Spielberg's goal was to restore the real atmosphere of World War II as much as possible, during the training process, they only had canned products, provided by the army during World War II. The place to sleep was a marching tent. Sometimes the terrain was unclear, and it was impossible to build a tent, so they could only rely on the cold ground to cope with it for a few hours. During the rest period, they had to respond to sudden assessments at any time, such as a 5-mile forced march with 40 pounds of equipment. In the words of the instructor, that is, the hard training is to make them think about problems with the mindset of a soldier. If a teammate is in trouble, they must stop to help him. This approach can make them closer emotionally and make it easier for them to maintain each other's emotions as a whole when the filming starts. When these guys have experienced the 4 irons of life and carried guns together, the performance driven by emotions will be very natural. Therefore, what experience school, method school, expression school, the classification mentioned by the teacher in the classroom, is the evil way. Only by mixing can the actors perform the spirit and energy belonging to the role in a short time. Of course, when a group of big-name actors led by Tom Hanks followed former US Marine Corps Captain Dale Dye to fight on the battlefield of the past, Roland Allen, who acquiesced to Spielberg and didn't need to participate in the training because his role was limited, hung out with British soldiers borrowed from the British Ministry of Defense. As a dedicated actor, he did have to learn various military skills in order to make a good movie, but as an A+ list with the highest status, Roland asked himself if he really didn't want to participate in any military training. If this kind of thing were to be exposed, the outside world might say that he was a big shot, but he knew in his heart that he didn't want to participate in military training, not because of his high status, but because it was not necessary for filming, so he didn't do it. Just like when Robert Downey Jr. was filming Iron Man, he flew up and down every day in a custom-made iron suit, but after Iron Man 3, he was wearing a motion capture suit in front of the green screen the whole time. When filming Iron Man, Marvel was desperate and wanted to achieve perfection in all details. However, after Iron Man 3, the layout was completed, and they just waited for the harvest. They skipped all the places that could save trouble. Making real armor according to Downey's body shape, although the metal texture is bursting, it really costs a lot of money. With CGI, they suppressed the production cost, and Downey was comfortable. Since both sides benefited, why not do it? Everyone has laziness in their hearts. Isn't it good to make money by playing around? Who wants to make progress if they don't work hard? If Spielberg has a request, Roland will naturally do it, just like the truck driver asked him to have a relationship. Even if he knew it was a bit, as long as it was beneficial to the filming, Roland would try it. But if the preparation of military training is not important to his role, Roland really won't take the initiative to ask to participate in training. He admitted that, even though he never took the initiative to ask for food, clothing, housing and transportation, he still likes to be comfortable. Because of this, when others were struggling in the harsh battlefield, Roland was playing with guns in the military area. Generally speaking, we all carry 2 guns. One gun is on the waist, and the other small revolver is on the leg. In most cases, after the pistol on the waist has finished firing, the revolver can be pulled out from the leg and fired directly. It has a built-in hammer, and it can be fired at the target. Because of their background, when Roland sought guidance, these guys did not dare to be careless. Not only that, in order to make it easier for Roland to get started, they brought all American weapons. Like the M1911, which has been eliminated by the US military, but still has a high market share in the civilian market, the Smith & Wesson 340, which is specially used by the military and police, and the M401, which the US Army is now purchasing in large quantities to replace. Under Roland's gaze, the instructor in charge of the drill first knocked out a Stanag magazine, then directly pulled out the M1911 on his waist to shoot at the target, and finally ended in a squatting position, pulling out the Smith & Wesson 340, and it was noon for McCree. Because there was no hammer, the instructor knelt on one knee and shot with a standard posture. But even without the crazy hand speed like a fan, he still shot 6 shots in 1 second with the Smith & Wesson 340. When the last 2 balloons 7 yards away burst, as the smoke dissipated, the chic action of slowly getting up can be perfectly described in 5 words. It's so handsome. Coach, I want to play basketball. No, instructor, I want to learn this. Roland stared at the Smith & Wesson 340 with his eyes wide open. Although the effective shooting distance of 7 yards is only 6.4 meters, ordinary people can't reach the accuracy of McCree. But, whether the range is long or short, whether it can hit accurately, that is a matter of a moment. But being handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. Imagine that when you face the enemy, you draw your gun and shoot from your waist, and there is a burst of bangs. Not only that, if you want to be cool, you have to walk slowly. The fire has burned Uncle Wolf's hair, but he is still tinkering slowly. The blast can blow his hat away. Big Shit is still pretending to hug. Even though Mark, who has been handsome all his life, couldn't hold it in a better tomorrow, he was scared into an emoticon when facing the explosion, but he still didn't look back. It can be seen that the result of whether you hit or not is actually not important. What matters is how you show your handsome posture. Seeing Roland's eyes shining, the instructor promised, "You want to learn this? Sure." But just when Roland was ready to get to the point, the instructor in camouflage did not hand him the gun, but said, "I received an order to teach the whole set, so let's do it step by step. First, there are 4 principles for holding a gun. First, under normal circumstances, the muzzle should be pointed to a safe place. What is a safe place? A safe place is a place where you will not regret it and can afford to pay for it if your bullet is fired. Second, before aiming at the target and preparing to shoot, don't put your finger on the trigger. Third, always treat the gun as if it has bullets and is loaded. Fourth, before shooting, try to observe the back of the target and be careful not to accidentally hurt innocent people. After all, we are not Russians." Roland can treat the gun as a toy, but the instructor will only treat the gun as his life. Although the superiors clearly pointed out that these instructors only need to teach the use of guns according to Roland's needs, they will not easily abandon the precautions for using guns. After all, if this shot is fired, it is very likely that someone will die. Even though Roland's bodyguards can solve all problems most of the time, there are always accidents. If Roland encounters a firearm misfire due to a problem with the use of the process, and thus injures others and himself, then those who are responsible for enlightenment and teaching will most likely take the blame. Don't think it's impossible. The Defense Department official who was on leave hasn't come to work yet. If it were in the past, Roland would certainly hate this kind of boring theoretical preaching, but now, of course, he can understand the good intentions of the instructors, and for his own consideration and the safety of those around him, Roland did not boldly skip this link, but patiently spent 2.5 days to listen to the instructors' theoretical courses. After that, it was naturally boring posture training and assembly and disassembly of firearms. Roland didn't start live ammunition shooting until the day when the military training prepared by the crew was declared over. That's right, they finished the training there, and Roland went to the shooting range. It's not that Roland learns too slowly, but the military training is only 10 days in total. Compared with the 18 months of Special Forces life, 10 days is too short. But for actors and directors, this is enough. Although the time is not well timed, it is not important. At this moment, Roland, who is more interested in guns than movies, said hello to Spielberg directly, and then left the crew and flew solo. Anyway, he couldn't shoot his scenes for a while, so there was no need for him to rush to join the crew. As for learning, in terms of acting, Tom Hanks has taught everything he can, and Roland has no room for improvement if he doesn't want to rush for awards. In terms of directing, when the truck driver gave him the director's baton and asked him to make it himself, he was actually a master. He had mastered the basic skills he should learn, and he had spent all the tuition fees for actual shooting. What he could do next was to take on projects himself. And there is actually only one project he wants to shoot at the moment: Harry Potter. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been so busy in the past 2 years. I was preparing for Titanic at the beginning of last year, and Spider-Man was released last summer. After that, I joined the crew to shoot Titanic. It wasn't until February of this year that I had time to talk about the current project at hand. After careful calculation, I should have made you wait for more than a year. I'm really sorry. Roland looked at J.K. Rowling apologetically. No, Roland, you don't have to say that. Aunt Rowling smiled and shook her head, waving her hands and said, "You asked a lawyer to help me win the divorce lawsuit. After that, you asked Cole to offer me a job as a secretary at the Dell branch in Edinburgh so that I can have enough salary to support my daughter and have enough time to create. I'm very satisfied with my current life, so I have never been in a hurry to publish the book. Cole told me before that you don't have time to come, so I can just continue writing so that I can give you a surprise when you come. So, I actually brought nearly 500,000 words here today. The first part, I named it the Philosopher's Stone, and the second part, I named it the Chamber of Secrets. Since I came to the UK, I should fill the hole I dug here. In fact, as early as February last year, J.K. Rowling, whose life trajectory changed due to the appearance of Roland, had completed the creation of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. It was a pity that Roland and Kate were together at the time, and the phone was directly thrown to the truck driver, so Cole Needham, who was temporarily in charge of British affairs, did not come to bother him. J.K. Rowling, whose life was guaranteed, didn't care about these things. If Roland was busy, she would just wait. To put it bluntly, after having a stable job and a good life, her purpose of writing had actually changed. Unlike Roland's previous life, whether Harry Potter could make money was not important to J.K. Rowling. Now she just wanted to repay Roland for helping her. Since Roland and the 3 Olson sisters were interested in the story she wrote, she would continue to write. As long as they were happy after reading it, that was enough. And how could Roland not be happy after seeing the manuscripts of Philosopher's Stone and Chamber of Secrets? 2 books at once. This was a real surprise. Although he vaguely remembered that in his previous life, Philosopher's Stone seemed to have been on the market in June 1997, and now, this book has not been taken back for proofreading, and there is no ISBN for international publishing, but this is not important, right? Handing these 2 books to Lucas Publishing will solve all problems in minutes. As for the publicity involved in Harry Potter's previous life, this is even easier. Let the child like Spielberg come out to endorse the book. The old man might not be willing to stand up for other strangers, but Roland, he didn't even read the book, and he could just sign his name in the ghostwritten preface. After Roland smiled and flipped through the table of contents of the Philosopher's Stone and the Chamber of Secrets, and confirmed that the content outline was not much different from the books he had seen in his previous life, he called Cole Needham and asked him to bring the company's legal department to sign a contract with J.K. Rowling for publishing according to the industry's literary works. Not only that, Roland also took over the adaptation rights related to Harry Potter, and the price he offered shocked the single mother. 1 million per copy. This price is really too exaggerated. I actually checked the information before I came here. The film and television copyright of Jurassic Park seems to be only 2 million. Oh, don't get me wrong, 1 million per copy is the buy-out price of the series. After you sign the contract, I can use this price to purchase the film and television adaptation rights of works related to Harry Potter first. Not only that, you also have the right to take a cut of the movie box office, 0.5% of the global box office net income. Roland is not a capitalist. He will still pay the copyright fee he should pay. As for the 0.5% of the global box office net income, if he remembers correctly, didn't wanna do something about this in his previous life. But they are kind, and didn't let J.K. Rowling lose money because of negative profits. Roland. Since J.K. Rowling trusts him so much, he naturally can't do something that will result in negative profits of several hundred million, right? Negative tens of millions will be enough. After Roland sent away J.K. Rowling, who was extremely excited with the huge sum of 2 million, he turned around and saw Kate lying on the sofa, flipping through the novel he bought. Before he could say anything, Kate asked in a puzzled tone, "Is there any need to buy this kind of children's book? Can stories for children be adapted into movies? You spent 2 million to buy the adaptation rights of 2 books. It seems that you are very confident in this story, but in fact, you are worried that the novel will not sell after it is published, right? So you use other means to compensate her? Wow. Why do you think so?" Roland blinked his curious eyes and asked with a smile, "Is it possible? Do you think I'm such a great person in your heart? Do you think I'm the kind of person who does good deeds? I don't think you will do good deeds either. It's mainly because your words just now made me doubtful." Kate rolled her eyes at this self-satisfied guy and said, "You just said that you were very busy in the past 2 years and had no time to pay attention to her. That proves that you have never read her novels at all, and you just bought the copyright based on your previous impression. Since you haven't read them, and you are so generous, what else can you do if not do good deeds? Could it be that you like her type? Ahem. Do good deeds, do good deeds." Roland quickly stopped Kate's desire to continue. If she continues to babble, maybe in a few minutes, he will become a pervert. He likes J.K. Rowling. Damn. How can you have such a weird idea? Business is over. Let's talk about your family, okay? It's over this week. Can you at least tell me the truth? When Saving Private Ryan was confirmed to be filmed in the UK, Roland knew that he couldn't avoid certain things. Now, he didn't have to follow the crew to shoot. He had already learned the correct way to use guns and shoot, and now he only needed to use a lot of bullets to feed accuracy. With the copyright of Harry Potter finalized, if Kate could let him go, it would be a miracle. Seeing that Roland turned filming into a vacation, Kate hinted to him that instead of wandering around, he might as well do something serious. Roland also replied very tactfully, "When to go to your house, you decide." Although it was a bit awkward to use the topic of going to your house to divert her own embarrassment at this time, Kate liked Roland's tactful choice. After putting the 2 handwritten books on the coffee table, Kate also pulled Roland down. "My mom and dad don't have any special hobbies, so preparing gifts is simple. We can just buy something at a specialty store. Just buy something. Are you trying to hurt me?" Hearing such perfunctory words, Roland immediately became unwilling. "Before, you asked me what Ganetti and David liked, and I told you directly. Don't worry, it's not like I won't accompany you." The more impatient Roland was about this kind of thing, the happier Kate was. Unfortunately, her comfort was not recognized by Roland. After feeling that the inquiring eyes would not change for a while, She curled her lips with a dimple smile and said, well, instead of preparing gifts, you might as well talk to my mother about Shakespeare. She likes this thing. But, let me make it clear first, you can't pretend to know something when you don't. She won't brush off your childish judgment like me. Talk about Shakespeare. Hey, is this another literary old woman? Roland nodded helplessly. As for my dad, although he plays Shakespeare's plays, he actually likes TV series such as Yes, Minister and Yes, Prime Minister. You have watched all of these, so I don't think it will be difficult for you to communicate with him. Oh, by the way, he also likes an unpopular drama called House of Cards. If you have nothing to do these days, you can make up for it. Oh, it turns out that Kate's dad is a fan of officials. TV series like Yes, Minister and Yes, Prime Minister are not stressful for Roland at all, and he has even watched House of Cards twice. Kevin Spacey's President Kinoshita is so handsome. No. Kevin Spacey's President Kinoshita? Damn. Kevin Spacey hasn't filmed American Beauty yet. How could he have played in House of Cards? Roland frowned and asked in confusion, House of Cards? What House of Cards? Oh, you really haven't seen it. It's a mini-series produced by the BBC. Roland's words did not exceed Kate's expectations. It's a mini-series produced in 1990, written by Andrew Davis. If you don't know him, you must know Anthony Hopkins, right? Many of the episodes of Two Wonders he played were written by Andrew. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. Same plot, same classic. Wait a minute. Roland was getting more and more confused. Isn't the House of Cards you're talking about the best-selling novel written by Michael Dobbs, the chief of staff of Mrs. Thatcher and vice chairman of the Conservative Party? Isn't the Andrew Davis you're talking about the director who created Hard Knives, Above the Law, Undercover, and The Fugitive? When did they get involved? And they even made a BBC mini-series House of Cards? What? Hearing Roland's question, Kate, who wanted to introduce the BBC mini-series to him, was also a little confused. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, and both realized that their brain circuits were not on the same channel as the others. Okay, wait a minute. Kate, like a cat, climbed up from the sofa, spread out her left hand, and bent her right thumb, saying, first of all, the House of Cards I'm talking about is indeed a BBC mini-series adapted from the best-selling novel written by Michael Dobbs. Then, she pointed her index finger and said, secondly, the Andrew Davis I'm talking about is not the Hollywood director Andrew Davis, but our well-known British screenwriter. Didn't I film Jane Austen's Sense and Sensibility in 1995? In the same year, Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice was also made into a mini-series by the BBC, and the screenwriter was Andrew Davis. The leading actor is Colin Firth. Do you know him? That's the Colin Firth who played the supporting role for my Uncle Kenneth in The Lady Rose in 1987. Oh, Colin Firth. Roland, whose thoughts were like a complicated ball of thread, reacted, I remember. Colin Firth, who played the supporting role to Kenneth Branagh, was the guy who won the Best Actor award for The King's Speech later. Damn it, it turned out to be a case of having the same name. Just like every time Professor Luo teaches a class, there is a guy named Zhangson who jumps on the edge of the law. There are so many people with the same name in the world. If there is no reference, and it is just a casual remark, it is really easy to confuse people. When Roland first heard the name Andrew Davis, what popped into his mind was the director who had worked with Harrison Ford. After all, for him, Harrison Ford is his own man. After Kate's explanation, Roland also recalled the Andrew Davis she mentioned, who was a super famous screenwriter. His representative works include the Bridget Jones series and Nancy Drew in the movies, and the BBC miniseries Bleak House, Little Dorrit, Sense and Sensibility, War and Peace, and Les Miserables in TV series. Yes, Roland had seen a lot of TV series written by the other party. As for the House of Cards adapted by him, as Kate said, well, he also had an impression. Roland had not actually seen the BBC version of House of Cards. The reason was simple. It was too old and high definition resources were not available. As a British drama produced in the 1990s, the picture quality was terrible when the original version was watched on a computer screen and decoder more than 10 years later. In addition, compared with soul dramas such as Yes, Minister and Yes, Prime Minister, this House of Cards was a little less popular, so his name was not on the list of technical modifications for the first few batches of BBC to reset the old TV series and refurbish it to 1080p. By the time it was finally on the list, the American version of House of Cards had already become popular all over the world. After watching Kevin Spacey's performance, Roland was too lazy to look for the resources of the old version of House of Cards. He felt it was unnecessary. Even though the American version of House of Cards is a remake of the British version, Roland does not think that the British version is a god drama. If it is really outstanding, it will be renovated at the fastest speed by capitalists who only know how to make money, just like Kubrick's Paths of Glory, 2001, A Space Odyssey and The Shining. To put it bluntly, whether a work is popular or not. In fact, it is not the box office reputation, but the means of cashing in by capitalists. The crazier the capitalists are, it proves that there are many fans willing to pay for this work. However, it doesn't matter if he didn't watch this drama in his previous life. In this life, he can make up for this drama while the equipment and bitrate match. So, in Kate's eyes, Roland's behavior is that, after figuring out the source of the BBC miniseries House of Cards, he happily ordered his assistant to buy the disc. The practical action made Kate feel that Roland attached great importance to this visit. Well, she thought Roland was quite sensible. As for Roland, he was totally focused on the miniseries. Wow. Is the first line of the opening good? Nothing lasts forever. Any party that stays in power for a long time will eventually fail. Such a spicy start. The scale is good. Ian Richardson, the old man, performed really well. He was elegant, calm, and dignified. Is this what is called a gentleman? Well, his signature monologue gives Ian a dual personality. When communicating with other characters in the play, he always wears a mask and never reveals his true feelings. But when facing the camera, pride, complacency, determination, dissatisfaction, these subjective expressions all emerge, distinguishing a living person from both rational and emotional aspects. The BBC version of House of Cards has only 12 episodes in total for 3 seasons. Each episode is 50 minutes, and it can be finished in 10 hours. After Roland finished watching the TV series, he found that, if the British version of House of Cards can be described as short and sharp, then the American version of House of Cards can be called water flooding Jinshin. The overall plot of the two versions is similar, and the real difference is actually the limitations brought by the development of the times. That's right, no matter what cultural work, the moment it meets the public, it will be shackled. The British version of House of Cards has very few female characters, while the American version of House of Cards has the whip almost killed by women. The difference in the roles, created by the roles of different genders, has a lot to do with the development of feminism. In addition, the protagonist of the British version, Mr. Urquhart, gives people the feeling that he is a good guy or a smiling tiger, while the protagonist of the American version, Underwood, has the word bastard engraved on his face. This is actually a cultural difference. Although the United States and Britain are both capitalist countries, Britain is an old empire after all. They know how to maintain their face. In other words, wearing the skin of a gentleman and doing dirty things is what they like to do most. But the Americans, there is a saying that goes, the United States is powerful, but in the eyes of Europe, it is just a country boy. Americans are rich, but in the eyes of Europeans, they are poor and have only money left. This kind of discrimination is even more vividly reflected in cultural works. The third difference is public opinion. The reporters in the British version are more naive than those in the American version. There is no way to let the British media be controlled by those 2 or 3 capitalists. Compared with the United States, which was divided by warlords for 5 generations and 10 countries, British reporters can only be naive. It is not that they have no performance pressure, but that many things cannot be revealed by reporters themselves. But the United States is different. Struggle makes public opinion more democratic. In other words, not everyone has the right to free speech, but your opinions can become a means for me to attack my opponents. It is in this environment that the reporters in the American version ask more pungent questions, while the reporters in the British version are obviously restrained. But even so, if Roland were to rate these two dramas, he would give them both 9 points. Because from the perspective of audiences with different audiences, these two dramas are both excellent. Does your dad want to go into politics? Why does he like to watch this kind of thing? After watching the drama, Roland, full of surprise, pulled Kate's hair. Sitting on the sofa and catching up on 10 hours of drama at one time, anyone would not be able to bear it. Therefore, during the process of catching up on the drama, Roland's hands were not honest. First, he grabbed Kate into his arms, and then, it was a long tug-of-war that lasted for several hours. He wants to go into politics? Are you kidding? Although they changed a lot of postures after watching 10 hours of TV series, even if Kate had an assigned spirit, she still felt trapped. Ignoring Roland's childish behavior of playing with his hair, he stretched himself lazily, yawned, and said in a tired tone, he just likes this kind of drama. In his words, politicians are the dirtiest actors in the world. Compared with them, the entertainment industry is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. The filth here is not even 1/10,000th of this, but they still like to use gentlemanly behavior to show their position, and spread one piece of news after another that is only beneficial to themselves to the people, who are full of hope for them. Wow. It turns out that my father-in-law looks at these dramas with a critical eye. Roland thought that his father-in-law likes to watch dramas such as Yes, Minister, Yes, Prime Minister, and House of Cards is a keyboard politics expert who likes thick black studies, but he didn't expect that he watched these dramas just to better criticize the parliament. This is interesting. I know what to give your dad. HMM. Kate, who got up tiredly and wanted to go back to her room to sleep, looked at Roland in confusion. The blanket wrapped around her body was half hung around her waist. Even though she had been watching for a year and a half, Roland was still very interested. Don't tell me that you want to buy a set of House of Cards, The King's Avatar, and the final chapter, and then have Michael Dobbs sign them? I tell you, my dad is not interested in these things. He watches these TV series with realistic significance, just to be able to talk with friends at parties. If you don't want to talk to him about these things, then don't talk about current affairs when you see him. If Kate's parents heard these words, they would definitely be embarrassed. Is this a special elbow outward? Back then, when Kate wanted to learn acting, they knew the darkness in the circle and did not agree with their daughter's idea. Or Kate's grandmother couldn't persuade her granddaughter and secretly signed her up for it. After that, the family members who learned about this matter accepted their fate. Although Kate didn't encounter any popular projects along the way, she was helped by resources and connections. Otherwise, even if she was gifted, she wouldn't have won the UK's highest Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress at the age of 19. Now, your family has paid so much for you, but now you think your man doesn't like the topics that your family likes, so you open a back door and tell him how to avoid things he doesn't like. I'm not asking you to get benefits from my family, but you're protecting them even in the topic of conversation. This is really, of course, Kate won't tell her father about these things, and Roland's mind is full of House of Cards and he didn't pay attention to these details at all. Why would I give a signed book? You were generous when you bought gifts for David, Ganetti and others. I can't be bad if I go there, right? What's more, after watching these 12 episodes of the miniseries, I'm quite interested in House of Cards. How about I buy the North American filming rights of House of Cards, and then wait a few years to make it into a TV series. By then, invite your dad to be a producer. There's no point in talking big in front of friends, right? It's not as fun as making a satire by yourself. When your dad goes out in the future, he won't say I know this. Ian Richardson played in House of Cards, nor Yes, Prime Minister satirize the current situation, and the content there is exactly the same as what we are experiencing now. We can only watch those politicians perform like clowns. But I have filmed this content. Since we are talking about House of Cards, which Roland has never thought of, how could he miss it? Although House of Cards is broadcast on Netflix's streaming platform, and because of the money spent on streaming, Netflix has never announced the net income of House of Cards. But it doesn't matter, right? As long as Roland knows that it is a high quality drama, that's enough. Roland never dislikes having too many copyrights, and he doesn't worry about not having enough money to shoot. After all, he is a firm believer in the Disney effect. Although he has not experienced Disney's 1.0 and 2.0 stages, this does not prevent him from learning from Disney and directly entering the 3.0 stage. And the 3.0 stage is just to plunder the copyright. As for whether the original author will sell it or not, Roland is not worried about that. Anyway, the original author is afraid of money. But when he waved his hand and imitated the white-haired old man in the emoticon package of later generations, who was waving the sky and commenting on the future, Kate, who was half wrapped in a blanket, was stunned at first. After the dull expression stayed on Roland's face for a few seconds, she shook her head with a wry smile. Oh, I can't imagine how excited my dad will be when he hears the news. He will definitely like this gift. Absolutely. Do you like it? Roland asked with a smile. Me. Kate raised her eyebrows, loosened the blanket with her left hand, and stroked Roland's cheek. Let's talk about this in the bedroom. Hearing this, Roland's face darkened. Well, that's enough for today. From 8 AM to 6 PM, we've been playing all day. Let's take a shower and go out for dinner. Unfortunately, Kate, who was excited, didn't want to let him go now. She grabbed Roland's arm and dragged him to the bedroom with a smile. Believe me, you will soon only want to sleep and not eat. Note, the reason why Michael Dobbs is afraid of money is that when Netflix bought the copyright, he didn't know there was a company like Netflix in the world. Selling it to the other party was simply too high, 100 million. At that time, the buyout price of the popular copyright on the market was only 50 million. The data comes from Daily Economic News, and the interview location was the 2018 Tencent New Cultural and Creative Ecological Conference. The Disney effect mentioned in the article has nothing to do with the Disney effect in economics. It refers to Disney's development ideas. Version 1.0, stepping on the trend of the times, to dig out the first pot of gold, the first sound animation, the first color animation feature. Version 2.0, hype operation, Disney Theme Club, maintaining user stickiness, Disneyland, hype monetization, and then in 1957, Walt Disney proposed the development strategy of Disney's profit multiplier model. What made this strategy a reality was version 3.0, copyright protection and IP innovation. And IP innovation is divided into three types. The first is self-launch. The second is crazy purchase. Disney started buying IP as early as 1961, when it bought Winnie the Pooh. And the third is mergers and acquisitions. Pixar. The Disney effect in the entertainment industry actually refers to Disney's three stages. This term was only proposed after the crazy emergence of the film and television IP universe. In other words, the reason why Hollywood giants are tinkering with the IP universe is because they found that Disney's development ideas are the breakthrough point. Marvel's simple leaks from readers and authors have no future. Chapter 225 I'll do it if I can. I'm losing a lot. The top student in the crew wants to be a director. In Roland's previous life, he had heard such a rumor. A young man in his 20s was reading an online novel and found that the quality of a novel was not very good, so he left a message in the comment area and wrote down his thoughts. When the original author saw it, he replied arrogantly with something like you up, no can no BB. So the young man fell into the trap of online novels and then wrote Buddha is the Tao. Although this rumor is quite legendary, it is a pity that the author of Buddha is the Tao has never come out to admit or clarify it. However, compared with that author, Michael Dobbs personally recalled why he wrote House of Cards. He entered the British political arena in 1975 and was fully responsible for Mrs. Thatcher's campaign in 1987. Due to the great resistance to the third term, he finally took a vacation after working for 2.5 years after the election. During the vacation, he read a terrible political novel and was speechless about the playful means of struggle. So, with the idea that, if this kind of rubbish could be published, then I can write a book myself, and it will be a global bestseller, he wrote a book. House of Cards was born. To put it bluntly, this novel was actually a pleasant surprise for him. As a politician, what he needed was a profit inflow from being recognized. For this reason, when the BBC found him and expressed its intention to buy the copyright, this guy who was known as the baby-faced killer in British politics sold it without a second thought, because he needed the publicity and recognition of the BBC. When Roland asked Cole Needham to take people to negotiate the copyright transaction, after learning the true identity of the buyer, the key question he raised was not the copyright fee, but, is your boss Roland Allen? Because his girlfriend's father likes my book, so he came to buy the copyright. Who is his girlfriend? Kate Winslet. Cole Needham hesitated for half a second, but still said it. Kate Winslet? When Michael Dobbs heard the name, he first repeated it in confusion, and then he suddenly realized and said, "Oh, Mariana. I know her. I also heard a little about the British Ministry of Defence suddenly changing its face and deciding to lend more than 1,000 soldiers to the crew of Saving Private Ryan. He wants to buy the copyright. Sure. I believe your boss will not shoot randomly. Oh no, I think the effect he shoots may be better than the BBC. Buying copyrights is sometimes that simple. Many times, the author's expectation is that his hard work can be filmed better by others." As Mrs. Thatcher's chief of staff, former government special advisor, and deputy chairman of the Conservative Party, how could he not know the mess of the British upper class? And it is precisely because he knows these that he believes that people who know the business can shoot more accurately. Of course, Roland may not be a knowledgeable person, but a guy like him can find a bunch of knowledgeable people to shoot. As for the copyright fee, this is even simpler. After Cole Needham inadvertently revealed that Roland had won the filming rights for the two books The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings written by John Tolkien, a national treasure of the United Kingdom, and only spent $15 million, the expected price in the minds of both parties had been adjusted to a certain extent. No matter how popular House of Cards, The King's Avatar and the final chapter are, they can't beat The Lord of the Rings. Since The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit only sold 15 million in total, Michael Dobbs didn't ask for too much. 12 million. I think this price is acceptable to you. From the date of signing the contract, you can shoot as many versions as you want in the next 20 years, and I only need the screenwriter status stipulated by the industry and the consultant status I requested. After the term expires, you still have the priority to renew the contract at the same price. As for the price, in principle, it cannot be less than 12 million. Although it is not a buyout at a fixed price, this price is far lower than Roland expected. 12 million spread over 20 years, only 600,000 a year. The Shawshank Redemption aired on ABC for 1 year, which could pay for the copyright fees for 5 years. As for the right of authorship required by the other party, Roland is not a devil, right? He invested in a House of Cards, but ended up writing the name of Warcraft films in the screenwriter column. Is this a joke? And he wrote his own name, or the company's CEO David Olson? This is even more bizarre. You know, even Marvel, which harvests leaks, is not so shameless. Even though they spent $220 to buy the copyright of Venom from Spider-Man's die-hard fans in 1982, and many comic characters were derived from it, and Venom in the Marvel Universe was equivalent to a recreation after purchasing the copyright, but Stan Lee was not written in the author column of Venom. For many years, there was only the name of the painter. No matter how evil the capital is, when it comes to issues that do not involve actual interests, they are still willing to put on a bright and beautiful coat to whitewash the piece. If they are too lazy to even pretend to be something that has nothing to do with profits, calling them dogs is an insult to man's best friend. While Cole Needham and Michael Dobbs were discussing the copyright transfer of House of Cards, The King's Avatar and the final chapter, Roland, who only went to Kate's house on weekends, also brought the Sorcerer's Stone and Chamber of Secrets to the Star Wars crew. It's actually quite interesting to say that Star Wars officially started shooting on June 26th, and Old Man Spielberg came to show his support. Then the next day, the crew took a break. The reason was mainly because Lucas, the big bearded man, left the crew with Old Man Spielberg on the night of the official start of shooting to attend the opening ceremony of Saving Private Ryan the next day. Roland felt that these two guys were not making a movie at all, but showing off their love. Today you start filming, I come to support you. Tomorrow I start filming, you come to watch. Oh my god. Once the crew starts, all the money is burned. But you are unscrupulously burning the investors' money to satisfy your own selfish desires. Isn't this too unprincipled? Of course, Roland just muttered a few words in his heart. If he really asked him to say it out loud, he would not dare. However, the closer the relationship between the old man, the more convenient it is for Roland. After handing the Philosopher's Stone and Chamber of Secrets to Lucas, the bearded man who put down the director's baton simply flipped through them. He couldn't finish reading the series of more than 400,000 words in a short time, but as he flipped through them, he also found that the story in his hand was exactly the type that Spielberg liked. Wow. I really envy Steven now. Over the years, he has always crushed me in terms of awards, but in terms of box office and games, we are evenly matched. Although Jurassic Park is the first billion-dollar movie, Star Wars and Indiana Jones are all my series, and the various adapted games, although not to say they are hot selling, but the sales of the two of us are actually about the same. If you have to count, then it's equivalent to 1:0. He 1 and I 0. But apart from these three categories, I'm leading the way in teaching students. Don't say that Robert Zemeckis won the Oscar before Ron Howard, and that Forrest Gump alone can surpass Ron Howard in terms of box office, but in fact, Robert Zemeckis' Ron Howard also contributed to the current success of Robert Zemeckis, right? If Ron Howard had not chosen Tom Hanks from a group of newcomers against all odds, Robert Zemeckis might not have an Oscar now. I saw that after the awards, box office, games, and teaching competitions, we would be evenly matched. But I didn't expect that he would teach you. Although you haven't directed a serious movie so far, but really, if I were him, I would like you to. Blizzard Entertainment? Harry Potter? Why doesn't Ron Howard delve into what I like? Roland laughed at the sour words. Who doesn't like to do something that can make money and win the favor of people around him? However, while he was having fun, he did not forget to excuse Ron Howard. Oh, George, if you say that, then Ronald is too wronged. Everyone knows that what you like is Star Wars, but you don't shoot it for us. Even if Steven Spielberg doesn't shoot Star Wars, he still has a lot of masterpieces. Francis Coppola doesn't shoot Star Wars, but The Sign of the Godfather is still loud. Martin Scorsese doesn't shoot Star Wars, but he can still make a living as a gangster for the rest of his life. And if George Lucas doesn't shoot Star Wars, he will have nothing. The Star Wars series can be shot by anyone, but not by his own people. Because this is George Lucas's pride. It is also his only pride. Therefore, after hearing Roland's explicit statement, George Lucas did not continue on this topic that already had an answer, but smiled and said, "Leave the publishing to me. I said I would not charge you any money. No matter how many copies of Harry Potter are published, I will not charge you any money. But, there must be promotion and recommendation, right? Advertising. What do you think? Whether a book sells well or not actually depends on business operations." After becoming famous, J.K. Rowling changed her pen name and wrote a detective novel. As a result, after a few months of sales, the total sales volume did not exceed 500, and the sales ranking on Amazon was only a pitiful 5,076. But after Aunt Rowling's identity was revealed by the media, overnight, the sales of Aunt Rowling's A Cuckoo's Calling increased by 5,070 times. More than 2 million copies were sold within a month, instantly becoming the best-selling novel of the year. Therefore, it is better to just listen to the saying that good wine needs no bush. It is impossible for a newcomer to become popular without operation. The sales process that Roland arranged for Harry Potter was actually very simple. George, my idea is to ask you and Steven to write 2 recommendation articles. Steven will say that this is the best children's book he has ever seen. After reading this book, he found the feeling of filming at the Alien back then. And you said that this book made you smell danger. You think that if Harry Potter is made into a movie, it may threaten the status of Star Wars in people's minds. Then, I asked David to stand up and say that the Olson sisters have to listen to the story of Harry Potter every night before they go to sleep. This is their favorite bedtime reading. The money of children and women is the easiest money to make in the world. Even though J.K. Rowling has repeatedly stated that Harry Potter is not a children's book, this will not prevent the publisher from always putting the words children's book on the entire series of books. Whoever can't get along with money, isn't it going against himself? In this case, with the joint recommendation of two directors who are the kings of children, the book will sell better. What is Harry Potter about? I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Spielberg thinks it can compete with it, and George Lucas thinks it can threaten Star Wars. That's enough. Not only that, the Olson sisters, who can make $500 million in revenue from selling clothes a year, also fell asleep listening to this story. The children who wear the clothes they endorsed on weekdays are all potential customers who can pay. Since the people I like this novel very much, why don't we just pay for it? Of course, if this is not exciting enough, there are actually supplementary means. The first batch of 1 million copies was printed, and Roland bought 800,000 copies out of his own pocket, first putting the book on the New York Times bestseller list. Then, when adults and children were curious and wanted to buy it, but found that the second batch of books had not been restocked, they directly released the news that Amazon and Lucas Publishing were conducting online sales activities and sold the 800,000 copies they bought. This in and out not only topped the sales charts, but also got a crazy rush to buy advertisements for free. Most importantly, it also brought a wave of free traffic to Amazon, which was a win-win situation for all three parties. In the end, the quality of the book satisfied the children. The fans who thought Spielberg and Lucas were right were also satisfied. And not only that, the traditional media that received a lot of advertising fees were also satisfied. While reading, people also discovered Amazon, a treasure website that can break the boundaries of rush buying. Books that are not available in traditional bookstores can actually be bought on Amazon. Hiss. This website is so scary. Of course, there is no such thing as a win-win situation in business. A business that can make everyone make money has not yet appeared. A simple calculation will show that in this plan, Roland, who was busy running around, did not get any benefits at all. Not only that, but he also put his own funds into the book. This is simply a loss. Oh, why is it so difficult to do business? If I continue to lose money like this, I, Roland, will become the richest man. But after Lucas heard Roland's idea, the twitching corner of his mouth betrayed his mood at the moment. Is it too late for me to regret now? I think I need to follow the industry rules and take a commission. No, George, you can't be like Jordan. Since you said it, you have to do it. Roland shook his head like a rattle. Are you kidding? It's a bastard not to take advantage of the opportunity. Lucas was financially independent 20 years ago. Since he doesn't care about money, it's better for me, who has lost so much money, to make money. Lucas was just talking casually. When Indiana Jones became popular, he just took his dividend according to the minimum commission and the industry rules. Now Roland can hype a book, that's his own ability, and he just helps to publish it. It doesn't matter whether he makes money or not, but what does it mean to be like Jordan? Ah, did I say this? Roland said casually, and turned a blind eye. No? Lucas looked puzzled. I don't think so. I'll go to the set and take a look. Roland ran away without knowing how to explain. His inexplicable behavior made Lucas shrug. However, when Roland left, he also called his secretary. Take these two books back and publish them. The sooner the better. Roland naturally couldn't hear Lucas's instructions. After leaving the office, he was attracted by the identical figures in the crew. Natalie Portman and Keira Knightley looked so damn similar after putting on makeup. That's right, Elizabeth in the later Pirates of the Caribbean was Natalie Portman's stand-in in Star Wars. The guy who kept saying that he was extremely dedicated had already started playing the skin-changing game before he became popular. The point is, Roland remembered that Natalie Portman didn't seem to have any dangerous roles in the Star Wars prequel trilogy, right? In this case, what was the point of finding a stand-in? Could it be that she was filming for her on the set, and she herself needed to study hard on the set? Wow. This is really a beautiful girl who is a top student. Of course, no matter what Roland thinks in her heart, it will not change the outsider's views of him. When Roland wandered around the set unscrupulously, wherever he went, he was greeted with smiles. There is no way everyone in the circle doesn't know that Roland, who seems to be harmless, is one of the very few who has the power of life and death in the Jewish gang's crew. If the filming is not done well, at most he will be scolded by the director. If he provokes Roland blindly, then Roland, who is spoiled by those directors, can directly replace them. Even if he doesn't change, it will be difficult for them to mix in the circle in the future. Of course, those who are afraid of Roland are those who don't have strong connections behind them. Those parents, uncles, and uncles who are so and so, although they will not show their faces to Roland, their attitude will not be too low. The most typical one among them is Francis Coppola's daughter. When others greeted her with a smile, she raised her hand and patted Roland's shoulder, and hugged him very familiarly. "Hi, Roland. Long time no see. Long time no see. Sophia, you look beautiful again. Don't tell your girlfriend this. I don't need it. Then you can take my words as courtesy." "Huh? You mean I've become ugly again recently? Oh, please forgive me. How dare I?" There was a burst of laughter, and the intimacy of the two people attracted the envy of everyone around. Natalie Portman, who was wearing a black outfit, glanced at Roland and the others a few more times, while Keira Knightley, who was dressed the same as her, glanced at them lightly and passed them by. Unfortunately, no matter what outsiders think, Roland doesn't care. After chatting with Sophia for a few words, he didn't hesitate to ask directly, "Didn't you want to act after winning the Golden Raspberry Award? You devoted yourself to fashion, and your light luxury brand Milk Feder was selected as one of the best independent fashion brands by a fashion magazine. Since the prospects in the fashion field are so bright, why did you suddenly come here to film? Could it be that old guy George forced you to come here?" If someone else asked this kind of question, Sophia would definitely turn her face and leave, but Roland, after all, he is one of hers. Even though she was a little unhappy, Sophia didn't mean to show off. Of course, this was also related to her initiative to come over and say hello. "No, it was an accident that I came to film. I came mainly to find George." "Looking for George? What for?" Roland asked curiously. "To make a movie," Sophia answered very straightforwardly. "To be a director myself." Notes: it is true that he thought that what others wrote was rubbish, and wrote House of Cards by himself. This was the news published by Reference News on May 11, 2018. It is indeed Michael Dobbs' idea to hope that his work can be filmed well. Also in Reference News, the details of his negotiation to sell the copyright to Nafoi were disclosed. Nafoi said that he would definitely invite Kevin Spacey and David Fincher, so he sold it, although I believe the 100 million in Daily Economic News more. Miriam Dashwood is the younger sister in Sense and Sensibility, the one played by Kate. Natalie Portman and Keira Knightley really look alike. After putting on makeup, when Keira's mother visited the crew, she didn't recognize her daughter, letting a double perform while studying on the set. Creating a persona of a top student is a joke of Natalie. As early as when Star Wars Episode 1 was released, Natalie announced to the public that she had to take the final exam of high school, so she would not attend the premiere. At that time, she had already begun to go for the intellectual persona. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.